children, but the future of our communities and our economy as a whole. Research shows that the foundation of a capable and prosperous society begins with the youngest learners. Children need nurturing environments long before they step into formal schooling, and the investments we make in their early years lay the groundwork for their future academic success, workplace productivity, and civic contribution. Yet, according to the World Bank's publication in 2022, 70% of 10-year-olds in low and middle income countries are unable to understand simple written text, a significant increase from pre pandemic levels. In light of this, today's conversations take on even greater importance.
As we gather here today, our objective is clear: to explore ways to create the right learning environment for early learners, environments that extend far beyond the physical space. We are honored to have a diverse group of supporters and participants today, including government representatives from across our intervention states, policymakers, multilateral agencies, like-minded organizations, and educators. We look forward to fostering meaningful interactions and engaging in rich learning experience.
Before we begin, let us take a moment to go over some important logistics and facilities available to you during the day. We are seated in Jacaranda Hall, which has 2 entries and exits to your right, both open to the lobby area where food and beverages will be served during scheduled breaks. The restrooms are located just outside the lobby area towards the left. Should you have any medical requirements, please don't hesitate to reach out to the registration desk for assistance. The schedule and profile of the speakers for the day are available in your welcome kits. We also have sign interpreters available throughout the event to ensure accessibility for all participants. We kindly request that you switch your mobile phones to silent mode now.
Additionally, we have set up interactive wall towards the back of the hall, capturing India Gets Reading Campaign 2024 journey, and special display kiosk outside the lobby, showcasing Room to Read's diverse instructional material and literature, the innovative platform Literacy Cloud, and insightful learning reports. These exhibits reflect our dedication to creating impactful learning experiences for children and teachers alike. We encourage you to interact with these exhibits, especially during breaks. Let's begin this exciting journey towards making room for early learning and ensuring a brighter future for every child.
With this, we invite Ms. Purnima Garg, Country Director, Room to Read India, to the stage to dive into the agenda for today and address the gathering. We also have distinguished guests, Dr. Poonam Smith-Sreen, Deputy Director, General Development Office, USAID, and Dr. Vinita Kaul, Professor Emerita Education, Ambedkar University, Delhi. May we please request you to join the stage as well. Over to you, Purnima.
The bricks, the roof, the earth below, the solid walls of what we know, the space we fill, the scenery. Does this make all this place? It can be. This verse question whether the physical things that we see, bricks, walls, roof, this space, are these all that define a place? Or there is more beyond what we can see? Dr. Poonam Smith-Sreen, Dr. Vinita Kaul, dignitaries from the government, colleagues from the development sector, and dear friends, namaste and a very warm welcome to our event today. For over 2 decades, we at Room to Read India have tried to use books as bricks for a space called the classroom. We have been building a roof that covers children with attributes like confidence, self-esteem, positive thinking, critical thinking, and a power to make their own choices. It is our firm belief that world change starts with educated children. And that's why we are dedicated to create print-rich environment in classroom where the lively walls speak to the children. where every book is tailored to child's reading level and where the vibrant atmosphere makes school a place that children eagerly look forward to. Experience has taught us that children who participate in early learning programs are more likely to excel academically and succeed in life. We have therefore focused our efforts on creating nurturing environment for young children. These environments are not just physical spaces, but settings that facilitate interactions and relationships that support a child's cognitive and emotional development. On the back of five successful annual flagship reading campaigns, the sixth edition of our India Gets Reading campaign, themed on Make Room for Early Learning, has gone beyond expectations. This year, we railed the nation to highlight the critical years, aged 3 to 6, 3 to 8, when a child's brain is most adaptable and ready to absorb information. From the time we rolled out our first reading campaign in 2019, we have looked to develop collaboration and raise awareness among all the stakeholders. The range of activities during this campaign, including pledge reading time, readathon, storytelling sessions, mobile van libraries, camel libraries, and more, have showed the power of collective action. A standout example is Prakhar Rajasthan, where the state has taken complete ownership this year and driven the campaign in a way that it has elevated to different level. In Jharkhand, we joined hands with Jharkhand Education Project Council, UNICEF, IPEL, and in Uttar Pradesh, we formed a meaningful coalition with Central Square Foundation, Vikram Shila, Language and Learning Foundation, UNICEF again, IPL, and Pratham. Karnataka benefited from the strong support of our donors like JSW. In one of our states, the SCRT chalked out a reading activity plan and disseminated age appropriate books digitally to all schools across the state. And the platform that was used for this digital dissemination was Literacy Cloud that you see outside. Likewise, states like Madhya Pradesh, Telangana, Uttarakhand, Chhattisgarh, Delhi, and Maharashtra have contributed uniquely to making this year's campaign an extraordinary success. Collaboration is at the heart of this success, and I'm deeply grateful to the communities, educators, parents, government, donors, and all our supporters for coming together to build a nurturing environment for children. The overwhelming response from each of you fills me with hope and excitement. Thank you for your dedication. It truly feels like the perfect time to focus on early learning. When I see these combined efforts, I proudly say that this reading campaign isn't just mine or yours, it's ours. A special mention must go to USAID, whose support has propelled us to aim higher each year, helping us contribute meaningfully to India's national literacy goals. During the course of the day, we will hear from speakers on some critical topics around early learning. I encourage you all to fully engage, exchange insights, and contribute to these discussions so that we can leave today united in our vision to accelerate the journey of making room for early learning. On this note, I will take you through a short presentation on a subject that lies at the heart of our mission at Room to Read: early learning and its pivotal role in shaping the future of children. The importance of The importance of early learning cannot be overstated. It is during these formative years that children develop the cognitive, social, emotional skills that will carry them through their educational journey and beyond. And that is why at Room to Read, we have made it our mission to ensure that every child, regardless of their background, have access to quality education right from the start. Let's take a moment and talk about importance of early learning and early childhood education. Early learning knowledge, the crucial it plays a crucial role in brain development. Neuroscience research emphasize how early learning experience shape brain architecture, influencing lifelong learning. And in line with Nippon guidelines, the Balvatika program focuses on play based learning, nurturing cognitive, affective, and psychomotor skills, as well as early literacy and numeracy. Specifically targeting children aged 5 to 6, Room to Read's Balvatika pilot emphasized emergent literacy principles, recognizing this age as a critical transition from care to education. This initiative is not only supporting the development of essential skills during this pivotal stage, but also enables us to examine the learning continuum throughout the foundational stage. By focusing on emergent literacy principles at this age, we can understand the sustained literacy gains achieved by the end of grade 2, ensuring that children are well prepared for future academic success, which is very, very important. Now, let's take a moment to talk about, how Room to Read's journey has been when we are really looking at Balvatika piloting. And our journey in early learning space has been dynamic as well as evolving. While we initially concentrated on children in grades 1, 2, and 3, to build strong foundational literacy skills, our focus has gradually extended from age 3 to 8. However, it is important to recognize that this evolution is not just about expanding our reach. Conceptually, emergent literacy has always been a part of our approach, even before we programmatically extended beyond grade 1 to 3. From the very beginning, the principles of emergent literacy has been embedded in our activities and material. Our current emphasis on emergent literacy is not a new discovery, but a continuation of a journey that has always recognized the seamless blending of emergent and formal literacy. While we are now consciously and programmatically embracing this broader approach, the foundational concept has been part of our work all along. Uh, Now, look at this broader spectrum. This is not just about reaching more children, because sometimes it can be misconstituted that any organization who tends to extend and go beyond their programmatic area is just kind of doing it to increase their reach. But it was very much required conceptually to be able to work with the children. And it's about deepening our impact. By starting earlier, we can address learning gaps before they widen and give children the best possible foundation. Our programs have consistently demonstrated strong delivery practices and scalable models that sustain literacy at scale with an unwavering commitment to quality. This has been evident in our work through the SERI program and various other initiatives. Um, what is a literacy focus? By focusing on emergent literacy, we are acknowledging that early years is a time of immense potential where many different skills, social, emotional, cognitive, come together to form the building blocks of literacy. This broader approach allows us to address the many facet of a child's development, ensuring that they are not just ready for school, but ready for life. I'll take a moment to highlight some of our work that we have done. A pilot that we did in Uttar Pradesh as well as in Uttarakhand. Um, you know, uh, this is a work in Amethi where the Bal Vatika initiative was taken up. And this project reached and covered a full district of Amethi, reaching to three blocks: Gauriganj, Jammu, and Jagdishpur. We worked in 20 co located Anganwadis. Here, we have been focusing on creating a strong foundation for emergent literacy, and the results have been promising. The lessons we have learned from this initiative will not only benefit the children in Amethi, but also guide our efforts in other regions. I want to take a pause and talk about what went into getting into this piloting, how the work was done, and what was the planning that happened between 2022 and 2023. The journey of Bal Vatika initiative in Amethi began with comprehensive pre-intervention efforts in 2022. These initial steps involved a thorough need assessment to understand the gaps in early childhood education within the community. And any pilot is not successful if you have not really done a need analysis. Extensive consultations were held with local stakeholders, including educators, parents, community leaders, to gather insights and build a shared vision for the program. This groundwork laid the foundation of a tailored approach that would address the specific need of the children in Amethi. Now comes 2023. With the groundwork laid in 2022, the full scale implementation of the Balvatika initiative began in 2023. This phase marked the introduction of the age appropriate curriculum designed specifically to enhance emergent literacy skills along with the cognitive and social emotion development. We had to kind of deal with a lot of other stuff, which was to get a buy-in from government leadership, selection of the Anganwadis, looking at the renovation of the Anganwadis. There was, how the government, specifically the SCRT, rigorously vetted our Balvatika instruction material, and it took about 4 to 5 months because there was a lot of engagement by the SCRT, providing, of course, valuable feedback and refinement. And on December 4, the material actually got finalized and it reached the classroom. There was a lot of capacity building effort that got into it, wherein we had to work with the Anganwadi Karyakarti and Sevikas to build their capacities. And that's how the whole program kind of built in. And there is a whole spectrum of work that is kind of taken care during this Balvatika pilot. Now, another initiative we are doing in early childhood is in Uttarakhand under the SERI project. In Uttarakhand, SCRT and Development of Women and Child Development are working closely to introduce early childhood education. Diet Dehradun, designated as the Center of Excellence for ECE, actually is working alongside and preparing Balvatika material. 5 wordless books were launched in January 2024. The remaining material, including conversation charts, a booklet of rhymes, and a booklet of stories, are now being finalized. The final draft of the Balvatika material has been completed by Diet Dehradun in close coordination with illustrators and the writers. The wordlet books will be printed and distributed by Department of Women and Child Ministry in the coming year, and it will actually read to 19,468 Anganwadis in Uttarakhand, providing access to quality children's literature. This is an innovative initiative of the core activities of SERI, focused on foundation literacy or grades 1 to 2 and laying the groundwork for ECE under SERI. It is unique within the landscape of SERI as no other state have worked on ECE under the project. Now there are quite a bit of projects that that we have worked on. We're currently undertaking several initiatives that exemplify our commitment to emergent literacy. Across various states in India, we have been co-creating books and learning materials specifically designed to meet the linguistic and cultural need of the children we serve. As part of our commitment to fostering emergent literacy, Room to Read India has been actively involved in creating and distributing educational material tailored to the specific need of children across various states. In 2022-23 academic year, we developed 5 books in Uttarakhand to engage young learners. Rajasthan saw the creation of 10 books in 3 languages, ensuring that diverse linguistic needs were met. In Bihar, 10 books were produced to support early literacy efforts. Delhi led the way with the creation of 16 books, followed by 9 additional titles, further enriching the available resources. Building on this effort, in 23-24 academic year, we brought further advancement to our work. In Maharashtra, we developed 10 educational cards focusing on interactive learning, and in Madhya Pradesh, we created 10 storybooks designed to captive and educate young minds. Chhattisgarh is in the process of developing 10 books. In Uttarakhand, we continued our effort with the creation of 3 books and 10 conversational charts, also a work in progress. Uttar Pradesh introduced 5 new books, adding to the growing collection of the emergent literacy material. At the central level, till 2024, Room to Read India has curated a robust collection of emergent literacy material, including 37 levels of level 1 titles and 108 level 2 titles. These materials are designed to meet the need of Balvatika and other emergent literacy programs, providing a strong foundation of early learners and supporting our mission to cultivate a culture of reading across India. We also collaborated with Delhi SCRT in July, providing technical assistance to develop emergent literacy material for the ECE kit. As we look at the future, we are excited about the possibilities that lie ahead of us. We're exploring whether to create distinct components of early childhood education within our programs or to continue integrating emergent literacy as the central focus. Whatever path we choose, our commitment to quality education remains intact. We believe that emergent literacy is vast to include many other skills and concepts, and by focusing on it, we can provide children with a holistic education that prepares them not just for school, but for the challenges and opportunities of life. We also recognize that the education system and the broader narrative around early childhood education are evolving. More attention is given to school readiness, we see an opportunity to influence this space by integrating emergent literacy into the system. When the system is open to new interventions, even if initially focused on school readiness, Room to Read believes in embedding emergent literacy based inputs to ensure that children are not just ready for school, but ready to excel. In closing, I want to express my gratitude to all of you for your continued support and dedication to our cause. Together, we are laying the foundation for a brighter, more literate future for the children we serve. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to working with all of you and continue to get the support. Thank you so much. Without a further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Vinita Kaul today, who's with us. We are really privileged to have you here, ma'am. Dr. Vinita Kaul is a professor emerita at Ambedkar University, Delhi, where she was the director of the School of Education Studies and founder director of the Center for Learning Childhood Education and Development. Until her retirement in 2016, she has been a member of the advisory board of a journal on children's right titled Children's First, a journal on children's life, of which she was also the chief editor from 2021-23. She is currently on the board of director of Asia Pacific Regional Network for Early Childhood Care and Education. Prior to this, Dr. Kaul was a senior education specialist at the World Bank for 10 years and held various leadership roles at NCRT for over 20 years. She's been involved in numerous Government of India committees and has published extensively on early childhood education. We're excited to hear your thoughts on Neurons to Narrative, a conceptual gaze at early learning. Dr. Vinita Kaul. Do you want me to keep these here? Yeah, I think that's what you
Dr. Smith Serene, it's Purnima Garg, all Room to Read colleagues. Can you hear me? And good morning to everyone who is here today. It's really a great day for me to come to a Room to Read program and to discuss early childhood education. So I really congratulate Room to Read for having adopted early childhood education into their program and already have done some very remarkable work that was shared by Ms. Garg just now in the different states, I think in 10 states, particularly in Uttarakhand and Rajasthan, right? And Uttar Pradesh. So I think that it's a very, very good start, and I wish you all the very best for the work that you're going to continuing to do and to contribute to this very important sector. How much time do I have?
You have 40 minutes.
40 minutes.
20 to speak and 20
Okay, okay. I see this. So I was asked by them to do a session on from neurons to narratives, a conceptual gaze at early learning. Permit me to say that this is not my title. This title was given by them because early in the morning to start with such a heavy topic would have been a little, but so I disassociate with the title, though I think it is a very impressive title, very well said, from neurons to narratives. But I hope I will be able to do justice to it. So I think Purnamaji has already started talking about the importance of early childhood education. And all of us here, I can see many people here who already have the expertise, and not only the expertise, but a lot of experience in this area. So I will be really talking to the converted, but that doesn't matter because I think the more we talk about it, it's never too much, especially about early childhood education. Can somebody change the slide?
Somebody changing the slides here?
Yeah. So basically, in this talk, what we're trying to do is to track the journey from neurons to narratives, to be able to really say what is the rationale for bringing in neurons into narratives? What is the rationale for bringing in other interventions into early literacy, emergent literacy and early literacy? Why does it need to be placed in a much broader perspective? Essentially, can I do that? That would be much easier. Yeah. Okay. So essentially what I'll be doing in this is today, can you already go back here? In this presentation is to look at the existing language and literacy. This is how the domain is titled. If you look at the national curriculum framework, and what is the existing belief about literacy so far as the pedagogy is concerned of literacy, and what is the current practice? And is there a disconnect there? If you look at the two, what does neuroscience tell us about the learning of literacy? Are there any implications of neuroscience? Should we, in the light of those learnings that we have from neuroscience, should we shift gears and look at it, re-envision our approach towards literacy? And then how should we plan for literacy and from what age? We're already talking about early childhood education, bringing early childhood into this frame. And I hope we will be able to have a good discussion after that. So coming to the existing belief and practice, this is largely impressionistic, but also to some extent documented, that we see that there is a general understanding or an assumption which dictates to us how we should treat literacy, how we should really bring literacy to children. And the general understanding is that oral language and learning skills, like for example, listening, speaking, etc., they develop very naturally and developmentally in the child's trajectory of development, and are largely influenced by the social content. I mean, we know that if our parents are Hindi speaking, children will learn Hindi naturally. They will not learn Bangla. But if they have Bangla parents, they will learn Bangla. So that happens in a natural course of development of the child. So there is no need for any external intervention in order to enable the child to start speaking the language. So listening and speaking happens in that process. This is the existing belief. And that the written language, that is reading and writing, is something that does not happen developmentally. And it is something that if we don't bring the child to a teacher, or we don't teach children, if we don't bring in some sort of intervention which is culturally relevant, then the children will not be able to learn to read and write. And therefore, the actual teaching of reading and writing becomes very important. And also that this process of teaching has to be very ordered, linear in approach. You start with the letters, then you go on to the words, then you go on to the texts, like that. So that is a belief. Now, what happens when you see the school system and you see what is happening in this school system, early childhood system as well as the school system, you find that that is the kind of approach that is very clearly evident in terms of the teaching methodology that is adopted for learning, teaching reading and writing to children. So the point that I'm going to debate today is that whether that is the right way to go about it. Is that how we should do it? And that's how we are all doing it. But is that what is really going to give us the results? What more do we know about this whole process, and where does neuroscience come in? Even Purnima talked about neuroscience, the importance of that. What is that trying to tell us, which we need to take into consideration? So here, when we look at, as I said, there is the existing model of literacy or learning to read, which is that you start first step 1, then step 2, then step 3, then step 4 in a linear mode. Step 1 is you start by helping the child. We have the famous Barakhadi. So you start with the decoding of sounds, you start with the alphabet, you start with words, gradually then move on to sentences. Then you help the child to develop what is known as automaticity, that you are immediately able to see and verbalize whatever you are reading. Move on to fluency. That is what we are measuring all the time. How fluently are the children reading? What are the rates of how many words per minute, and so on. And then go on to comprehension and meaning. And somewhere down the line in the system, we complain the children are reading fluently but not comprehending. So that is a concern. But we are continuing to follow. I mean, I'm not talking about pilots and room to read efforts. I'm talking about the general system, that we continue to follow this straightforward linear trajectory. But what is neuroscience telling us? Is this in accordance with what neuroscience is telling us? So what neuroscience is telling us, and something that we all know, and it's been, I think, mentioned and repeated endlessly, even in the national policy and national curriculum frameworks, and so on. I think there is a lot of conversation around it, is that brains are built in the earliest years of life. Our brain is what is really involved in the process of learning of literacy. And brains are developed in the earliest years of life, in the first 5 to 6 years, going on to now we say 8 years. So the early childhood period, or the foundational stage, is up to 8 years. And it is very crucial for us to intervene at that stage and try to help the children to develop the right foundation, because as you would see perhaps in these diagrams, that the initial period, the brain curve is so steep. It is actually it's not yet established whether it's 90% or 80% or 70%, but most of the brain growth and brain development happens in the earliest years. So the moment to strike is then, not later, when the brain growth has already happened. So it becomes extremely important to start in the early years. The second point that I have is that, and we all know, is that how does the brain develop? What is contributing to the architecture of the brain? So you have, as we all know, the brain has billions of neurons. And every experience that the child gets, every experience that the child has in the environment, starting from birth, maybe even pre-birth, in the state of pregnancy or gestation, that the neuronic connections are being made in the brain. And this is happening at the rate of over 1 million per minute or something like that in the initial years. So you can see the mass. Somebody, I don't know whether there's a fact or not, they say when you touch a small child, baby's head, it feels very warm. And they say that is because of this tremendous neural activity that is happening in the brain. Maybe a pediatrician could tell us whether that's a fact or not. But that is how you could sort of visualize it. And in that process, experiences that are getting repeated are getting established as neuronic connections and learning concepts for the child. Whereas there's a lot of pruning happening simultaneously, where many experiences are getting lost. Some are superficial, some could be important, some have potential, but they are not given adequate support and intervention through an environmental experience, and those get lost in the process. So it becomes very, very important that we realize this aspect. We realize how crucial this age is and what is happening in that process that we need to really nurture and support in order to be able to enable the child to have a good foundation. And for that, it is important that we also understand that how does this neural activity lead to later learning? Because we here are talking about literacy. We are talking about language literacy, later education. It is these simple neural connections which gradually then lead to the more complex learning that happens. They form the foundation for later learning. So it is important that these neural experiences for children, and the major primary modality for children to form these connections is to be provided opportunities and experiences for different stimulation, cognitive, social, language stimulation, so that those neural connections get established and provide the bedrock for all future learning. It's not only just about this neural connections, it's also about emotional and social well-being of the child. It is all this needs to happen in an environment of care. Now, care is critical to early childhood education. It's the important C in ECCE, early childhood care and education. So when we are talking of, again, I come back over and over again to literacy, because that is the main theme of this session, that it's not only about literacy, it's also about what kind of an environment are we creating for children. Are we providing a wholesome, caring, and socio-emotionally very comforting and secure environment for children? Or are we going head on with our literacy and numeracy efforts, ignoring the social and emotional needs of children? Are we bringing that into our trainings of teachers? Are we bringing that into our discussions with parents? There's a lot in neuroscience about toxic stress. You hear in the papers every now and then how teachers' interactions with the children have led to many children not wanting to come to school, many children who are have developed some kind of health issues as a result of the kind of environment they've got in class, the kind of reactions they've got from teachers. And there are also instances where teachers have been role models, where they have provided very, very positive environment. Children want to be more in school than at home. So there are those variations, but how do we try to scale up this element also as a very supportive element and not see literacy only in the confines of learning to read and write? So that, I think, is also very important. So emotional and physical I talked about. And as I said, at this, Purnamaji talked about the 3 to 8 years. The National Curriculum Framework has talked about the continuum, the early learning continuum, which means that there has to be continuity in curriculum pedagogy content from early years to the early childhood to the early primary. But is that really happening? I mean, I want to spend the rest of the morning with listening to everybody else, that how much of that is happening. Because I think we end with 5 and 6 year olds with the play-based pedagogy, and we start with the formal learning from class 1. So how do we bring in that continuity and continuum is something that is, I hope, going to be discussed here. So this I've already said. Coming back to this, what is it? So one is that I'm trying to establish that the earliest years are very important, and therefore we need to reach out to the children as early as possible. And what do we reach out with? A lot of stimulating, caring, socio-emotionally, but also intellectually challenging opportunities for learning through experiential learning. Experience is the key word there. What is it that is the foundation? Now, again, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think when we talk about foundational skills today under the foundational stage, is starting with literacy and numeracy, isn't it so? Yeah. But I think there's something before the actual literacy and numeracy that is the foundation for literacy and numeracy. So somewhere, I think that is what is very important to understand. So as you can see from these two diagrams, or the second one particularly, in the earlier, what are the, and I think Purnamaji also talked about the critical period, which is this period is critical for certain competencies, certain domains of development. Especially, it is very critical for the earliest years are very critical for sensory development. It is very critical for language development, over oral language development. That is extremely critical. And that, again, all these are bedrocks, as I would just come to later in the next slide, for learning of literacy and numeracy. So you need to have sensory experience, sensory ability to make sensory discriminations, ability to really sharpen your sensory skills to be able to respond to the environment, respond and also learn from the environment. And a lot of language, this is critical space for that, where language development, a lot of language exposure is needed for the child, a lot of opportunities for listening, speaking, exposure to, we talk about infant books, that introducing children at the infancy stage to books. Why? Because that is the period when the experiences children have help them to establish bonds. Bond with any experience. If you ask, I mean, I always make this point that all of us, I'm sure, if we were asked now, when we are now adults, and somebody like me who's uh, uh, in the older senior citizen stage, today also, if you ask me, which poems do you remember, and you can rattle off without thinking, not the ones I did in primary or secondary, but the nursery rhymes that we learned in our early childhood, they stay with us. Why do they stay with us? Because that is the period when the child is really emotionally connecting with a lot of learning content. And therefore, this is the period, those, again, if you can see, and I would just try to show that, are really, again, the bedrock for learning and literacy. So we are missing out on, though, if we are not able to provide children a lot of exposure to oral language, a lot of opportunities to use oral language, if you are not giving enough experiences of diversity in terms of sensory development and sensory discrimination, it's the missed opportunity. So somewhere those activities, those experiences are very, very critical. And those are then, as you can see from the second slide, later on, as the children come into the school years, those are the foundation for learning of numbers, learning of concepts, learning of symbols, learning of basically conceptual and logical thinking that follows as the children move into the school stage. This is the perception to concepts. That is the journey. That is so very critical. And that is something that needs to be invested in. It's not only about some part of the brain that is really, and the neurons within that part that is really important for us. If you look at this, this is the reading brain, which shows how different lobes of the brain are really involved in our learning of even the simple skill of reading. And therefore, it becomes very important that we are able to provide multiple kinds of experiences to children, engaging different parts of the brain, which are relevant for the learning of reading and writing. The other point comes in, what is the need for early childhood to do all this? We can do it later also. So why is it very important? This is a graph from the Center on the Developing Child, which tells us that investment, if you see, the impact is the highest in the initial years, because that is when the brain curve is the steepest. So if you miss out on that opportunity and start from grade 1, when the child is 6 years old, by that time the investment will have to be multiple, triple the cost, triple the resources to be able to get the same outcome, and triple of effort at the part of the child. So it is striking at the right time that becomes very, very important. Now, the other thing is in terms of neuroscience again, that how do children learn? What is it that we need to do? How should we design the process of learning so that the children respond to it the way we would like them to? And here again, what is it that really, what is key to the learning situations that we create for children, or the learning materials that we create for children, or the activities that we engage them in? As you can see from this, the first and most important thing is an interest level of the child and the meaning the child can ascribe to what is being offered to the child. Now let's take the example of reading. We ask the children to read the alphabet. Any parent will be very proud to say, my child knows the full alphabet. I've often wondered, why do we start from the alphabet? Does the alphabet have any meaning for children? Do they understand what a letter is? Why do we make them write A, B, C, D, or K, K, G, G? How do they connect with it? Whereas you give them a storybook, which has a lot of interesting stuff in it, read it out to them, a read aloud book, children would love it. And they would pick up the book themselves, and without knowing how to read and write, they will be flipping the pages and kind of acting out the reading process. Why? Because that has captured their interest. So interest and meaning. Now we talk in literacy about meaning making. That is where it comes from, that unless it's, and this is not natural for all human beings, even for us. If you don't understand something, if you're not interested in something, if I'm interested in cooking, I will look for any recipe, but the recipe can just pass me by if I have no interest. So it's the same thing applies to the child, but we don't think in those terms. That it's important that we have, whatever activity we do, it has to have interest and meaning for children. That interest and meaning will lead to when the neural involvement of the neurons, making the connections, lead to experience. The child gains an experience. Repetition of that experience over time leads to learning. And that finally leads to much more of the use of that interaction, and that leads to much more of the use of that learning that happens. But in the process, the interaction with children and the environment the teacher has created or the parent has created is very critical to the process of learning. So that becomes very important. And therefore, our learning, when we talk about the play-based pedagogy, it is very important that we design our activities and our experiences for children, keeping this basic principle in mind, that the starting point has to be something that attracts the child to come to that activity and try to engage with the activity. I think a very key word we should keep in mind is that children must be engaged. They should be mentally and possibly physically engaged. Very often we see activities happening in classes. Today there is a lot of emphasis on play-based education. So there I have seen in classes teachers jumping up and down doing activities with children. But very often children are just not engaged in that. They have to be engaged in order to be able to lead to any kind of learning in the child. So it's very important to do that. Now let me just try to simplify what are the skills, competencies children need to be able to read. Kind of deconstruct that. So when you look at it, one is that we say the children, we are talking about reading comprehension, reading fluency, decoding, interest in reading. That's what I've added on. Now the children have to be print aware. They have to find meaning in print. They must be understand. If they find meaning in print, they will be interested in that. Their vocabulary has to be very good also. Now, I'm taking an example from private schools. If you see many private schools, reading is introduced without the children even knowing English. There's so much of English medium. I'm taking an example from which is not usually used in such discussions of the private schools, where we have so-called good quality education. Parents are paying enormous fees to get their children there. They have no vocabulary, no English familiarity, but they are learning uh, to read and write in English without comprehension, but as mechanically. So they're not even aware of what print is, and then aware of what English and Hindi alphabet is about. So making children aware of print through experiences in a caring environment. When you read to a child, as a very important thing, when you say in the infancy stage particularly, when you say that children get them interested in reading, is to not only just give them something to read or to read to them, but also the parents keeping the child in the lap, giving a caring environment and reading to the child. It becomes an experience for life for the child and a learning for life. So similarly for the teacher, don't expect them to put all the children on the lap, but certainly, metaphorically speaking, give them that sense of comfort and enjoyment, and do it in smaller groups. So that's part of the pedagogy, that not to have everything in a whole class activity. Be print aware, so they need to be that. There has to be vocabulary and expression. There has to be sound discrimination. I would like to go back and make a connection with sensory development. When we said phonics, or we talk about even phonemic awareness in children, our study, when we did the research study, the longitudinal research in Ambedkar University along with Asar Center, what we found was that the children, if they did not have these kind of experiences of early beginning sounds, end sounds, that kind of phonemic awareness and phonic training, even till the age, because it was a longitudinal study, we found that even till the age of 7 and 8 years, many children were not able to discriminate. Although they were going through the school system and learning, they were not able to differentiate sounds. So this is something that needs to be provided to them as in the environment for learning. Visual discrimination. We just assume that you put ka and you put la, or you put, say, pa and ba, whatever, children will be able to differentiate and they'll learn it. After a certain level of maturity, they may. But if we are able to give them a lot of activities for visual discrimination, these are foundational for later, being able to differentiate between different letters and for help in the decoding process. Then book handling, even to be able to, many children do not have access to books around them. So even that becomes a very important activity through the classroom practice. And of course, sound visual association. That is what reading is about. You see a letter, when your decoding process will help you to both look at the sound as well as the visual content. That association needs to be strengthened in the initial years through a lot of play activities for children. These are something that we cannot take for granted, but we are taking for granted. And these are, according to what I understand, foundational for the so-called foundational stage of education, which we have to incorporate into our programs. So again, I have already sort of spent time on this. I would just say that children learn holistically, they learn cumulatively, and they learn experientially. I think these three things come out from this entire process that I have discussed, that we need to look at the whole domain of literacy and numeracy also, as well as whatever else we are trying to teach children within the frame of holistic development, which includes the 5 domains of development, and also look at it cumulatively, because the early experiences influence how the child receives the later influences. So the continuum becomes very, very critical. So there are the two dimensions to be given a lot of attention to. One is the domains, the holistic nature of the, children's learning and development in these years, and the other is the linear and the continuum. And this is something that came from an exercise that was done in Ambedkar University, where a concept note was developed on this. I've just elaborated upon that. There's a whole sequence that one can develop, although it's not a linear process. One of the learnings that we should also, coming back to the initial point that I was making about the existing belief, that it's a linear process. You learn first this and that, and then letters and words and so on. That is not so. Because it's a very perception-based, concept-based, and very, what is the word, spiral kind of a process of learning that happens in the course of children learning to read and write. And we need to accommodate that into our planning. And but there is a certain sequence we can still kind of identify, broadly speaking, which can help children to become independent readers. So that this is what I've tried to just do, is to give some sort of, another thing is writing. I don't know, we must have also spent a lot of time writing letters in our paper, making pages full of practice of writing the letters. But I think schools are still doing that. Writing needs to be seen as a mode of expression and not as a skill independent of anything else, as a literacy skill. It's not necessarily just a literacy skill. So if we see it as a mode of expression, then we begin with giving children a lot of opportunity to write and express themselves through writing. I've seen some programs. I've even got something, if anybody is interested, in my phone to record a child's, in a school. She was, interestingly, this is not in India, but abroad. She's a 6 or 7-year-old child. Now, I guess in terms of our NEF, NCF competencies, we expect a 6 to 7-year-old child to be able to fully read, spell correctly, and do everything right. The teacher had asked her to write the recipe for making a cake. And she spelled out the different steps in baking a cake. And you see the atrocious spelling. You see the handwriting is not very good. But so beautifully, she has not only given the words. So, for example, a cake is not necessarily C-A-K-E. It is K-A-K, something like that. She's talked about flour. You use maida. So doesn't spell it correctly. She's written F-L-O-R. But she has drawn it because she's not very sure whether I've really communicated properly. So she has done some sort of a drawing of it to confirm that this is what I mean. But she has got the whole process so creatively and nicely done up in that. Now, what is it that we prefer? Do we want a perfect set of spellings and everything, or do we want that creativity and that initiative and agency of the child to come into the learning process? That's a decision we need to take for ourselves to determine where we should be. And this is my last slide, just to be able to give some sort of a linearity to a non-linear task by saying what at the earliest stages, preschool stage, what can be done within the 3 to 4-year-olds, 4 to 5, 5 to 6, 6 to 7. I'll not go into the detail of it. Anybody can see it, but basically it is to be able to in some ways see the trajectory that needs to be planned for and implemented to be able to handhold the children on this journey of moving from neurons to literacy. Thank you very much. Should I still get?
You can sit here and
Okay.
we can ask you a few questions. You make an announcement for questions.
We're now opening the floor for questions. If you have a question, please raise a hand and a microphone will be brought to you.
Hello. So my name is Neha. So thank you so much, ma'am, for this enlightened session. So I wanted to know about the, like you said, neuroscience perspective tells us that children learn when they make connections. Children learns when, like during the activities which happens in an integrated way, not just only the activities in the happening in the classroom. I wanted to know about the keeping in mind the context of Anganwadi centers. So where 3 to 6 years of children are sitting together, and the context of knowledge and the capacity and the professional training of Anganwadi workers as well. How they can design these kind of activities, not just for literacy, all over, like for all developmental domains. How do you see? So first is the curriculum level. How teacher can or worker can plan for 3 to 6 years of age together. First is that. Second is how they can, how as us, how they can, how we can prepare them, capacitate them to conduct all these kind of learning experiences, provide these kind of learning experiences to the children. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a very good and very practical question, and something that we really need to discuss, because early childhood education for us is the Anganwadi, right? And in the Anganwadi, we know what are the challenges. You have the 3 to 6 year olds, all different age groups. Each age at that point of time, even 6 months makes a lot of difference to a children's learning process. And that's the time when all those children are together. How do we manage that? Uh, that is where the play-based pedagogy comes in very, very effectively, according to me. The important thing is to have lots of materials. The teacher, the Anganwadi workers, or the teacher, whoever, for the process of learning through a play-based pedagogy, needs to have appropriate materials in hand, which need to be given in the hands of the children. So what happens is that uh, when we try to translate play-based pedagogy into the classroom, we tend to think that play-based pedagogy means the teacher is the bandmaster. The teacher is going to do everything, or the Anganwadi worker is going to do everything, and the children will sit there and just keep learning. And then we say, oh, 3 to 6, kaise hoga? How will 3 years have different needs, 4 years have different needs, 5 and 6? But that is not the play-based pedagogy. The play-based pedagogy is, yes, at best, the Anganwadi worker or the teacher demonstrates something. So number one is to uh, really try to understand how the play-based pedagogy works, which allows children a lot of active, engaged participation in activities, which means that there is, for example, there is supposed to be a balance in the play-based pedagogy of individual, small group, and large group activities. Now, each of those provides situations where children can engage at different levels, along with other children, individually, and so on. A concept is introduced. The child will not just imbibe that concept taking from the Anganwadi worker or the teacher until and unless we create that experiential learning, which happens through engagement of materials with the related to that, whatever is being taught. So materials have to be there which can be given out to children. There is this whole dimension of free and guided activities in the play-based pedagogy, where we provide opportunities for children to engage freely and creatively with materials, where they reinforce many of the concepts that are being taught, whatever is being discussed, and guided activities where the teacher is guiding and Anganwadi worker is guiding, but she is not dictating, she's not lecturing. She's guiding some activities which she then gives children opportunities to do on their own so that they engage themselves. The other point is that you have the different needs of children at different ages. You said the multi-age group. So multi-age group, that is where things like, for example, many curriculum are being developed, which of course is not, it's a best reaction you can make to a difficult situation for the Anganwadi workers, is to give them this, because if you follow the play-based pedagogy, which has this provision of free and guided activities, so you have the one group of children, the younger group, engaged in free activities, while the older children are being guided. And then you alternate and you give let the older children have the free time, because each age group needs both. And so you give them the time, and the Anganwadi worker engages with. So that alternating pedagogy is what is required to be able to handle that situation effectively.
Is there a mic? I can borrow this and then give it back. It's working. Hi. We've been reflecting a lot on this whole issue of preschool education, how it flows into, the primary school where we are working, even with room to read, primary school, books and materials, providing that to the teachers. So we're doing a lot of that. But recently, the government also has come out with these issues related to that learning that happens in the brain, the neurons you're talking about, is really, they've even more before 3 years, they've even admitted that it happens much before. And obviously, it's at the Anganwadi workers that the government can take over and provide this. And there are so many challenges around that. The recognition has been there for some time, I believe. I also believe that there's a commitment to it from the government side, absolutely. And a lot of great organizations, Room to Read being one, has been working on this, pushing the government bodies on them acknowledging it better. In this space, one of the biggest challenges we've found is that there are two different ministries, right? One, early childhood learning is taken up by one, and formal learning in primary schools is taken up by the education ministry. That itself causes structural issues. And then, for so far, the Anganwadis have really focused only on the midday meals. And we are now all of a sudden talking to them about, oh, you got to move out. Education has always been part of your objectives. It is challenging because it depends on the personality of the teacher, right? And but midday meal remains the most important thing. And I'm just bringing out a few of the challenges we found. They could be opportunities, but everybody has 24 hours, including the Anganwadi workers, right? So this is one of a key challenge we find, that when we lump everything with that one person who's not equipped, has never been trained in how to do early learning, and suddenly, even if we give them the books, they're not sure how to use it, right? Correctly in some ways, but also in any form that they can meet the different age group. So I worry about, from my end, where can we make some of the strategic changes to address some of these elements, and try and make, especially address the continuum between the two ministries. And I know there's some level of co-location discussions going on with that. And I find that you said, oh, if they have materials, and some of the discussions we've had with Room to Readers, if you go out, you'll see great material, including online material, right? And you would think, at an Anganwadi worker, you could put a TV there, put all this online thing, and the teachers could take them through. India is the hub of technology in many ways. Everybody recognizes and acknowledges the superior IT skills we have here. So why hasn't technology been enforced for all of these issues? So I know there are a lot of sub questions within all of this. So technology is one element, I would think, especially for the large, the lack of resources in terms of human resources, as well as the large number of schools we are reaching out. It's not a small amount. It's one state could probably have more than one. France and Germany, we know that like Bihar is bigger than France in that sense, right? So how do we tackle it, and how do we work closely with the government? Because at some point, all these great books have to be taken by the government to give it to all the Anganwadis. We produced with them many times. We've engaged the government in producing it, but they still haven't gone where they should be going, to all the schools, not just the few we've worked in. So where do you see how we could keep pushing it forward, and continue to be engaged in this area? Thank you.
I'll start with the convergence between women and child and education. Uh, I want to congratulate Room to Read because I heard something very, very positive in the morning when you were talking about where did you say that they are working very closely together? It sounded a little discordant to sing my. Huh?
So we experienced that they were working together.
Yeah,
We were
so
able to bring
so
that
we should
together.
do a lot of learning from
Yes.
that experience, that what is it that's making them sit together and work together. So this I totally understand, and this is not a new problem. This has been an age-old issue. uh, I've asked a lot of IAS officers what makes it in your training that you don't see the child as a whole, but you see the child as women and child and education, but I've never answered. So because they are the IAS officers who are handling these departments. So I don't have an answer to that. Even the minutes, I think even at the government of India level, they're not able to talk to each other. And I don't know if I should say this is politically correct or not, but even with such a so-called strong prime minister we have, I think it's not a priority because otherwise they would force them to work together. So still they're not working together. So that's something that I have no answers for. Coming to the plight of the Anganwadi worker, you said they have only 24 hours. If I'm not mistaken, you go to the annual report of the Ministry of Women and Child Development, she has 24 tasks. None of us here in this room will be having 24 tasks for accountability, and the Anganwadi worker has 24 tasks. So that is a reason why the whole advocacy for early childhood education, especially in the course of the of the national policy and national curriculum framework, if you see the earlier drafts of the national policy, they had even agreed to put it in that there should be a separate dedicated trained teacher for Anganwadi, for early childhood education. But I think maybe financial reasons or whatever issues. So over the period of time, and over the various versions of the national policy, that disappeared. And then I was told that Ministry of Education said that women and child, because it's with the women and child, they should provide the teacher, whereas they said education had to, they should provide. So nobody took the responsibility. But that is perhaps the only answer to my question, because I think you are very right. It's not only just that early childhood education is getting neglected. If they start doing early childhood education, there's so many other tasks that they're supposed to do which may also get neglected, and therefore you have to have a better distribution of responsibilities. And for that, I don't see in a perfect world we should be having dedicated people to do the, especially since this requires a certain level of training and expertise almost, and experience and interest in this area. So Anganwadi workers, where they are able to do it, I have met an Anganwadi worker in Chhattisgarh a few years back who was doing an excellent early childhood education. And I complimented her on it, saying that, you're doing such great work with children. And she said, ma'am, from tomorrow, I don't know where I'll be. So I said, why? Won't you be here tomorrow? And she said, no, because tomorrow some ration card survey is happening. So I have to go to the districts. And from there, I have to go for some election. So she said, maybe for the next month or a half, I will not be able to meet with these children. She loved those children, the way you could make out the rapport she had. And she said, I will not be there. And because they give such good food, which is cooked by the helper, she said, even the helper will not be able to engage with the children because she has to do all that cooking for the Anganwadi. So, I mean, these are really serious challenges which we have to keep in mind. Technology. I read somewhere that the future of technology, of education, is going to be a teacher per child. Is that right? That you will have the teachers will be dispensed, every child will have the computer and interact with them. Now, early childhood education especially cannot be done with the technology. You need, as I said, you need to not only have the educational content, you also have to have care. You need to have that warmth. You need to have the human touch. So not only early childhood education, but all foundational stage, I think that is inevitable. As a matter of fact, even screen time is a big issue with younger children. So as you said, why don't we use more of technology? Yes, certainly for teacher training we can use, I think one of the main issues, and I would request Room to Read to do something about it, is to be able to demonstrate what a good practice early childhood education is like, and for which videos can be developed, because you can't take everybody to sites which are doing good work. And so a lot of video exposure to good practices would really help, because one of the things, again, I'm very convinced about it, is that play-based pedagogy is something alien to most people who are in education. And to convince them, it is very important that we show how the children respond to this pedagogy. And that you can do only through video recording. Because if when they say how children respond to a teacher-led pedagogy and the activity-based pedagogy, you can yourself see the difference between the two. So that, I think, for teacher training is something that really needs to be done at scale, and where technology comes in, but not as a substitute for the teacher. Yeah. Anybody else?
Check. Yes. I have a million questions and very many concerns unanswered for quite a lot of years. I do not know whether I could ask all the questions here, but at least two of them I feel it's very important here. I've been closely journeying around the early childhood education, but always felt there is a gap. We talk about convergence with WCD and education, but we never talk about integrating parenting into the early childhood education. So that's a bigger concern, because most of the time the child spends either with the parent or the elder sibling, where we talk about a connection, but we also have to acknowledge there is a misdirected connection, which is a deterioration of what we do inside the classrooms. So how do we really integrate that, which is much easier than the policy changes and the institutional integrations? Number two, we always talk about early childhood education as a very fundamental, but we still don't acknowledge there is an inclusion factor we always miss out. Children with special needs, early detection, how to really integrate them into the education, how they can have the journey along. Because the stopping of the greater learning at 8 is for every child. It's not for just a child with better health. So isn't it important that we need to start looking at them as well, and to appropriately intervene so that at the age 8, they're all equally seen or equally equipped? Thanks.
Thank you. I'd love to hear the million questions when there is time.
Sometime.
Yeah, very, very important. It's not easy to answer questions. Parenting is absolutely key. As you rightly said, the child is more at the home than at the Anganwadi or the school. And parents play a very, very important part, not only in terms of what they can do in terms of nurturing early childhood, the early childhood of children through pro development activities, but also in terms of the choices parents make. So many Anganwadis may be doing very good work, but they get compelled to do a lot of academic teaching in the Anganwadis because parents are taking the children out from the Anganwadis, putting them into some affordable schools, which are just not what we would call good practice, because they don't, their perception of good practice is different. Good education is different. This is something that is very, very common, not only in the underprivileged sections of society, but across, you know. Last evening, I have a guest at home, my niece from Kanpur. Her children go to the best school in Kanpur. She's got a 6-year-old who has 6 subjects. And she was showing me the report card. He has 2, she said, 2 paper hai maths ke. I said, paper for the 6-year-old. You know? One is maths concepts, one is maths practice, you know, and gets marks individually for each. Now, this is the best school in that area, you know. So the mother is not convinced that he should not be doing all this, you know, he should be doing something else. So this is across socioeconomic categories. And now, so that's where, if we want our programs to succeed, to be able to reach where they are intended, it is very critical that we work with. You rightly said the parents sector is very, very important to address, and for which technology, as you said, is very uh, handy, because I think that there has to be a lot of campaigns, a lot of media um, inputs, media, what should one say, coverage, to reach out to parents across all segments, across all sectors, uh, giving them some sense of what is good quality early childhood education. You know, I went to study a program in Andamans, which was being done by one NGO here. I've yet to find a better early childhood education program many years back. And I had to do some assessment of my own there also for 5-year-olds. So I asked them, can I have the 5-year-olds? There were no 5-year-olds in the Anganwadis. An excellent program, you know, lots of storybooks, exposure to everything that we want them to say. So I asked, where are all those? They've gone to school. And the age for class 1 was 6, but they had already gone. So I had interactions with the mothers, that where are your children, 5-year-olds? Why are they in school? Why are they not in the Anganwadis? And this is not only in that Andamans, I found it across in many states. Parents will always tell you, आंगनवाड़ी में बच्चा बैठना सीखता है, पढ़ाई के लिए 4 साल का 5 साल का तैयार हो जाता है तो उसको स्कूल जाना चाहिए. So there is a difference between बैठना and पढ़ना. Now, somewhere we need to break those mindset, be able to give some sort of a understanding to the parents of what is best we think for their children. And then, of course, that depends how it will influence the parental choice. The other question that you raised was about inclusive education. And that's not only about children with special needs, but also socially excluded children. They need to come in into the Anganwadis. And we did a study, this longitudinal research that we did was all about 40,000, how much was it? 42,000 children across 3 states. We hardly found any children with special needs in the school system at that time. This is 2017. I don't know whether the situation is better now, whether more children are coming in. Then it's not only a question of bringing them in, but it's also a question of what kind of support to be given to them, and what kind of support to teachers who have to create these inclusive situations for children. But there is no two opinions on that inclusion is the right strategy for children, because that brings in a lot of positive inputs for development of the child, you know, the positive experiences, not only for children who are have special needs, but even for the others, because it helps them to see diversity around them and respond to that. But there is definitely need to strengthen that area in terms of providing for adequate support. Both, I think, parents need to be also engaged much more with how to help children. But at the same time, in an inclusive setting, it's also the responsibility of the teacher to ensure, and the school system to ensure that they get included. But it's a very difficult, I mean, it's something that really needs to be thought through much better. Yeah.
Can I just add to the Can I just add to the first point? And I think it's important, and I'll just share one of the best practices here at Room to Read. We focus a lot more on home as a learning space, and we do not isolate or create the subunits by dividing it among the parents or the community. So, home is an environment that's created, and sibling becomes a subunit of it, wherein jointly they kind of really create that environment for the child. And it goes beyond school readiness. It kind of goes and talk about the social emotional learning. It talks about the cognitive skills. It talks about the sensory skills. The child actually is learning those skills first at home and then really going either to a Anganwadi and then to a formal school. So home as a learning space is a very important concept and also a integral part of anything that you do in the foundational years. So that's one thing that I thought will be a good idea to share here. And yeah.
The only thing I would like to add to this point about parenting is that parenting is not substituting for, parent is not a substitute for teachers. Very often we tend to delegate. Parenting, creating a home environment which complements the school experiences of children is very important. And that's where how we should treat the parenting. So, all right, I think somebody there will ask a question.
Is there anyone else? Okay, we'll take that as a last question. Sorry, in interest of time, and then you can catch up with Dr. Call during the tea break. So, but one last question there.
I'm Vijay Lakshmi from Telangana, Deputy CW Department. So I would like to, what was in my mind that was shared by Sir.
Use the mic.
Yeah, I'm using it. So, what I would like to share is just now, ma'am has given a clear picture of an Anganwadi worker that she has a 24-hour, but she has 24 tasks to do. So, the next question is how we can include parents. So, as ma'am said, home is the first school for the child. So, how can we drive parents into this early learning for children? So, can we make some momentums, get some momentums for the parents to get awareness the child learning is quite important. So how parents can be taken part for this uh, program to get along, because the ICTS department has started from 1975. Since then, she was trying on, but how far we have done the work, we can see, sir, ma'am. So not only the whole struggle or whole way to be given to the teachers, how the parents can be taken up, like or else, right? Not all educated parents, but how a lame, common woman or man can train up their child to get minimum of learning from home environment. So those, how can we bring about awareness to the society? So any such programs can be taken up. So how can we do them so as to say that our child should not have any lacuna in this learning part? Not only whole work should be, or else whole what to say, the weightage or the work done to be given to Anganwadi worker, but maybe a parent cannot be a substitute to the teacher, but how parent can also be reliable, or some part of work can be shared, so as to say that the child should not be left behind for any skills or any of a development to leave behind. I don't know how far I have delivered.
So, have I understood the question correctly that how can parents contribute to children's
Yes, ma'am.
development
Yes,
without
yes.
being a substitute for the Anganwadi work? Is that right?
Yes. So when both of them are running parallelly, I think the child development can go to the optimum.
So they should not be running parallelly, they should be complementing.
Okay, that's what, ma'am.
Yeah.
Fine.
So that is very important.
Mm.
And so that means Anganwadi plus parent.
Yes, ma'am.
Parenting, what I was saying that they should not be substitutes for Anganwadi worker is, for example, you don't start, I mean, you encourage parents to read to children.
Yes, ma'am.
But that doesn't mean that Anganwadi worker will not read, only parents will read. The school or the Anganwadi provides children a lot of social experience. It provides children a lot of opportunities for language development through and also for understanding, sort of addressing the social brain, kind of, you know.
Yes.
Whereas the home environment provides much more of the care and the comfort of learning in a comfort situation, learning in a comfort situation, where children can continue to be or extend. It can be an extension of the Anganwadi, where children, if they have picture storybooks to share, parents. First of all, I would say that the ASER data has shown, I think some years back, when they did the younger child survey, that many more mothers are now educated. So a very large number of mothers are more literate, at least, may not
Yes,
be
ma'am.
very educated. So at least they can sit and read with the children. So, so what is needed from our side is to tell them the importance of that, of bringing children and books together, you know, from not only from the point of view of just literacy, but even in terms of the whole dimension of education.
Yes, ma'am.
So what role they can play. And uh, the Center on the Developing Child is Harvard University. They've got a simple formula: serve and return.
Mm.
So what
Oh.
they say is a simple thing of responding to children. very often everybody's so engaged at home in their own activities that you don't spend time with children, you don't
True.
interact with children. Children ask questions, we tend to shrug them off. But giving the parents the understanding of how important it is to engage with children and to respond to children if they have any kind of needs. So it's more in terms of improving parenting rather than adding on a load of Anganwadi worker or teacher to the parent, you know. So how do you make better quality parenting? All of us can learn from, gain from that, you know. Yeah.
Ma'am, I am Dr. Anita Barguza. I agree with you. Parents are not substitute. But Anganwadi Karyakarta training should be activity based and zero cost material based, related with natural environment.
You're making the point. There's no question there, no? Yeah. So you feel that it should be zero based. I mean, I don't know why should the government not invest in education, early childhood education. That is my
It should
question.
be the priority.
Why should we always be zero based where other government is spending on so many other things? I think we have to invest in the young child.
Yes.
टाइम टाइम
Thank-
वेस्ट करने के लिए बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट चीज पेरेंट्स टाइम बच्चों के साथ शेयर करें और एंगेज करें डिफरेंट एक्टिविटीज में दैट इज मोर इम्पोर्टेंट वो पेरेंटिंग बेटर हो जाएगी उसमें और वो सब्स्टिट्यूट के को अप्रोच करेगा टीचर को सब्स्टिट्यूट को अप्रोच करेगा
And just to end off, just on
Sure.
a lighter note, I had a driver yesterday come to drive my car somewhere. He was, he is on contract. He had come, you know, from somewhere. So he was telling me that I have been on leave for 1 month. He was interestingly Sharmila Tagore's driver. So he was quite a VIP. And he told me that she's gone to London, so I'm available. I have not told my children that I'm on leave because they'll ask me to go here, there, do this, bother me. So I'm telling them I'm working, so I'm continuing to work. So that is not what parenting is about, right?
Thank you so much, Dr. Kaul, for your powerful and thought provoking keynote address. We can definitely see it in the audience that we have to really break and continue this discussion in the tea break. But thank you so much. It certainly added tremendous to the event, and we're grateful for your time and efforts. Thank you so much. Without a further ado, we are honored to have with us Mr. Aaron Schubert, acting Deputy Mission Director, USAID. USAID's dedication and contribution has been instrumental in fueling Room to Read's work. Mr. Schubert covers activity design, localization, and diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. And I would love if people can catch him up over the tea to really talk about the inclusion that we were talking, especially in the early years, and take his insights how that can be really helpful. He previously served as the director of the USAID Southern Africa Health Office. He also served as the director of the USAID Regional Office of Public Health in Bangkok, the deputy director of the USAID Pakistan Health Office, and as a health development officer in India. Before joining USAID, Aaron worked with UNICEF Rwanda as a health project officer, supporting the Ministry of Health efforts to scale up pediatric anti-territorial treatment. And I think that's very important because Dr. Kaul was mentioning that how do we need some of the insights in terms of what pediatrics thinks about the neurons that are available before the age of 3. So I'm very sure this conversation would be very interesting with you. Prior to UNICEF, Aaron worked as a community outreach and case manager with an anti-poverty nonprofit in the US, focusing on issues related to chronic homelessness, including HIV and AIDS. Aaron was also a Peace Corps HIV/AIDS community health worker in Malawi and worked with UNICEF to set up 4 of the first voluntary counseling and testing centers in Malawi utilizing rapid resource test kits. He holds a BA in political science and history from the University of Wisconsin Medicine and an MA in sustainable international development from the Healy School of Social Policy and Management and Brandeis University. Thank you for coming here. to you. Over to you, please.
Thank you, Miss. Thank you, Miss Garg. You were making me blush as you went over my bio, but thank you very much for being so thorough. I come to you today wearing two hats. One is the USAID Acting Deputy Mission Director, but also as a parent. So I just wanted to start out by saying on the USAID side, we've been partnering with India for over 70 years, and it's really a privilege now to be here at this time to look back and see how the partnership has really contributed to a more safer and prosperous world, but also prosperity for both countries. So it's been a mutual exchange. I also just wanted to say that USAID is very proud to sponsor or collaborate on this initiative. It's something that is very dear to our hearts. And we think education is really the foundation for people to be able to be productive members themselves, but part of their family and also part of their community. Wearing my parent hat, I wanted to tell you a little bit about my own experience. I have two kids, an 8-year-old and a 4-year-old, and both of them were born, well, one of them was born during COVID, but one else was severely impacted by COVID. So we were living at South Africa during that time, and we were evacuated due to the heavy lockdown and the inability of the South African health system to cope with COVID. So we ended up going back to Alaska for 8 months and living in a very remote area where our son, who was 4 at the time, actually didn't have access to early childhood education, but also was isolated from other kids. So he actually went 8 months with very little to no interaction with other kids his age. Fast forward to after that 8 months when we went back to South Africa, it was a very difficult adjustment for him and many of the other kids who had been out of early childhood education. Not only did they not develop the core critical social skills that are needed, kids at 4 years old really need to be around other kids and really need to play, but he was behind academically, not being in that environment of the daily rigor of play and the basic introduction to numbers and numeracy and literacy. So it took a lot of additional support and effort to kind of get him and his classmates back on track. I'm reminded of the many kids around the world that, first of all, also went through a similar situation with COVID, but maybe live in an environment where they don't have the resources to get them back on track. And those kids that actually never have that to begin with. And there are many kids around the world that don't have access to that. And I'm reminded of a recent trip that I took to Bangalore in terms of how this plays out in society. So we were visiting a garment factory where people were making clothes largely for export. And we were talking about some of the challenges the factory was facing in terms of finding skilled labor. And one of the examples was people sitting in a line and sewing something. And generally in this place, one person sews on one thing and hands it to the next person who sews on something, and then it kind of goes down the line. And there had been a change in the workers along the line, and one person now, when they handed it to the next person, they handed it upside down. So they found that the person was continuing to sew something on that garment, but upside down. And it wasn't until the end of the day that they realized over 250 garments then had been sewn incorrectly, because the person could be taught a very simple skill of sewing something on that. But when it came to problem solving and recognizing that something had changed, they didn't feel empowered to go to tell someone that the person next to them was sewing it incorrectly. Perhaps they didn't know how to deal with that issue that had arisen and how they were going to solve that. So that is also something that I think is near and dear to many people's heart. You can learn how to sew something on that, and you can, but really you need the additional problem solving and skills to be able to dissect that and find solutions to many of the issues that we face today. And fast forward to a conversation Poonam and I were having yesterday about skilling. How do we partner with India now to really ensure that the workforce has the skills to enter the economy of the future? When we look at India's drive to be carbon net zero by 2070, what kind of workforce is needed to manufacture those solar panels, to work in factories that are making green hydrogen? And what can we do to support the right skilling now for that workforce? Before I close, I just wanted to say that also touching on the disability point, USAID is proud to begin a new activity looking at education for people with disabilities, and that's called Enable, looking at how to foster a classroom environment that is inclusive and ensures that all people, regardless of disability, have access to the same educational opportunities throughout this country. With that, I think that I'm standing between you and your tea break. So I just wanted to congratulate you again on this initiative and say that we're proud to partner on it. And I look forward to this continued collaboration between USAID and India and this activity. Thank you.
We now request Ms. Garg to felicitate the esteemed guests as a mark of our deep gratitude and appreciation.
Thank you. I'll hang this with pride. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you Thank you so much.
We request all the guests to step forward for a group photograph as well.
Very well done. You like it? Yes. Can we just have a group photograph? Yes.
Thank you. Requesting you all to take your seats in the audience.
Now, right now.
I also been told my eyebrows are very expressive.
So, take care into that reading set so you can see that as well. I really enjoyed this.
Now, we're excited to introduce you to Dr. Ghosh and his team members, Mr. Imran Khan and Ms. Ruma Ghosh, who will present an eloquent, interactive session on indigenous orality, performance, and children's language. Requesting Dr. Ghosh and his team to kindly join us on stage.
Dr. Ashish Ghosh, a retired professor of political science, University of Delhi, is a leading advocate of children's theatre in education. He founded Anand in 1989 and has conducted numerous workshops across India since 1986, focusing on arts intervention and community-based drama projects. A key contributor to theatre for young audiences, Dr. Ghosh also played a pivotal role in creating theatre into educational programs in University of Delhi and NCERT.
Mr. Imran Khan has over 25 years of experience in theatre for young audiences and has worked with thousands of children across India and internationally. He is the first Indian to receive the honorary membership from ASSI-TEJ International and is the festival director for Tifli and Pitara, two renowned international children's theatre festivals.
Ms. Ruma Ghosh began her career as a program executive at All India Radio before transitioning full-time into acting and filmmaking. She has worked with renowned directors such as Habib Tanveer and Prakash Jha and was a member of the theatre group Anant. An accomplished storyteller, Ruma has made significant contributions to both theatre and cinema. Dr. Ghosh and team, this stage is yours.
एक सेकंड लेंगे, साउंड चेक करेंगे. हेलो हेलो, ठीक ठाक? नहीं, मैं बहुत तेज हूँ, बैलेंस नहीं है, मुझे हल्का करो. चेक चेक, हेलो हेलो हेलो, एक एक करके पहले मैं करवा लेता हूँ. पहले इसका कम कीजिए. हेलो हेलो, चेक हेलो, पीछे तक आवाज आ रही है सबको? हाँ, नहीं भी आएगी तो बता दीजिएगा, फिर हम माइक पे डिपेंड नहीं करेंगे, हम खुद तेज हो जाएंगे. वैसे हम बहुत तेज हैं. हेलो हेलो,
I think we can do without mic.
नहीं अब लग गए.
हेलो,
Is it okay? Okay.
आ रही है आवाज? हेलो, नहीं आ रही. ये थोड़ा ऊपर करेंगे. हेलो हेलो, चेक. हेलो, चेकिंग. 1 2 3.
Actually,
हेलो हेलो,
हम प्लान कर रहे थे
हेलो।
सीधा गाते हुए अंदर आएंगे, लेकिन अभी ये सब टेस्ट वगैरह करना पड़ रहा है.
हेलो 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 हेलो. अच्छा, हेलो.
हाँ.
अभी ठीक है, पीछे आवाज.
कि माइक भी कुछ कर रहा है.
हाँ,
हेलो 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 हेलो.
थोड़ा सा बैलेंस कर लेना तीनों
तीनों का
voice.
एक साथ.
हाँ, ठीक
बोलिए,
है.
आप बोलिए.
ओके, सब ठीक ठाक?
हाँ, मैं तो ठीक हूँ, आप बताइए. आप लोग ठीक हैं सब? सब बढ़िया?
पता नहीं है,
आप बढ़िया ही रहिए बस.
हेलो.
अब ठीक है.
वो नीचे खिसक जाता है एक्चुअली. एनीवे,
Okay. Actually, to start, we thought that we'll not occupy the stage.
नहीं, हम जाते हैं बाहर, फिर आप मान के चलिए हम लोग नहीं आए.
हाँ.
तो हम फिर से आएंगे. आइए, हम फिर से आते हैं. हम नहीं आए. आइए आइए.
चलो.
चलिए.
सुनो सुनो भाई, सुनो सुनो, सुनो सुनो भाई, सुनो सुनो.
एक कहानी हमारी जुबानी.
सुनो सुनो भाई, सुनो सुनो, सुनो सुनो भाई, सुनो सुनो.
ये एक जंगल है.
अच्छा.
एक गहरा घना प्यारा सा जंगल.
ओह,
इस जंगल में तरह तरह के जंतु जानवर रहते हैं. अपनी अपनी बोली में वो रोते गाते रहते हैं. कुछ तो खुश होकर गाते हैं और कुछ दुखड़े रोते हैं. कुछ दिन भर मेहनत करते हैं, कुछ मस्ती से सोते हैं. कुछ दिन भर मेहनत करते हैं, कुछ मस्ती से सोते हैं.
ये एक मुखड़ा है जो कि we used to, it's a preliminary introduction to a play we created called Raja Ki Khoj, In Search of a King. It's an old 2000-year-old Panchatantra tales, folk tales, stories were put together. You can ask why we did that. I think Vinita was talking about disconnect. I think we tried to somehow connect things. As artists, particularly working with children and for children, it's very important for us to connect. Here we try to connect perhaps these old stories, recontextualized for today. That is one. And then another important thing is that it's a narrative and it's a musical. It's a very simple storyline, but over and above, there are layers in it. So it doesn't matter whether little one enjoys the music or story, but the others can enjoy, dig and more. So that's how I think we started. And we are fascinated with narrative traditions. In India, we had enormous narrative traditions. जिसको हम कहते हैं ना कथावाचन, बांग्ला में हम कहते हैं कौतो कौता, हरिकथा, पांडवानी, to name a few.
तमाशा, आला,
बहुत है।
यूपी में आला, तमाशा महाराष्ट्र में, भोपा भूपी राजस्थान में,
फड़, आंध्रा में बरा कथा, फिर
any from
puppets, रावण छाया in Orissa, Bomalatta in Andhra, then the lyrical traditions, Mapila Pattu, Balu Pattu, मतलब हमारे देश में भरा हुआ है कथावाचन का, नैरेटिव ट्रेडिशन का, कहानी सुनने सुनाने के ट्रेडिशंस, उन सब को लेकर हम चलते हैं हमारे प्रोडक्शंस में, ओरल से रिटन को जोड़ने का, ओरल टेक्स्ट से रिटन टेक्स्ट को जोड़ने का। तो इस तरह से हमने बहुत सारे नाटक किए हैं बच्चों को इन्वॉल्व करते हुए।
जबान से मुतालिक, भाषा से मुतालिक अगर बात करें तो ये जितनी भी हमारी पुरानी कहानियां हैं, चाहे वो पंचतंत्र हो या फिर जातक कथाएं हो या ऐसी जो भी हो, ये सब की सब वो हैं जो कि पहले ओरल ट्रेडिशन से आगे पास हुई है। मैंने आपको सुनाई, आपने आगे किसी और को सुनाई, उसके आगे किसी और ने किसी और को सुनाई, और फिर ऐसे चलते 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 ना जाने कहां से सदियों से चलती हुई यहां पर आ गई। साथ के साथ इसमें अलग अलग वक्त के हिसाब से या फिर जिस कल्चर में पहुंची उस कल्चर के हिसाब से उसमें बदलाव हो गए, भाषा में फर्क आ गया। सेम कहानी तमिल में भी कही जाने लगी, सेम कहानी हिंदी में भी कही जाने लगी, और सेम कहानी बंगाली में भी कही जाने लगी।
हम कभी कभी सोचते हैं जरा ये कैसे आया, ये नैरेटिव ट्रेडिशन कहीं ना कहीं हमारे बीच में, एंड आई थिंक इट गॉट filtered into our minds. Maybe when we recall our childhood, we've seen so much, all of us. And thing is, we selectively, sound is so enormous and so much to see that we do it selectively. Now, when I recall, what did I select? I think I was in a village in Murshidabad, West Bengal. And so much to see all around, from trees to river to snakes, what not. And then outside world was much more interesting than the school. And in fact, I started thinking that why it doesn't interest me, because there is so much here and there, all over. For example, my musical journey started just by listening, from bird sound to musical. Every sound is not music. But then the question comes, what makes a music? And we find that, yes, we heard Kirtan, the narrative tradition of Radha and Krishna. We had Kotho Kotha, the Kathavachan, we had heard so many times. We waited for the jatra, the folk performances to happen at a certain point of time. Even the beggars would come singing. My grandfather would collect all the grandchildren to sing in the evening in devotional music. All these somewhere got registered. And yes, river.
Acha.
Very interesting. Say, at the mid of night, the boatman, after the day's work, will sail down the stream, relaxed and singing. Majibaya jao re, okul doriyar majhe, amar bhanga nao re majhe, baya jao re. You might have heard refrains of this in Hindi cinema also, no? कौन सा गाना है वो?
सुन मेरे बंधु रे,
सुन मेरे बंधु रे, सुन मेरे मितवा, सुन मेरे साथी रे, So all these are there in every village, everywhere. Are we selecting the sounds? Are we listening to them? Are we listening to the children? Most important. We try to do that. And that had been our learning process in the whole journey.
सर का बचपन तो गांव में था, मेरा बचपन पुरानी दिल्ली में था, तो मेरे आसपास उस तरह का नेचर नहीं था जिस तरह के नेचर की बात वो कर रहे हैं। लेकिन जो हमारे आसपास का नेचर था उसका एक अपना अलग मजा था। वहां पर मुहर्रम के महीने में हमें मरसिये सुनाई देते थे, नवरात्र के दिनों में बावाज़े बुलंद लाउड स्पीकर पर जो सुबह से शाम तक भजन चला करते थे, और वो वहां से गुजरते हुए जो नहीं भी गुजर रहा है अपने घर में बैठा हुआ है उसके कानों में पड़ा करते थे, चाहे वो जिस मर्जी मजहब से या जिस मर्जी कल्चर से आया करो। और अगर वो ना भी हो, क्योंकि हम लोग तो उस जनरेशन के हैं ना जहां पर ना इंस्टामार्ट था, ना स्विगी था, ना ही सुपरमार्केट्स थे, ना जोमेटो थे,
मोबाइल ही कहाँ था,
मोबाइल ही नहीं था, टेलीफोन भी नहीं था। तो हम लोग तो बाजार में जाते थे या तो सौदा लेने, या फिर सौदा बेचने वाले हमारी गलियों में आते थे, और उनके जो सुर थे वो हमारे कानों में पड़ते थे। कहीं कोई एक कबाड़ी वाले की आवाज आज भी आपके कान में गूंज रही होगी, कहीं कोई एक खास सब्जी वाला जिसका कुछ एक खास तरह से सब्जी बेचने का तरीका वो आज भी आपके कानों में गूंज रहा होगा। वो ही नहीं, यहां तक के भिखारी, कई मर्तबा तो मेरी दादी एक खास तरह का एक भिखारी था। वो जिस दर्द के साथ हर रोज अपने प्रोफेशन में आगे बढ़ा करता था और जिस तरह से मांगता था, मेरी दादी को हर रोज लगता था कि इस बेचारे को आज कुछ नहीं मिला, और जबकि पता है कि ये रोज यही करता है, लेकिन शायद वो जो उसकी आवाज का वो जो दर्द था, वो जो तरीका था, वो दादी के दिल को छू गया था और मेरे कानों को आज तक छुआ हुआ है। तो चाहे वो नेचर का साउंड हो या फिर लोगों का बनाया हुआ साउंड।
ये इमरान ने पुरानी दिल्ली की बात की। पुरानी दिल्ली का एक बहुत खास ट्रेडिशन होता था जहां फेरी वाले भी अपनी चीज बेचने के लिए कहानी सुनाया करते थे, उनको किस्सा को बोलते थे। वो ट्रेडिशन अब खत्म हो गया है, लेकिन हमें याद है वो कहानियां भी बड़ी बहुत रोचक होती थी। तो हमने अपने नाटक में
rhymes I think very important. We have used rhymes are very important as a stepping stone for learning, language learning, I suppose. And yes, we created plays, entirely one play named Garbad Jhala, entirely based on rhymes.
और
mostly traditional
बहुत ज्यादा वैसे वाले नहीं कि किसी बड़े कवि ने लिखे हैं, वो सब वो जो आप और हमने बचपन से सीखे हैं, याद है ना? अक्कड़ बक्कड़ बम्बे हो 80-90 पूरे 100 में लगा धागा, चोर निकल के भागा, पोशंपा भाई पोशंपा, लाल किले में क्या हुआ, 100 रुपए की घड़ी चुराई, अब तो जेल में आना पड़ेगा।
हम लोग खेला करते थे इन राइम्स पे।
और हो सकता है ऐसे बहुत सारे राइम आप में से भी कई लोग को याद हो, दूसरी भाषाओं में याद हो। याद है किसी को कुछ ऐसा? है?
जरूर
नहीं
होंगे।
बोल नहीं रहा, शर्मा रहे हैं।
Actually, we collected many rhymes and prepared a book, and it was Delhi University had published it for primary level teaching, elementary learning support book. So there are materials. Only one has to recollect. Now, I think let's talk about the particular genre called
टेसू तो पता है ना? मेरा टेसू यहीं अड़ा, खाने को मांगे दही बड़ा। टेसू जगह जगह घूमता है, और टेसू एक छोटा सा पुतला होता है जिसको बच्चे बनाते हैं, एक मुंडी होती है और नीचे 3 टांगे होती हैं, और बच्चे उसको ये गाने गाते हुए एक घर से दूसरे घर लेके जाते हैं और लोगों से बदले में पैसे मांगते हैं ताकि टेसू उनका ख्याल रखे।
तो टेसू की खास बात यह है कि वो स्थिर नहीं रहता एक जगह, वो मोहल्ले मोहल्ले में घूमता है, गांव गांव में घूमता है, और वहां के गाने और ट्रेडिशंस उसके परफॉर्मेंस में जुड़ जाते हैं। तो हमारे गड़बड़ झाला में हमने एक
ये हम सुनाते हैं आपको, ये ट्रेडिशनल है, लेकिन एक कंडीशन है, हम गाते रहेंगे मैं कहीं भी जा सकता हूँ, लेकिन आप लोगों को एक ही सुर में रिपीट करते जाना है।
हमारे साथ गाइएगा और हमें एक ही सुर में गाना है, ये वेरिएशन लाएंगे।
घंटा घर भाई घंटा घर,
घंटा घर भाई घंटा घर,
घंटा घर में 4 घड़ी,
घंटा घर में 4 घड़ी,
चारों में जंजीर पड़ी,
चारों में जंजीर पड़ी,
जब भी घंटा बजता था,
जब भी घंटा बजता था,
खड़ा मुसाफिर हंसता था,
खड़ा मुसाफिर हंसता था,
हंसता था वो बेधड़क,
हंसता था वो बेधड़क,
आगे देखो नई सड़क,
आगे देखो नई सड़क,
अरे नई सड़क में बोया बाजरा,
नई सड़क में बोया बाजरा,
आगे देखो शहर शादरा,
आगे देखो शहर शादरा,
शादरा में लग गई आग,
शादरा में लग गई आग,
आगे देखो गाजियाबाद,
आगे देखो गाजियाबाद,
गाजियाबाद में हुई चोरी,
गाजियाबाद में हुई चोरी,
आगे देखो दिल्ली की मोरी,
आगे देखो दिल्ली की मोरी,
दिल्ली की मोरी पर लटका,
दिल्ली की मोरी पर लटका,
उस पे बैठा
कौन?
सुग्गा।
सुग्गा कौन है, क्या है?
पता है किसी को सुग्गा कौन है?
सुग्गा किसे कहते हैं? तोता। देखा, इतना प्यारा हरा तोता किसी ने कौवा बना दिया उसका यहाँ पर। और बताएंगे किस भाषा में बोलते हैं सुग्गा? अवधी में बोला जाता है। अब अवधी क्या है?
बोली।
बोली। तो हम लोग जब पैदा होते हैं ना, सबसे पहले जिस भाषा से हमारी मुलाकात होती है वो है बोली, जो हमारे घर में बोली जाती है, या हमारे मोहल्ले में बोली जाती है, या हमारे कस्बे में बोली जाती है, या किसी एक प्रांत में बोली जाती है। और इस बोली के साथ जब हम स्कूल पहुंचते हैं और फिर वहां पर हमें मिलती है ग्रामर, और तब वो रूप ले लेती है भाषा का। तो हिंदुस्तान में ऐसी बहुत सारी बोलियां हैं जगह जगह पर, जो कि लिखी तो जाती है देवनागरी में, पर उनका बोलने का तरीका अलग है। इसकी कुछ मिसाल दे सकते हैं आप बोलियों की? गढ़वाली, कुमाऊनी,
अरे
हरियाणवी।
पुरानी दिल्ली का सुना दो एक।
मैं कह रहा था, तुम्हारी समझ नहीं आ रहा है, कब से कह रही हूं, चल ही नहीं रहे हो। और
बात यह है कि ये इसके साथ, ये जो बोली है इसके साथ भाषा को जोड़ना कैसे है, अगेन टू कनेक्ट यू, हाउ टू कनेक्ट देम, एंड देयर इज अ ह्यूज डिस्कनेक्ट. So as an artist, we have the responsibility somewhere find a way to connect. And it's simple, it's not that very complicated. And it is to an extent outside the school structure, which works like this.
हम अपने घरों से, कम्युनिटी से, आसपास से, एनवायरनमेंट से बहुत कुछ सीखते हैं जो स्कूल की सिस्टमेटाइज्ड लर्निंग में नहीं होता है, और वो मेरे ख्याल से हमारे हार्ट को ज्यादा जिंदा करता है रादर देन द इंटेलेक्ट।
तो बोलियों को लेकर हमने भी थोड़ा बहुत काम किया है। हमारा एक और नाटक है, उसका नाम है किस्से। उसके बारे में थोड़ा सा और आगे भी बात करेंगे। बट किस्से में हमारी एक छोटी सी कहानी थी, बड़ी मजे की, और वो एक बोली में थी, आप कह सकते हैं भोजपुरी में थी। बिहार की बोली, बिहार में कई तरह की बोलियां बोली जाती हैं, भोजपुरी बोली जाती है, मैथिली बोली जाती है, और भी अवधी का भी थोड़ा सा हिस्सा वहां पर आता है। तो ये एक बोली में है, और इस कहानी को अभी आपके साथ हम लोग शेयर करते हैं। कहानी थोड़ी लंबी है, हम लोग थोड़ी शेयर करेंगे क्योंकि हमें थोड़ा ही टाइम मिला है, तो हम थोड़ी शेयर करेंगे। बाद में अगर आप जानना चाहें तो पूरी कहानी बाद में मुझसे जान सकते हैं। लेकिन एक शर्त है, इस गाने में, इस पूरे गाने में, इस बोली में आपको साथ देना है। एक ऐसा हिस्सा होगा जहां पर हम लोग मिलकर कोरस गाएंगे।
अच्छा, this is also a connect because we ask children to connect with us, you know. So we have to really find ways how to connect, how to involve.
हाँ, आप लोग भी इन्वॉल्व होइए, क्योंकि देखिए बच्चे तो इतना कनेक्ट हो जाते हैं, इतना ज्यादा हो जाते हैं कि हमें कहना पड़ता है बेटा अब डिस्कनेक्ट हो जाओ। पर आप लोग तो अभी कनेक्ट ही नहीं हो पा रहे हैं। कोशिश कीजिए थोड़ा सा कनेक्ट हो, अपने अंदर का बच्चा निकालिए, देखिए यहीं कहीं मिल जाएगा आपको आसपास। तो शुरू करें? हाँ, तोता।
ये तोते की कहानी, एक तोता था जिसको एक छोटा सा दाल का दाना मिला। अब उसने सोचा कि मैं इस दाल के दाने से आटा बनाकर रोटी बना के खाकर फिर उड़ जाऊंगा। तो इस सोच में उसने उस दाल के दाने को एक चक्की में डाल दिया।
चक्की क्या है?
चक्की क्या है
Anyway,
बताइए
चक्की।
कोई?
हाँ।
तो वो दाल का दाना वो गया चक्की में नहीं गया, वो एक खूंटे में अटक गया। अब तोते ने बहुत चोंच मारी, वो दाना निकला ही नहीं, वो लकड़ी के बीच में फंस गया। अब उसने सोचा मैं क्या करूं, किसके पास जाऊं इस दाने को निकलवाने के लिए? वो किसके पास गया?
तो लकड़ी का काम कौन करता है? कारपेंटर। हाँ, बढ़ई। कारपेंटर सबको याद है, अभी हमें बढ़ई को भूल गए, तो आज बढ़ई को बुलाते हैं।
तो वो बढ़ई के पास गया और उसने कहा,
बढ़ई 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 खुटा चिरो, खुटा में मोर दाल का काल जाई परदेश। बढ़ई बढ़ई खुटा चिरो, खुटा में मोर दाल बा। तो बढ़ई जो था वो बोला,
क्यों मैं तेरा खुटा छेड़ू, मुझको बहुत काम है, तो भाग जा।
बढ़ई ने बेचारे तोते को भगा दिया। अब तोते को आया गुस्सा कि इस बढ़ई की तो कंप्लेन करनी है, तो किससे करे कंप्लेन? कौन बढ़ई से बड़ा हो सकता है? किसके पास? हु इज द हेड ऑफ द कंट्री? राजा। राजा के पास गया तोता और जाके बोला, राजा 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 बढ़ई डांटो बढ़ई ना, खुटा चीरे खुटा में मोर दाल बा। का खाई कापी का ले जाई परदेश। इतना तो गा सकते हैं ना? 1 2 3 गो। का खाई कापी का ले जाई परदेश, राजा बढ़ई डांटो राजा राजा। तो राजा बोला,
अरे तोता, ये दाने के लिए मैं अपने राजपाट छोड़कर बड़े को डांटने जाऊं? हैं? चल चल, घर जा।
राजा ने भी भगा दिया। राजा ने भी नहीं सुनी तोते की। अब तोते को राजा की कंप्लेन करनी है। अब राजा की कंप्लेन किससे हो सकती है? हु कैन बी द हायर अथॉरिटी? अरे सबकी आप बीती निकल आई। वाह वाह, बहुत सही बहुत सही। ठीक है, हम आपकी बात मानते हैं। वैसे तोता कहीं और गया था, पर आप चाह रहे रानी के पास, तो हम रानी के पास चलते हैं। तो रानी के पास जाके तोते ने बोला, रानी 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 राजा छोड़ो राजा ना, बढ़ई डांटे बढ़ई ना, खुटा चीरे खुटा में मोर दाल बा। का खाई कापी काल जाई परदेश, रानी रानी राजा छोड़ो रानी रानी।
चल तोते, तेरे इस दाल के दाने के लिए मैं अपने राजा को छोड़ दूं? कोतवाल!
अरे रानी कोतवाल को बुला रही है। तो तोता वहां से उड़ गया। अब वो महल से निकलने ही वाला था कि तभी उसकी नजर पड़ी एक काला सा सांप। तो उसने क्या सोचा होगा? सांप से कह के कटवा देगा रानी को, इंतकाम ले लेगा। तो उसने सांप को जाके बोला, सांप 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 रानी डसो रानी ना, राजा छोड़े राजा ना, बढ़ई डांटे बढ़ई ना, खुटा चीरे खुटा में मोर दाल बा। का खाई कापी काल जाई परदेश, सांप सांप रानी डसो सांप सांप। तो सांप बोला, रानी को डसूं और उल्टा मैं ही फंसूं? इससे तो अच्छा है तोते मैं तुझे ही डस लूं। तो यहां तक तो एग्जैक्टली कहानी जैसी थी वैसे। अब हम यहां से जाएंगे फास्ट फॉरवर्ड मोड में, क्योंकि आज बहुत कुछ करना है आप लोगों को। तो जब सांप ने मना कर दिया, तो सांप की कंप्लेन लेके तोता गया एक लाठी के पास के, लाठी से बोलेगा कि सांप को मार दो। लाठी ने भी मना कर दिया। तो लाठी की कंप्लेन लेके गया आग के पास के, आग लाठी को जला दो, और आग ने भी मना कर दिया। अब आग की कंप्लेन लेके कहां जाना चाहिए? पानी के पास। तो पानी के पास गया, पानी ने भी मना कर दिया। फिर पानी के बाद वो गया एक हाथी के पास और उससे कहा, हाथी जितना पानी है सब पी जाओ। लेकिन हाथी ने भी मना कर दिया। तो फिर गया एक रस्सी के पास और बोला, रस्सी तुम हाथी को बांध दो। तो रस्सी ने भी मना कर दिया, नहीं मैं नहीं बांध रही। तो वो गया एक चूहे के पास कि चूहे तुम रस्सी काट डालो। तो चूहे ने भी मना कर दिया। उसके बाद वो गया फिर एक
बिल्ली।
नहीं चूहे के कहा जाएगा? चूहे से बदला लेना तो बिल्ली के पास ही जाएगा।
और किसी के पास
नहीं, बहुत प्रोडक्टिव है। ठीक है, बिल्ली के पास गया। तो बिल्ली के पास गया, और तो बिल्ली ने क्या बोला?
मना कर
कुछ
दिया,
आइडिया?
मना कर दिया।
नहीं, बिल्ली चूहे को मना कर ही नहीं सकती। बिल्ली की फेवरेट डिश है चूहा। इट्स लाइक बिरयानी फॉर हर। तो बिल्ली ने कहा चूहा, कहाँ है चूहा? तो एक पूरी लाइन कर लेते हैं ताकि आप लोग को याद हो जाए। तो तोते ने जाकर बिल्ली से कहा, बिल्ली 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 चूहा खाओ चूहाना, रस्सी काटे रस्सी ना, हाथी बांधे हाथी ना, पानी सोखे पानी ना, आग बुझाए आग ना, लाठी जलाए लाठी ना, सांप मारे सांप ना, रानी डसे रानी ना।
देखते हैं याद है या नहीं।
ओके, यहां से लेते हैं। सांप ना, रानी ना, राजा ना, बढ़ई ना, खुटा में मोर दाल बा, का खाए कापी, ताले जाई परदेस। बिल्ली बिल्ली चूहा खाओ बिल्ली बिल्ली। तो बिल्ली बोली चूहा, कहाँ है चूहा? चूहे का नाम सुन के मेरे पेट में चूहे दौड़ने लगे और बिल्ली ने अटैक किया चूहे पे। चूहे ने कहा नहीं नहीं नहीं, मुझे मत खाओ, मुझे मत खाओ, मैं अभी रस्सी काट देता हूँ। रस्सी ने बोला नहीं नहीं नहीं, मुझे मत काटो, मुझे मत काटो, मैं अभी हाथी को मार लेती हूँ। हाथी ने कहा नहीं नहीं नहीं, मुझे मत मारो, मैं अभी पानी पी जाता हूँ। पानी ने कहा अरे मुझे मत पियो, मैं अभी आग को बुझा देता हूँ। आग ने कहा मुझे मत बुझाओ, मैं अभी लाठी जला देती हूँ। लाठी ने कहा नहीं नहीं, मुझे मत जलाओ, मैं अभी सांप को मार देती हूँ। सांप ने कहा मुझे मत मारो, मैं रानी को डस लेता हूँ।
नहीं नहीं, मुझे मत डसो, मैं अभी राजा को छोड़ती हूँ।
मुझे मत छोड़ो। ऐ बड़े, क्या झमेला पका रखा है, चीज दे चल।
तो फिर राजा के कहने पे बढ़ई ने खूंटा चीरा, उसमें से दाना निकाला और दे दिया
तोते को।
तोते को, और तोते को दाना मिल गया।
So this what happens is that so much happens in between. There's no need to specify, but thing is, you have this type of story almost anywhere, going in a chain and coming back in a chain. I have heard in Haryanvi, in Punjabi, and all of you did something on that in
चिल्ड्रन
Korea.
बुक ट्रस्ट की एक किताब है बुढ़िया और कौवा, उसमें भी इसी तरह की चेन है पूरी, जो पहले आगे जाती है और फिर वापस आती है। कहानी का मजा भी है, साथ के साथ एक मेमोरी लेन भी है, साथ जाती है और साथ में आती है।
I think we're coming towards the end. What we have tried to do through our theater and storytelling, basically, as I said, is to connect as much as possible and taking materials from all around us, all over. There's so much. We can tell. I will tell you what our responsibilities are. One is, मैं थोड़ा सा पॉइंट्स लेके के लाया था। एक तो लिंकेज करना पड़ता है, जो कि बार बार बता रहा हूं, बिटवीन ओरल एंड रिटन ट्रेडिशन, बिटवीन टेक्स्ट एंड कॉन्टेक्स्ट, टेक्स्ट को किस तरह से कॉन्टेक्चुअलाइज करें, एंड देन द कोलिक्वियल एंड द स्टैंडर्ड लैंग्वेज, एंड द फॉर्मल लर्निंग एंड टीचिंग टू इनफॉर्मल लर्निंग। आजकल तो लर्निंग का मतलब ही बदल गया। मैं 10 सवाल लर्न कर लिया, forgetting that learning is, I learn what I want to learn. Rest I forget. Exam, that stupid thing called examination. But no one can escape. As theater artists, as people who are engaged with children, I think these linkages must be worked out in so many different ways, and we have to find out our ways.
So one very important word in this is play. Our theater is called play. We play with so many things in life. Children consciously, subconsciously play with things. रंगों से खेलते हैं, सुरों से खेलते हैं, अपने शरीर से खेलते हैं। नेचर ने हम सबको ये थोड़ा थोड़ा दिया हुआ है, इसी को तो हमें नर्चर करना है।
Yeah, and as adults, I think we have the responsibility of introducing arts, because arts is a language which defies and reaches out to as many people as possible in a way. For children, it's a fun way. For adults, it might be entertainment, whatever. But enjoyment is definitely needed. But this enjoyment carries so many other layers also. This is, we want to end with a play that we created together. We always created plays together. It's not one man authority.
So एक और नाटक था हमारा जिसकी हमने बात की, किस्से, जिसकी कहानी अभी हमने आपको सुनाई। उसमें 4 कहानियां थी, 4 अलग अलग ट्रेडिशन की। मैम ने जैसे शुरू में बताया ना कि जो मजमे वाले अपना सामान बेचने के लिए कहानी सुनाते हैं, तो उसकी एक कहानी, फिर एक शाही किस्सा गो जिनको राजा ने रखा है किस्सा सुनाने के लिए, उनकी कहानी, एक फकीर की कहानी, फकीर जिसने सब कुछ अपनी आंखों से देखा है, बनता हुआ देखा है और घटता हुआ देखा है। उसी तरह एक और कहानी ट्रेडिशनल जो हमने तो सुनी है, अब जेनजी के बच्चों के पास वैसी वाली दादी है या नहीं जो कहानी सुनाए, वो नहीं पता। हमारी दादी ने तो बहुत कहानियां सुनाई हैं। तो एक कहानी वो वाली भी जो दादी सुनाया करती थी, और इन सब कहानियों को एक कहानी जोड़ती थी, और वो कहानी थी एक दाने की। अभी आया था ना कि तोते को एक दाना मिला था, उसी तरह ये दाना एक जगह से दूसरी जगह जा रहा है। अलग अलग कहानी में इसका अलग अलग मकसद है। मामूली दाना नहीं, बहुत जरूरी दाना है। और शायद यही चीज हम अपने इस गाने में भी कहना चाहते हैं कि मामूली है पर बहुत जरूरी है।
ये जब दाना शब्द आएगा आपको साथ साथ गाना पड़ेगा। दिस इज द रिफ्रेन, ओके? दाना ही दाना, 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 दाना ही दाना। जब कुछ नहीं था ये दाना, दाना फूटा लाखों दाना। कुछ नहीं था ये दाना, दाना फूटा लाखों दाना। दाना ही दाना, दाना ही दाना, दाना ही दाना, दाना ही दाना। सूरज भी दाना, चंदा भी दाना, तारे भी दाना, दाना ही दाना। सूरज भी दाना, चंदा भी दाना, तारे भी दाना, दाना ही दाना। दाना ही दाना, दाना ही दाना, दाना ही दाना, दाना ही दाना। दूर से देखो, दूर से देखो दुनिया भी दाना, दुनिया के ऊपर दाना ही दाना, दाना ही दाना, दाना ही दाना, दाना ही दाना, दाना ही दाना। दाल भी दाना, चावल भी दाना, मकई भी दाना, गेहूं भी दाना। दाल भी दाना, चावल भी दाना, मकई भी दाना, गेहूं भी दाना। दाना ही दाना, दाना ही दाना, दाना ही दाना, दाना ही दाना। अपने अंदर झांक के देखो, अपने अंदर झांक के देखो, सिर्फ बच्चों का नहीं, हर एक। अपने अंदर झांक के देखो, सोच का एक छोटा सा दाना। दाना ही दाना, दाना ही दाना, दाना ही दाना, दाना ही दाना। इन दानों को भूल न जाना, दाने पाकर फूल न जाना। इन दानों को भूल न जाना, दाने पाकर फूल न जाना। दाना ही दाना, 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 दाना ही दाना। थैंक यू। Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh and the team for that incredible session. Your expertise and approach truly enriched our understanding of the powerful role that orality plays in shaping language and identity. Thank you for bringing these concepts to life in making it not just informative but also interactive. We would now like to invite Mr. Shakti Prata Sen, Senior Director Programs, Room to Read India, on stage to felicitate Mr. Ghosh, Mr. Khan, and Dr. Ghosh as a mark of our gratitude and appreciation.
We request you all to step forward for a group photograph as well.
इसमें पतंग है। पतंग से रिलेटेड भी कुछ वर्ड हैं,
इसमें बहुत कुछ है।
आइबो,
इसमें मछली है, बंगाली हो तो पता।
थैंक यू।
शुक्रिया।
Thank you so
very
much. With that, we will now break for a short tea break. Please feel free to enjoy some refreshments in the lobby area. We encourage you to take this time to connect with fellow attendees and visit the interactive wall at the back and also display kiosk outside the hall. We will reconvene at 12:40 to continue with the rest of today's session. Thank you.
A panel that you will find insightful, invigorating, and debating various things in various deep and nuanced ways. So let me first invite the panelists onto the stage. First, I invite Dr. Sunita Singh. She's the Associate Professor and Dean at the School of Education Studies, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University. Dr. Sunita Singh holds a PhD degree in Language and Literacy from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. Dr. Singh has published internationally and served as an editorial board member and reviewer for global journals. At School of Education Studies, she teaches courses in language and literacy and early childhood curriculum. Thank you. Let's have a round of applause, please. Next, Dr. Suniti Sanwal. Dr. Suniti Sanwal is head of the Department of Elementary Education at NCERT, New Delhi, a position she has held since 2018. With over 3 decades of experience in child development, early childhood education, and vocational education, Dr. Sanwal has made significant contributions to these fields through her extensive work in curriculum development, research, and teacher training. Thank you. Dr. Rekha Sharma Sen. Dr. Rekha Sharma Sen is a professor and director at the School of Continuing Education, IGNOU, New Delhi. She holds a PhD in child development from the University of Delhi and specializes in early childhood care and education, disability, creativity, and gender in open and distance learning. Dr. Sen has developed and coordinated programs in early childhood and inclusive education at IGNOU and has authored numerous publications, including research articles and educational materials for NCERT and CBSE. She's also served as the chair professor at Jamia Millia Islamia, where she taught a master's course and conducted research in early childhood development. The next panelist is Shubhra Chatterjee. Shubhra Chatterjee is the director and co-founder of Vikramshila, not-for-profit organization established in 1989. Under her guidance, Vikramshila currently works with several state governments on early childhood education and foundational learning in the areas of curriculum development, developing resources for teachers and children, and training teachers and teacher educators. She started her career as a Montessori teacher and is passionate about working with young children in under-resourced communities to help them give a head start in life. A round of applause, please. Sonali Khan. Sonali Khan is the Managing Director of Sesame Workshop India.
don't recall anybody, sitting on a bicycle and just, driving or riding it, or sitting in a car and just driving. I don't think anybody, will trust an adult to sit in a car ki ab jao. So why is it when it comes to literacy, we expect children to be perfect? Why do we not recognize that when we want children to learn literacy, whichever way it is defined, uh, sometimes very narrowly as only as reading and writing, why do we expect children to be able to copy from the board without knowing any meaning? Why should that be a definition? Where is the process for that? So that is one. Coming back to emergent literacy, so when I say looking at the process, what I mean is that taking into consideration the oral language of the child, and in terms of the oral language, kind of looking in, and also from outside to in, and also from inside to out. And when I say oral language, their oral language includes the culture, the sociocultural context the child is bringing in, and also uh, it could be in terms of the different kinds of process the child is using. Uh, One very good example of emergent literacy, and I think somebody mentioned in the morning session, storybooks, or using voiceless picture books, as they are, able to construct their own story. So that is a very beautiful example of doing emergent literacy. So very quickly, I will come to the other two terms that you are saying. Uh, so reading readiness kind of goes, in the opposite grain of what emergent literacy is, because reading readiness actually, uh, for those of us who have, you know who talk about early literacy, emergent literacy, reading readiness was something, in terms of seeing that the child is ready to read at some point, which is, kind of opposite of looking at the process. And for a child, the process is very, very important. And the moment we talk about oral language, we are establishing connection, so on, so forth. So that is your reading readiness. Uh, and a lot of activities which are typically imagined when we talk about reading readiness are not really activities for early literacy. Those are actually more of, maybe fine motor skills, maybe about some kind of an audio discrimination, so on, so forth. The third term that you're talking about, school readiness, and I think school readiness is a broader term, uh, uh, not specifically linked to one or the other. And school readiness is something, which includes the school, the home of the child, and the child also. So it is also not about, just doing an assessment or just looking at a child, at how a child is doing, and making some kind of a judgment that the child is ready for school or not. The onus also is on the schools and the parents. Are the parents ready for school? Are the schools ready for the child? So I think school readiness that way is a holistic concept, but should not be seen as, specifically related to early literacy or emergent literacy.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you. We would be happy to listen more. If I just shift to Dr. Smriti Sarwal. I mean, ma'am, in this particular context, when you're creating curriculums, you're creating lots of policy documents, and as well as professional development documents for NCRT, for the apex body, or for the NOE. I mean, that is a view that you have to take from the top about all university that exist in our classrooms. I'm not even talking about social linguistic diversities and etc. I mean, they are there. But even if we look at classrooms in India, it's a diverse construct.
Just tell us
a little about your journey to be able to create a curricular framework for early learning as you are envisaging now.
So again, thank you, Shakti ji, and thank you to Room to Read for this opportunity. So I think I would start right from the Nipun Bharat when we were doing. So there is to be a program for literacy and numeracy which would start from grade 1. And when we were doing Nipun Bharat, there was a lot of debate that foundational literacy and numeracy has to start from grade 1 or from preschool. And so a lot of convincing took place to say that if it is foundational, it has to start from preschool. And that is where you see that 5 years earlier, 6 years, and now 5 years in a continuum, we started doing the learning outcomes in Nipun Bharat. So that is, of course, yes, that this is a challenge, but the larger question is that if not teach ABCD, or what you say, the learning outcome for the reading readiness, that knowing the alphabets, knowing the numbers, if you don't teach that, then what do you teach? That is the question. And that we tried to answer through the preschool curriculum, through the guidelines that we developed for the preschool, and then a lot of understanding in the Nipun Bharat document that we did. So we started doing that groundwork and started, telling the master trainers, like we work only with the master trainers. We did a lot of workshops with the states, and sort of tried to realize the importance of the continuum and looking at from grade 3 now, because now after NEP, that 3 years has been a part of the foundational stage. So looking at the entire foundational stage as one unit is what we worked on. And so yes, it is difficult that we have to take into account all kinds of diverse population is there. But then we work with a lot of states, with a lot of NGOs who work at the ground, and that's how we get ideas to include all of that in our documents. So I think that is where the strength lies, that we work with the states, we work with the CRTs, and whatever document is done at the national level, we have the inputs coming in from the experts, from the people who are working at the ground, from the CRTs, and that's how we are able to cater to the diversity.
Maybe just a little more elaboration. For example, what kind of a framework for early learning do you envisage? Like, how comprehensive do you want it for India? In the sense that, so India is a traditional society which has, so whenever any learning has happened, for thousands and thousands of years, it has started with, akshara matra and dhvani varna naam abhyasa shiksha. This is the Taittiriya Aranyaka talking about it. So it's dhvani and varna, uska abhyas, yahi sab chal raha hai. And at the same time, and Dr. Ghosh was talking about it today, I mean, he performed about it, that there's this huge orality that has existed in the society. But whenever, we are coming back here, probably we create very partial images of what can happen in the classroom. I think, this time you have tried to build a link between what's outside the classroom and what's inside the classroom. If you could kindly talk about that a bit.
So I think, and as I said, the first question was like, what is to be done if not? So we've come out with the Jadui Petara that we have done. And what Professor Kaul was mentioning earlier. So one was the continuum, another is the holistic development. We have the domains of development outlined, and every activity that we have done is mapped to that. And so it starts, so there is like, we do have, and alphabet cards, but it is more on picture reading posters. We have the Barkha series, graded reading series in there. We have a lot of focus on sequential thinking, seriation, sound symbol correspondence, one-to-one correspondence, pre-number concepts. I mean, these are all skills that you need to do before formally taking the literacy and numeracy. And through the Jadui Pitara, we tried doing all of that mapping and trying to give all those like the sound discrimination, the visual discrimination cards that Professor Kaul was talking about, the seriation, classification, matching, sorting, all of those kinds of hands-on material has been put in there to give it to the teachers and the practitioners. And we are constantly training online, face-to-face, to the master trainers and to the practitioners for that.
Right. Thank you. If I could go to Rekha ji next. Because I have this is a curiosity that I have, and let me put it that as a question to you at this particular point, that there is a lot of good work happening in the country. It is being done by the government. It is being done by the non-government practitioners like us. It is being done by teacher communities. There are quite a few people, quite a handful of people who are doing real good work around early learning in India, and that's visible to us. But when you look at the larger reality of teachers in the classrooms all over India, if you look at the kind of pre-service learning that they're getting, there is often a kind of a knowledge gap. I mean, from that perspective, from an institutional perspective, where you're sitting, from an institutional perspective, what would you think those gaps are and how to bridge them a bit, if you could?
So thanks to Room to Read for inviting, and it's been a great learning since morning. You were saying good work's happening, no doubt. But I would just like to draw your attention, good work happening since when? 2009, 2010 is the time that I see that there has been a synergy between the early learning community sector and the rest of the education, which includes all the people in the literacy field. So this entire new learning which is happening is just about 10 to 15 years old. You're quite right. It has permeated in what I would say the first strata where anything should permeate. That is the academia, the researchers, the practitioners. Uh, it will take time for it to percolate down. It hasn't really, though of course you could say that the training programs that NGO conducts or even the government conducts for its training. But how much have they been, or how many people have they been able to reach? So there is a time gap which needs to be out there. In this pyramid, there are two or three thoughts that I have in two or three different directions. Let us assume that the situation now, I think one of the first thing that needs to be done is that the teacher educators themselves, those who will be teaching in these pre-service training institutions or the in-service training institutions, they need to be got on board with all of this entire thinking. And I'm not really sure whether we have, as a country, thought of any short-term training programs for the teacher educators. So I don't really think we are there. I think right now, whatever training is happening is really a direct between this, the upper academia or the think tank who's got it now all right, and down to the people on the ground. But people who are really teaching in the, in various teacher training institutions haven't really quite got it. And perhaps you need shorter modules, could be MOOCs, could be online, where you are taught how to teach further in your institution. So I think that's one very big gap area that I find. Another thing which I felt, I mean, we all know about this 4-year integrated teacher education program. We know that I think 15 institutions in the country are implementing the ITEP for the secondary, right? Nothing has been implemented as yet for the pre-primary and primary. But I did look at the NCTE website. Till about 2014, I was quite familiar with the NCTE website with Professor Kaul being there on the committee, and I used to be a part of that committee. I saw the ITEP pre-primary and primary primary, what they call. And the norms which are there on the NCT website, the latest norms available on the NCT website are 2019. Till 2014, till where I was aware, the teacher training used to be, and it still is, I'm talking in terms of NCT norms, is the 2-year diploma in preschool education. It had a huge component of what is child development. I was just looking at the norms and standards for ITEP for pre-primary and primary, and I took a picture on my phone. I couldn't take a printout. Any institution which starts this ITEP pre-primary, who are the people they will recruit as teacher educators? So there will be an associate professor or a professor who can be from the social sciences and also from the sciences, etc. But look at the people who will be assistant professors. So for one thing, in the pre-primary and pre-primary and primary, I don't understand why the ITEP should have an arts and a science stream, right? Who are the teachers you will be recruiting? So if it's a art stream, you will be recruiting a lecturer or an assistant professor in history, geography, political science, economics, English, Hindi, or modern Indian languages, communicative skills in English, communicative skills in modern Indian languages, educational studies. I was just thinking in in the earlier part when Dr. Vinita Kaul said that early, and her words were that early childhood education, the continuum. I'll just quote a little bit. Just let me turn my pages. Yeah. Children learn holistically, experientially, and cumulatively. If this is going to be the, recruitment list of our assistant professors who are in specific disciplines, are we really going to be able to do justice to a preschool education curriculum out there? I mean, I can reread the list for you. And in the science stream, the corresponding list is physics, chemistry, biology. इसमें हमें प्री स्कूल और प्राइमरी की पढ़ाई के लिए एटलीस्ट क्या करना है? And as I was thinking through, I found another sort of a lack of convergence, and that is because we work sequentially. This ITEP program came in before we did the NEP 2020. In NEP 2020, we clubbed the educational ladder as foundational, preschool, and foundational. But your ITEP prepares you for pre-primary and primary, that is up to class 5. Would it not be, would somewhere our preschool education get submerged, once again going by the type of lecturers you would recruit, assistant professors, with the primary? Ought there to be a re-envisioning of the ITEP as an ITEP for foundational stage? And allow me to say, this is the first time I'm articulating these thoughts even to myself. So I'm really not even sure I'm on the right track. I mean, this is the first time I'm just saying this out because I saw this and I was really thinking that, was it not better to have our own dedicated 2-year preschool program where we actually did look at the child holistically and ensconced all these entire skills of literacy, numeracy, etc., within our larger framework of child development? So I'm not really sure. I mean, this program has not been out in the country. I tried to search on the web for the syllabus of pre-primary and primary. I could not find the syllabus of pre-primary and primary, but the norms and standards of NCTE, I do not think do justice to the sector of pre-primary education within this larger ITEP. So this to me is a point of worry. It seems it may be far easier to include the components that we want to include in the pre-service component of our 2-year standard, program. That's one thing. And just I'll conclude by saying my third point. Whenever as an institution you are making a curricular framework, you need some resources. And I was just thinking that there is a lot of good work done by all the institutions, which you mentioned. People are launching their own programs, people have recorded videos, and it's out there. None of it is available as an open educational resource? Yeah, except IGNOU's own programs. Right? So I think somewhere we really need to take the view that knowledge is there for everyone to see. And I will only quote my own teacher, whom I owe everything to, Dr. Anlakshmi. And when we would make the programs at IGNOU, we found that the universities were taking our own courses. And once I told one of my colleagues that look for some child development book written by a man. And she did, because most of us are women who are writing on it. And she did, and she said, "Ma'am, mil gayi, mil gayi." So I said, okay, batao. And we found that in between the cover page, there was the entire IGNOU material, and that name was by the two men. But I remember my ma'am saying that imitation is the best form of compliment you can get. So I am really, what I want to suggest is that could we have a repository where I want to devise a curriculum. Probably I don't even know what is the reading list I should offer.
I'm about to ask.
So can you please put up a repository where people can contribute by putting up reading list, by putting up papers, by these wonderful videos which you have shot in the classroom, make them available as open educational resources, so that if I want to craft my own syllabus, I at least don't do a wrong thing about it. I mean, I can equally take books which are, correct or not correct, or at least I don't know them in a graded way. So I think this one contribution, if Room to Read could, or maybe the entire consortium could think about something like that, that's the way knowledge will percolate. Otherwise, it's going to take, whatever time. And I think, in a way, the open education system in the country functions by itself. It's looked upon with suspicion. Though many of the courses of the Open University are used by the people in the conventional system. I think it is time to recognize the legitimacy of the open and distance education system, and for conventional system, etc., to work together. Otherwise, you're never going to be able to reach the numbers that you have. 15 states as of date do not even have institutions to run the 2-year preschool education diploma. Forget the ITEP, which according to me now what it would be. I am dreadful of the ITEP. If this is the type of lecturers you will recruit to teach the ITEP, there is no, person over there who can teach child development per se. So what's going to happen? I think this is really something which needs a rethinking. And to me, it was a shocker when I saw we are just thinking ITEP aa gaya, and I thought what a great thing. But when I look at the norms, doesn't seem to be that great. I'm sorry if that sounds controversial and subversive.
So this is, so we had originally planned, looking at the time, we had originally planned 2 questions per panelist. So I'll stick to that. So the question I'm going to ask Rekha is question 1.1. The second question still remains. And I'll ask you, but I would be happy if anybody takes that up also, as part of the discussion. For example, so this is a major, question that I've also had, which is like, okay, so we are, you're talking about a reading list. What is a reading list that teachers in India should be going through if they are planning to teach or planning to deal with early years? That's the question. I completely understand. I also wanted to know, is there a way to bring in the knowledge that has been created and collected by implementation agencies, practitioners? I think it is time we recognize that stream of knowledge as a valid stream of knowledge, and not just only, which is coming through an university, through a certain experimental or quasi-experimental research. So a lot of knowledge that has been created by the sector should also start figuring out in the university. I think we should do that. But have you seen anything like that happening in India? Anything like that? Even there is a discussion about this. This is to Rekha, but to everyone as well.
Yeah, so I'll just quickly say my share of it. I don't really think that we have come together in that sense. You have various, some things up there on the online platforms. They're probably the efforts of the government or, some states to put up something, but in a very, a very planned way. For us to create a curriculum or a course out of the learning of the implementing organization, or even a short thing, like even the performance which we had just now, could that be converted into a course for somebody who wants to learn to use theater as a way to reaching out to teaching literacy? Can that be a collaborative effort between any of the state open universities or even the national university, or anything like that? Maybe you want to say.
Just like to add. So we were doing a program with different states. So there was a teacher from Chhattisgarh. He came up to me and said कि मैडम आप बताओ करना क्या है? रूम टू रीड वाले कुछ बोलते हैं, प्रथम वाले कुछ बोलते हैं, एनसीईआरटी वाले कुछ बोलते हैं, and many other technical partners. So what has happened is that states have MOUs with a lot of agencies. And as you're saying, we are not really collaborating. Everyone has their own agenda as such. I mean, so everyone claims that children have poor learning outcomes and they did an intervention and the learning outcomes have improved, but children are where they were, you know. So I think what you're saying, that collaboration is extremely important, because in the field it is also creating a lot of chaos for the teachers, because every time, if there are different multiple partners, different having different pedagogies, different resources, everyone wants to, you know, bring in their resources. So what is a teacher supposed to be doing? So I mean, that is again one issue that I just want.
I'll just make one very brief point related to this. One thing we have to remember is that, uh, and probably this is something which has not gained too much popularity in the Indian context, especially given because you're even asking this question. So if you look at research in early literacy, emergent literacy, when we are doing research, the first step of doing research with young children, we are also trying to document not only what they are reading and writing and their oral language, but also how they are doing it. So we should also not forget that whatever knowledge we have gained about the process of reading and writing, we have gained by observing and working with children doing that, and we tend to forget that.
Right. Please, please. If you want to add, Sonali, we'll come back to you, but please do add.
So I think you raised a really a critical point, Suniti, about a lot of players there and lots going on. So just to add to it, like whenever you create, say, the training learning material, you have to give a preface. It has to be aligned with NCF, Nipun, National Education Policy. If there is a state policy, so there are 5 documents to which you will align your TLMs before you can introduce them, just for the sanctity of the process. So to your point, it's, I feel sometimes it's an evolutionary process. Thinking has evolved. How do we sort of take all of them along? And also to a level that the resources are limited. So sometimes partners like us will reach the least served communities first, where maybe there is nothing there that is the resources are available, and therefore you reach there, you try and provide quality TLMs, or you provide quality classroom experience, you try to train and capacity build. So I think there, if we can see how alignment can happen at sort of a national level, how we can work at a state level, at a district level, at a block level, and most critically, I think the last served, or the last mile, as sometimes we call it. So I think that then becomes some of those complexities which we deal with, at a very personal level, when a teacher or an Anganwadi worker will tell you this problem, versus sort of at a more sort of a remote area where very few probably are reaching any resources. So I think we are dealing with that complexity as well.
Right.
I think another
Yeah, please.
So another thing is scaling up. You know, we do very good work in pockets, as she's saying. So how do we scale up? That is again a challenge.
Yes, of course. I mean, coming back to all of you, if I could, I mean, to Shubhradi now. Shubhradi, it's in this particular context. So there is this issue of scaling up. There is a system which is scaling up a curriculum, a process, a product, and there is a community which is acting as the premises as to where is this happening. And suddenly you see that there are diverse things coming to this particular space over a period of time. This is exactly what Suniti was talking about. So it could be about multiple agencies, it could be about multiple views of how learning should happen. I mean, I'm sorry for this very personal question to you. So, I mean, what are you, I mean, as a very senior educationist in the country, what are your dilemmas when you see that there is so much of often conflicting viewpoints that exist in a system about what should the children be taught and what, according to you, is a way forward?
It's a very difficult question. Let me try to answer. Uh, One is obviously, too many organizations working in one geography, whereas, so we tried to do a mapping once to identify the gaps and overlaps. So if in a particular block there are 6 NGOs, in the very next block there are none, so can it be divided? We have had dialogues but not resulted in anything concrete. That is one. And then the matter of resources. I'm just hypothetically saying that this particular school, 3 organizations come and they have their own curriculum package. The teacher is very confused, as Suniti ji was saying, कि हम इसका पढ़ाएं, and ends up teaching nothing. And then बोलती है हमारा textbook भी करना है. So that is a dilemma that we don't know. But the other dilemma that happens is, I was just thinking from all that has been said since by Sunita and Suniti ji, uh, about this whole thing of school readiness. Abhi ka jo hai na, these loose terms being interpreted by different people in different ways. To a certain officer sitting there, school readiness means aap ka se ye tak padha do. So you have gone, you have made the trouble of, and that the wish of that particular very powerful individual sitting there, the whims. The English padhana hai, that is school readiness. This is school readiness. This is school readiness. And aap jo kara rahe hain, and the whole 2 years of work just goes out of the window. And we have to accommodate certain things. So this is one is, I think the bureaucrats and all, they need to be, I'm sorry to be so blunt, but sometimes they need to be kind of sensitized and oriented that what these terms mean. And even about something like early literacy, early reading and writing. So, ever since NEP, when this 5 years foundational was suggested, people like Dr. Professor Call, they have been warning कि formalization नहीं हो जाए pre-primary का. Instead of the other way around, which NEP is suggesting कि classes 1 and 2 में play-based करो, that kind of interactive learning karo, it might lead to, and I see the danger, because this early literacy and early numeracy is again kind of a reductionism is taking place. And it depends on that particular organization who is implementing it, or the particular, I don't know, the donor. So they have got their own ideas, and high time we need to have such discourses and have the meanings clear. What do we mean? Like Sunita was saying, process. And I have even heard like people who train on early literacy, a bag of activities. So, but they may not add, and they, in a way, everything is a preparation. I mean, indirectly, all the activities, they contribute to early literacy development. But it has to be done and that is where your science of reading comes in also. To have an understanding of kaun sa process, kaun sa sequence, kya dale, kya nahi dale. Just a bag full of activities se hota nahi hai kuch. But in my mind, there are 5-6 things that are very important for literacy. Ek hai vocabulary, ek hai verbal reasoning, फिर फोनोलॉजिकल अवेयरनेस, फोनेमिक अवेयरनेस. इसका जो हर एक जो चीज 6-7 जो कंपोनेंट है लिटरेसी का, देयर आर ब्यूटीफुल प्ले बेस्ड एक्टिविटीज in ECE, but either they are done in a haphazard manner or the person doing it has no understanding of the process of early literacy. तो ये कराते हैं लेकिन we don't see the impact. So we need to get these things straight in our understanding, and there a lot of cobwebs are there. They have to be cleared till we find a way forward.
Very interesting. Sonali ji, one of these concepts, I mean, here, when we started, we were talking about these interchangeable terms like emergent literacy, school readiness, and etc., etc. The other terminology that I get to hear, and probably I do not know what has happened to the semantics of that term, reductionism or what, is the method of play. I mean, if you could just elaborate for us conceptually, what does play mean?
Good question, because I think there is the whole seriousness about play, and as Sesame, we are super serious about play, though it should be all fun, which it is. So just to say, children, I think this was made in point was made in the morning also, that play is something that children do intuitively. They play naturally. That's something they learn so many things through, whether they are socialization, team building, personal relationships, and multiple other things. So very recently, when as SME we use play, that's our DNA. But to understand what generally play is understood as is jao मैदान में खेलो, play football, play cricket, play ludo. But how does play get integrated into learning? That is a very key component that we really need to think about. Play itself, I mean, here all experts are sitting. So, play itself, you have child-led play, you have adult-led play, you have structured play, you have unstructured play. How do you integrate all of this into the process of learning? So I think that is the most critical aspect that one would really like to bring into the room today. So when you're thinking of literacy, for example, again, I think it was really interesting to hear that we are talking about pre-literacy. Literacy is something that you start from zero, from when you're 1 year old, then you enter preschool, then you're going into primary school. How do you factor that in? Then how does play feature in this? Like the mother or the father or a caregiver, they are beginning with helping the child build vocabulary. I remember playing with my kid and saying, hey, objects starting with letter R. Look around the room and tell me. So you're already inculcating play in vocabulary building, depending on what age they are. Or you're saying, and we do it sometimes very naturally, and children are like, okay, where is this object? Like, where is this object starting with R? So the child starts really building that vocabulary. Initially, you sort of build with saying, touch your nose. So the child will say, okay, start recognizing body parts, say for a 3-year-old. So we are already using play. So it's very sort of seamlessly there. Then you structure play. That is, you say, okay, now we want to bring in play pedagogy into, say, vocabulary building in pre-primary. So then you start looking at your training learning material. What are the assets there? And that's where the story gets undone. Because then when you go into an Anganwadi, it becomes rote-based learning. बच्चे ने कविता बोल दी, बच्चे ने जो सिखाया है rote based सिखा दिया. But to get that critical thinking of the child going, the child observing, which are the skills we need to really inculcate, and that is what play can so significantly do. So as content developers, where I think where maybe we can look at the pathway is to really think of building the skills of the child. Observation, creative thinking, rationalization, problem solving, and then you create those TLMs which build those skills that allow that child to reason. So if I think we all make story ponds, like everybody makes story ponds, but it has so many fascinating uses. Then you allow the child to again in our thing, play cannot, we cannot be judgmental, we cannot be, there's no right or wrong. Many a times our education, the way we are teaching, is there's a right and there's a wrong. So you get it right or you don't get it right. But when that child is progressing, they may, like, articulation is a problem. I may mispronounce a word. I may come up with my own pronunciation for a word. How do you take the child on that journey? I think this is where, as educationists, sometimes we falter. The eagerness to get it right, the eagerness to finish a curriculum, the eagerness to sort of get the job done versus inculcating a lifelong learner. So I think when I come back to play, and where you said, let's sort of deconstruct the word play, I think it's the easiest term. Children do it naturally. It's for us to see how we can inculcate it. So whatever training learning material we create works through the child's natural, I could say, what comes very naturally to the child. And that is where play becomes most effective. And I think that's where we can then test the product, like, or test the book, or test the thing. And last point I want to make, play is always experiential, and therefore the learning is progressive. And that is the most critical thing for us to understand and play. So you in an Anganwadi or something where there is a multi age classroom. So you have a 3-year-old, you have a 4-year-old, you have a 5-year-old, and then how does that
that progression really pan itself out. So I think that's where I would say for us, when we look at play, how do you really make it meaningful for each age group? How do you make it work to the child's most natural predilection that the child will do? And that therefore your tools, whatever you're introducing into that sort of ecosystem, has to, the test is that. And I think where I'm sort of taking this conversation is moving away from the football, and that the child is doing the physical activity and all, but bringing it into the classroom, into learning, and particularly reading. I think a lot of times children, will have fear of reading also, like just as much because you're putting so much pressure on the child to articulate the word, like abhi ye, chote akshar seekho, chota sentence padho, and then the child just does it through rote.
Absolutely. So I've been given a chit which says 5 minutes more. And since they have pointed it twice, I'll take that as 10. And I don't give way so easily. So wait. So here is a question that I want to ask Sonali, but but with Sonali, I would want to ask everyone, because that I think this is one of the major gap areas in the early learning that I can see very clearly, which is on assessments. What kind of assessments? So whenever we look at assessments for grades 1 and 2, you see a fight between how can you shred literacy into benchmark into 20 words in grade 1 and 40 words in grade 2, which make no sense actually. But well, I mean, it's just a caricature of the global proficiency framework. But I mean, that framework is fine, but we often shed it not knowing what we are shedding. And then we can also see the kind of formative continuous assessments that happen in early childhood years, which are very difficult to scale up. Is there a way to have some sort of a convergence between these two domains of assessment? I mean, just think about it, and anybody, please, Suniti ji, anyone.
I think this is a tough one. I think as a parent, as someone who is now heading Sesame, as all of us, I think, and going through life being assessed all the time, I think it's the most fearful thing that you're going to be assessed, unless you're of course top of class. So just to say, I think coming back to the more serious matter of assessment, I think we are a little wary of the word assessment for the younger children. I mean, that is a given. I mean, we're talking about holistic assessment, and then we're talking about all kinds of things. Grades 1 and 2, you've already put the problem. So as such, we are a little wary, because I think it creates its own problem. And I think also Dr. Kaul has left, but then does it lead us into a more structured, more formalized approach as such? But again, then should we not assess? Yeah, what is the progress of the child? If the child is meeting those quote unquote LOs or learning outcomes, is the child's is the age appropriate goals being achieved? Is whatever that should we not assess? So I think we are in that conundrum. But at the same time, I think where we really need to think about assessment is, where I would say, is what are we assessing at that early age? And I think that becomes a very critical factor, because if you're only assessing for reading proficiency, and we say that is the easiest to assess, so year on year we do these large scale surveys and say a child in grade 2 cannot read grade 2 appropriate, or a child in grade 8 cannot read grade 2 appropriate. Therefore, then we've already spoken about the reductionist approach, when the whole effort of the education system, parent et al, will be towards building that proficiency and whatever it takes. So I think that becomes a tricky one. So I think for us at Sesame, we would focus a lot on looking at conceptual. And I think we spoke, and I think Suniti also spoke, I think Shubhra also spoke. What are those concepts, whether it is pre-literacy concepts, pre-numeracy concepts? Most people don't even understand this, just to flag it. Sleeping lines, standing lines,
this line, that line, and we don't even link up these aspects that will lead to, and I'll come back to literacy, like holding the book correctly, identifying that it has some letters on it. So that's all the process of a child. We are not looking at that. So I would say that first, let's get the assessment of our process before we start assessing the child. I think that, I would say, is the most critical, and I think that I would really like to bell that cat. Let's assess our process before we assess the child. And I think that is a significant gap, because otherwise you're expecting the child to deliver on something which we are not equipping the child with. So I would really want to push that on the table. Otherwise, we are going down a rabbit hole.
Yeah, so large scale assessment in ECE is a problem area, but I have personally used two tools. One is by CSET, that was developed, the School Readiness Instrument, and the second by APU, the Early Learning Assessment. And to some extent, we looked up, because when we started this work on assessment, I'm taking a slightly different line from you, because it is pragmatic, you have to do at some point of time. So we looked at IDELA, and we looked at some of the tools developed in Canada and all the countries. I found these two tools fairly good that are available in India, but the only problem is time. It's very time intensive, takes about 45 minutes per child. So you cannot have it large scale. But yes, the good thing about the APU tool is that it is longitudinally and cross sectionally. You can do it. So at some point of time, we have to really give some thought, and I'm hoping that NCRT will take it up. We do not have anything large scale, but it is also needed. And I have found them to be very activity based, play based, so non-threatening to a child. Yeah, I mean, and the way you use it and what you use it for, that's something, if you make it very high stake, then it's a problem. Just to,
Yeah, I don't disagree. At SESME, we use the same tools, because there are no other tools, right? So we all reference tools, we reference standard tools. So that there is no, so if you're doing, say, if you're tracking the child's learning outcomes and you're tracking them longitudinally, then there are these only tools that you can use. So fully in sync with her. But I think also, as you're rightly saying, then it becomes at a small scale, because you're not able to scale it up. So also at an early stage, therefore, then what do we assess? Where should we put our focus on, so that we can hope for better outcomes?
Right. Yeah, please. Yeah.
So, to me, it seems a bit of a mid path, in the sense that I think the foundational years, from the perspective of the child, would need to stay on the formative assessment bit at the local level. You need to find out the system's health, which you can do sample surveys and find out. And I mean, once again, a subversive comment. Why do we have, going by what Sonali said, why do we have children's report card? Why don't we take out teacher's report card up to class 2? Is teacher ne theek nahi padhaya? Why do we need to do that? Get the parent teacher meeting to discuss the child. So formative assessment is what would work. We are not looking at large scale assessment in the area of early childhood at all. And whatever are the learning outcomes set at the end of, and what even in terms of the NCF, it says learn to read by grade 3. Now, I mean, as Lata ji famously interprets that, by grade 3 bataya nahi hai, shuru mein ki end mein. So let's take it by the end. I mean, so, this whole sense of formalization or pressure. So a big no to, individual child-based large-scale assessment, I think.
Yeah, so I think about the policies, I'll just talk about the policy. So what the policy is talking about is the holistic progress card, where you do a 360-degree assessment, but then the challenges are as to, like how do we really do it, and what does that mean, 360-degree assessment. So of course there is a challenge, but then I think I lean more towards what Rekha ji was saying, that what we did initially is like we did intensive case studies with children, did for every child we would have things, but not really formalize it. But the policy is talking about HPC, and that is what we have been recommending. recommending that you do an HPC for children at the foundational stage, which is not really formal, but it gives a holistic assessment of the child.
Sure, please.
Okay, so thank you. And I think I will just add on to what has been already said. So one is, of course, we have to see what is the objective of the assessment. Assessment is definitely important. I don't think any of us sitting over here are going to say that we should not have assessment. So assessment is definitely very important. However, assessment should not put the onus on the child is something I would say in any form. So which in terms of that, if a child does not know us a particular concept, then the onus of that comes on the on the system, whichever way it goes. Formative assessment is, I think, what has already been said. I would like to repeat and emphasize on the formative assessment, and especially these years now that we are talking about, these foundational years. So if we are recognizing these foundational years as as the years where the child is in the process to read, so the assessment also has to be along the same lines. Assessment cannot be only in a summative form. Assessment also has to be formative. And so going from here, the purpose of the assessment then needs to be what are the support systems that we can create if this particular child is not doing what the expectations are, whether they are coming from the learning outcomes or whichever way. And so one more one example I would like to give. So I also teach a course on language and literacy, and I asked my students to do an assignment. Assignment is on a running record. Running record is a formative assessment where students have to go and observe a child reading in process, and they have to document, and they have to come up with some support strategies for that particular child. However, my own students, when they go to the schools, when they start teaching, and they come back and talk to me, and then they say that, ma'am, like in running record, we are not able to do that because it takes too much time. है ना? So one thing I just want to emphasize one thing, and I think this is something Professor Kaul also said, that we have to emphasize that if we want to focus on early literacy, emergent literacy, it does take time. And whether it is training, whether it is assessment, and I think this is something, if we could emphasize all the way up, onus goes to Suniti ji sitting over here. So if we could emphasize that, I think that would also make a very big contribution, because we sitting in this room, we understand how complex. In fact, there is a saying that reading is rocket science. Reading is rocket science. And so, but when it comes to the ground level training of the Anganwadi workers, then wo literacy wala component gets reduced to, which started off with 3 full days, gets reduced to like, acha isko ab 2 ghante mein kar do. So that's.
Friends, I'm afraid I'll now have to open it for a question and answer, but for the rest of the day. Please grab them whenever they get out of the stage. And over lunch, after lunch, please grab them. I mean, that's the only way to have a question answer. Thank you.
Thank you to all our esteemed panelists for sharing such valuable insights. It has been an enriching discussion, and your experience and expertise have certainly given us much more to reflect on as we work towards creating supportive policy landscape for literacy continuum. I now request Mr. Sen to felicitate our esteemed panelists.
Thank you.
We request everyone to step forward for a group photograph as well.
With our caricature?
Thank you so much. Requesting you all to take your seats in the audience. With this, we will now break for lunch, which is served outside in the lobby. I request everyone to be back by 2:40 p.m. for the next session. I also remind everyone to engage with a special display kiosk outside in the lobby. Thank you so much.
Check. Hello. 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 Check. Hello. Hello. Check.
ये वहां से करेगा, यही जा रहा होगा आपने।
Check. Check.
रिया 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 उनको बोलो कैमरा ऑन करें, वीडियो लाइव कर रहे हैं, कैमरा ऑन कर, लाइव कर रहे हैं, लाइव टेस्टिंग। ठीक है, इसको प्रेजेंट करो। पुष्कर जी, आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही। अनम्यूट है। आपको आवाज आ रही है?
Expression and celebration. Anupama, over to you.
अभी मेरी आवाज आ रही है पीछे तक? थैंक यू. हम सब सेटल हो गए? हम सब? ओके, थैंक यू. लीलवा, नाम लिख पेट पर. ल दीर्घिकार ली, ल कर ला, लीला. लीलवा, इन्ने उन्ने तू क्या घिसती रहती है? लीलवा, नाम लिख. लीलवा, नाम लिख ना. पूरा घर भर दी है आरा टेढ़ा अक्षर बना के. लीलवा, नाम लिखना. पेश है विनोद कुमार शुक्ल की कविता टेढ़े मेढ़े नक्शे. टेढ़ा मेढ़ा नक्शा, टेढ़े मेढ़े द्वीप, टेढ़ा मेढ़ा समुद्र, टेढ़ी मेढ़ी नदियां, इधर उधर तक फैला और छोर आकाश. टेढ़े मेढ़े होंगे उसके कोर किनार. टेढ़ा मेढ़ा है सब, चार दिशा सब कोनों में, कहीं अनंत कहीं अधिक अनंत. छोटी बच्ची का गढ़ा हुआ सब, कहता था एक बूढ़ा संत. शुक्रिया.
Thank you, Ms. Bharadwaj, for that beautiful and heartfelt poem. Your words truly resonated with all of us. Before we go on to the next session, we would like to inform you all that we are running behind schedule, and there's a slight change in the schedule itself to accommodate everyone's time. This year, we have witnessed a significant rise in state participation and innovation contributions to our reading campaign, marking a new chapter of progress and collaboration. To offer deeper insights into this remarkable journey and state's pivotal role, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Rishi Rajvanshi, Director, Innovations and Donor Engagement, Room to Read India, to the stage. Let's warmly welcome him as he takes the session forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Anupama, for setting the tone. So when we launched our reading campaign, we were looking at numbers and we were looking at reach that Room to Read as an organization could muster or could achieve. But slowly and steadily, with the partnership from the state government officials, we saw an incredible and amazing collaboration that happened across the states of India. And this session is about the same, how India got reading across states. The first part of this session, I am very excited to share, is about a distinct reading campaign that took place in the state of Jharkhand, which was made possible through the collaborative efforts of key coalition partners, including KPMG, USAID, UNICEF, and IPL. With the instrumental support of the state government, the coalition partners not only came together to design, but also implemented a statewide reading campaign aimed at creating quality learning environment for children across Jharkhand, which just concluded yesterday. To share insights from this experience, may I please request Ms. Parul Sharma on the stage, please. Ms. Parul Sharma is an education specialist at UNICEF Jharkhand with 18 years of experience in the social sector, including 14 years in education. At UNICEF, she leads initiatives focused on teacher development, curriculum reforms, and equitable access to education, addressing gender-specific barriers and promoting holistic education environment. Parul holds a postgraduate degree in social work from TIS, Mumbai, and is skilled in donor engagement, partnership building, and research on social norms affecting girls' education. Over to you, Parul. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to everyone, and Johar as we greet in Jharkhand. I'm very happy to be here amongst the distinguished guests. And thank Room to Read for giving us an opportunity to share the perspectives from the state and also how UNICEF looks at it. So reading is a cognitive activity, and as we understand, it is also a social emotional activity. We do come across a lot of conferences and discussions which focus on the importance of reading. But reading in classrooms is one of the most neglected activities. If we look at an average classroom in a government school, the focus is on writing. The focus may be on recitation, but not so much on reading. And reading beyond textbook is something which is not often seen unless there is an intervention which is looking at it in a very focused manner. We don't see when we are meeting the government officials any kind of discussion which is centering around learning and which kind of talks about the fact that number of children who are reading, number of books which are being borrowed, number of or experiences where teachers can share that children were narrating stories from their the library books they have accessed. So that part is completely disconnected, not existing in the discussions related to quality learning. We want to know that how many words a child can read in a minute, but we don't want to know whether the child enjoyed reading a book or whether those books are accessible to the child or not. The campaign which we are going to talk about, Room to Read, every year plans a campaign, and there are partners and different people who collaborate in that process. And this time it was done in a more vibrant manner in Jharkhand, and UNICEF, Room to Read, IPAL came together, and we decided to to kind of work with the government to do it in a very focused manner and to ensure that it reaches the last nook and corner of the state. The way it was planned, it was while it was an overall reading campaign, there were different activities which were decided to be kept on different days. For example, there might be a day when children can read with their parents and spend time when they engage with parents on reading and reading related activities. There would be a day when they can draw, they can paint, they can be inspired from their books and do certain activities which help them reflect on what they have read. There will be loud reading sessions, there will be paired reading sessions, and nudges will go to schools for facilitating these sessions across these 15 days from 27th to 27th August to 9th September. It also, there were various steps which were already discussed with the government, that there will be training of MTs, there will be orientation of teachers, and different partners will be responsible for nudging the communities and teachers in different pockets wherever they are present. Of course, this campaign was not an even success. There were pockets where there was more participation because there was presence of civil society agencies, and there were pockets where there was limited participation, but there was no pocket which was zero or untouched. So how this campaign helped? First of all, the question which comes to someone's mind is that why a campaign? Why focus on a 15-day activity for promoting reading? Why it is not a part of the daily activities within a school schedule? Why it is not being promoted like that? One of the major barriers is the measurability. We all know that there is shortage of teachers, there are systemic gaps and a lot of different issues. But reading for pleasure is something which the administrators feel that it cannot be measured, it cannot be kind of quantified, which is not true. If you want to, you will be able to. But as of now, there is this thing that it cannot be seen. There is limited hand-holding which is available at the local level. These are all the challenges. And in this situation, how a campaign helps? First of all, campaign removes the guilt. Whenever you are working with teachers and going to say that, we have to work throughout the year to make this happen, they will start saying that, we are 3 teachers and there are 8 classes and we are managing it. And it will be very difficult for us to do this on a regular basis. And they will always, there will be always the fear of assessment. The previous failure will dissuade them from pursuing the later success. But campaign kind of insulates you from this guilt. And you have decided that for 15 days, okay, I can do this. So that was one of the factors on which we counted on. The other factor is that the number of stakeholders who participate becomes more, and this kind of removes the responsibility and accountability on a single person. So now the state officials, the parents, the communities, SMC members, teachers, everyone becomes partner of this journey. So and also the hierarchy gets broken down, because in a typical academic activity or intervention which is being planned for, say, 3 years, each one will be responsible and for certain things, and there will be some people who will be monitoring, there will be some people who are reporting, there will be some people who are acting. Now campaign frees them from this burden, and everybody is together there clicking pictures, doing this activity. So that is another merit. What we also saw is that lot of material, because of Nipun, one thing which has been addressed is that there is lot of material which is available in the school for reading. Now, many of the teachers, if you talk to the teachers, I can share my experiences from UP and Bihar, and there are teachers who take pride in the fact that before their retirement, none of the material got damaged, or they could actually hand over everything in a very intact form to the next person who is coming. So the material is made for people who come and inspect, and you should be able to produce that material in front of those who are coming to inspect it is seldom meant for children to enjoy and read. So during this campaign, one of the major activities was that the material should be displayed, and everybody will be, there was a readathon when everybody decided to read for 30 minutes at a particular time, and we came to know teachers reported around 1,30,000. Those teachers who have filled up certain forms, so we come to know that around 1,50,000 children were found to be reading as per the Google Sheet submitted by teachers at that point of time. There might be many more children who were reading together at that point of time, for whom the record was not entered. Now, so a major success was that all children came to know that how many books are there in their school. They could touch, feel, and they could remove the fear of reading, because if one day you come and say that, you have to read this book, it becomes a very difficult activity for somebody who has not seen the books. And the assumption is that this book will be very, very textual. They have not seen that there are books which are meant for junior children, younger children, which have more pictures. There is no pressure of reading perfectly. So that fear of books was removed. There was, and once this is removed, the fear of being monitored, the fear of having to do the same task over and over again when you have 10 other responsibilities, you start enjoying the success. And various teachers started reflecting on the fact that, this was not so much of pressure, and perhaps they could at least do something like that they can allow children to take books, return them in a manner. There are library committees in all schools. There are a lot of different institutions which are there. There are different mechanisms which are there to preserve books from getting lost. And generally they do not lost. It is a hypothetical fear that everything will be lost, and when the administrator will come, there will be nothing to be shown. So that has been one of the success of the campaigns. There have been very lot of limitations as well. For example, inclusive education is something which we have not been able to look into despite our plans during this period. Coming back to the very act of reading. So Nipun Bharat program is working in Jharkhand. There has been, the supply of material has been one of the success stories. The training of teachers from teachers and government officials has been another success story. The other fact has been that the learning focus has shifted to the primary grades and the early grades rather than centering around the later grades. I have been working in Jharkhand for last 6 years, and last two and a half years I am seeing there is much more focus on the early grades. Apparently, civil society was always talking about the early grades, but when we used to be in the executive committee meetings, we would always see the administrators prioritizing the number of children who are completing grade 10th or grade 12th. Resources were being distributed in a manner that they will prioritize schools which have secondary grades. And they were saying that, by number, those bigger schools have 500 or 600 children. And hence we want to give this additional resource which is there to these schools which have more than a particular number of children. There were management consultants who were working with governments to optimize the distribution of resources. And they were also prioritizing these bigger schools. Whereas large chunk of population goes to these smaller schools. And in the bigger schools, generally the child who manages to reach grade 10th is also the child who is coming from socioeconomically relatively better off section and is having access to out of school opportunities for tuition, for other things. Whereas in case of children who are in grade 1 or 2, only a small number of them might be having other support systems, but they are usually the one who are coming from the poorest sections. And at grade 1 or 2 level, there are also private schools, and hence richer children are going to these paid private schools. Now, the status of these private schools may also not be very good, but at least they have access. But the secondary schools, because there are limited private schools in the secondary and the middle and the secondary level, most of the children who are going to private schools also reach the secondary schools. And hence they have disproportionate number of better off children than in comparison to the primary schools, which are grade 1 to 5 or the elementary school from 1 to 8. So now the entire needle has shifted towards the junior grades, which is a big success for our initiatives. But despite this success, there are a lot of challenges which we are facing. One is that is still prioritization of teachers who can work in the elementary grades and the primary grades and the foundational grades is not happening. The enthusiasm around co-location of the Anganwadi centers and the schools outweighs the emphasis on planning and thinking about bringing these two departments closer. And you need not be there in a particular geography to be able to have a package which kind of links the preschool grades to the elementary grades. We have done a small insight study kind of thing, which was only done in 300 households in West Singhbhum, one of the districts in Jharkhand. And it was very revealing that in these 300 households, probably less than 5.5% had any book other than the textbook. So materials are not available to children. In the poorest household, if similar study is also done in middle class families, perhaps the result will not be very different. There may be a lot of textbooks, there may be a lot of reference material, model test papers, but books for reading may not be there. Another challenge has been what kind of books and resources are available. Now, Pratham, Eklavya, different kind of room to read, different kind of agencies exist, which do provide access to children's literature, but there is still a gap on literature which looks at children currently now, uses their own narratives, uses their lived experiences while designing the books and material. I came across one of my friend whose daughter was around 3 or 4, and the proud parents were showing the big books which they have purchased. And these big books were related to which kind of help children develop the concepts around opposites and similar and all those things. And we saw that, for counting, they had shown a number of high heel sandals they had kind of printed in the book, and you have to count and arrive at a number that, these. I just wondered what a 3-year-old or 4-year-old has to do with high heels. And there were bags, very flashy bags, handbags, which were there for counting. And what was more interesting was that there was an example related to thin and fat. And now the person who was shown, the picture which they used, the image which they used, there was a middle-aged, rich-looking man with coat and a hat and something like that, and who was standing next to a very slim young lady. And this was written that and he was holding her in the arms. And it was written, the man is fat, but the woman is thin. Now, looking at that image, it makes you think that indirectly you are teaching a lot of things to children. That somebody who is rich and powerful can have access to younger women. These are the gender images which are being going through these books and which a lot of middle class families are consuming. So the quality of material continues to be an issue, and I think it should move beyond the discussions within the converted, but it should also kind of engage a lot of publishers, lot of different agencies which are coming up and publishing children's material, that we look at the gender stereotype, we look at the representation of people with disabilities in the books, we look at various other things in the books, whether the appropriate examples, appropriate images are being used or not. Coming back to how, one is the quality of material and how and why and what can be the process of using materials within the households. Now, teachers, schools, institutions is one aspect. The major aspect is also related to engaging home and families. Let us democratize this process and let us have more parents, more families accessing these books and materials. And we have been working very closely with Room to Read to to engage with parents, not as a substitute to teachers, but with their own spirit, with their own originality, where they can make homes as learning spaces. Homes are already learning spaces, but how we can equip and empower them to have reading as a family activity where everybody enjoys, and there is no pressure of doing it in a correct manner. And I often use this example that sketching and drawing are two different things. Drawing is a complete product. Sketching is something which you do as an activity, and sketching allows you to be as artistic, as flexible in your approach as possible. So let us look at reading as a process where you have the freedom to make mistakes, do a lot of things. An eloquent, efficient reader will be a product, and this will be after lot of failed experiences, lot of different kind of experimentation and going back and forth. That thing will be achieved. But our schools, unfortunately, are only looking at outcomes and not at all these processes. And I think together with different agencies and governments, we are also trying to change this approach, and we are trying to engage more with parents, more with communities on the process of reading itself, rather than only looking at the proficiency as which is the end product. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sharma. We really liked your reflections, and we look forward to writing the learnings from the campaign together. Requesting Mr. Rajvanshi to felicitate Ms. Sharma with a small token of appreciation.
Thank you, Jis. And as I was, I think Jis has also shared that, Parul, after listening to all your insights, we really feel we should be writing learnings from these campaigns for everyone to read, critique, so that the next campaigns can be better and plan better. So that's a learning for us. Thank you for sharing all that. So now to the second part of the same discussion, how India got reading across state. Now we will have some presentation by state government officials. We have today we have privilege of 3 distinguished members from the state governments of Telangana, Karnataka, and Rajasthan. Each of these states have successfully planned and implemented the reading campaign. First up, we have Ms. Om Prabha, Deputy Commissioner SMSA and Rajasthan School Shiksha Parishad, Jaipur, Rajasthan, who is joining us virtually. Has ma'am joined? And may I also invite on stage Ms. B. Karunashri ma'am, the Extension Officer, Women Development and Child Welfare Department from Telangana. On the stage, please. A round of applause for her. Ms. B. Karunashri specializes in early childhood care and education. She holds multiple degrees, including an MSc in child development, and is pursuing a PhD in the same field. With over 14 years of teaching experience, including 12 years in pre-primary education, Ms. Karunashri has been instrumental in developing Telangana's preschool curriculum. Since 2013, she has trained functionaries on ECC and monitored program implementation across the state through both online and offline platforms. Ma'am, please take a seat. We also have Ms. Pramita Adoni, Program Officer, SSK Karnataka. Ma'am, if you can please join us. A round of applause for her. Ms. Pramita Adoni leads key education initiatives in the state, including Nali Kali, FLN Early Year Program, and PM Shri Schools. She was central to designing and implementing the Kalika Chatrike program, which was nationally recognized for addressing post-COVID learning gaps. Ms. Adoni represents the Education Department in national forums on foundational literacy and curriculum design and is a member of State's ECC task force. Her expertise in early childhood education and curriculum development is widely acknowledged. Thank you, ma'am. Do we have ma'am from Rajasthan? Okay. Okay, while we overcome the technical problem, may I request Karunashri ma'am to please come over and share her experience.
A very good afternoon to all the education specialists, educators, and the people working for the cause of the learning, be it pre-primary or the primary education. And first of all, to begin with, we talk of inclusion on paper. For the first time, we have seen here in the Room to Read program, where the trio, the three people who have been relentlessly translating our words into the sign language. Yeah. Since morning, listening to all the sessions, it's like, my personal view is that it's like reading standardized reference textbooks. That's how beautiful the sessions have been going on. A very great learning. Thank you, ma'ams and sirs, for all such lovely sessions. And thank you, Room to Read, for giving me this opportunity to present in this national seminar about our department. To begin with, the Women and Child Welfare Department has major objectives with the nutrition. But later on, with the restructuring of the objectives, the ICDS, it is a preschool education that has come to the forefront, taking the core from the standard, from the SDGs, Sustainable Developmental Goal 4, National Education Policy, NCFFS. The department has taken the core objectives and has revisited the curriculum. Thanks to our secretary, ma'am, who has a vision to take the preschool education to heights, and she wants to make it as vibrant as possible in the area of preschool education. Thanks to our secretary, ma'am, Mrs. Vakati Karuna. In this regard, I would like to say that Telangana is a state where the nomenclature of Anganwadi teacher is changed to Anganwadi worker. She is no longer called as Anganwadi worker. She is Anganwadi teacher. That has brought a shift in the perspective of the teacher also, the Anganwadi worker also, to focus in the area of preschool education. And we have revisited the preschool curriculum, as said about taking the core from the 3 domains. In that regard, the Anganwadi center name boards are being changed, in the process of being changed from Anganwadis to Anganwadi and pre-primary school. For it to happen, even the infrastructure is going to be given a boost to it by giving the thematic paintings to the Anganwadi centers with the themes that are being taught in the center. And also that I'd like to show the pictures as well. This way? Can you please help me? Yeah. Thank you. This way? I just want to move on to the next one. Sorry for the interruption. So the curriculum is revisited with the experts of a state with the partner NGOs. For this to be translated into the practice, the preschool books were also supplied in the form of the TLM, teaching learning material, wherein all the TLM books are supplied to 35,700 Anganwadi centers. I would like to thank Room to Read. This is where they have come into the picture of the Department of Telangana State. We have 20 storybooks. The title storybooks are being printed and been supplied to all the Anganwadi centers across 35,700 centers. The Room to Read storybooks. And for these things to be put into practice, recently the program has happened, the Room to Read program. 1 week schedule has been planned, wherein we had a program called Poshan Bhi Padhai Bhi. That Poshan Bhi Padhai Bhi, we have a schedule. In that, we have pitched in this 1 week week-long reading activities program starting from 9th. In fact, on 3rd September, we had a wonderful program called Readathon, as you all might be knowing. And that was so beautiful. We have supplied the books to the centers. How to bring that into usage? That was the platform. So that 11 to 11:30 on that day, all the Anganwadi teachers have taken out the books from which we have supplied. They have read out the stories aloud, bringing the parents also into the picture. The community members were also, they have also taken part. It was a huge success, and that what else can we expect? A beautiful way of presenting the books to the community and to the children as well. So that was a huge success, and we have many other programs scheduled into that Poshan Bhi Padhai Bhi program, wherein the pre-literacy skills has to be there. A teacher has to do the read aloud program. The children should be able to say the pictures and see the pictures and tell the story, etc. So the same thing will be continued with the same spirit along. Next, please. Yeah, next, please. So this is the Anganwadi and pre-primary school. That is the name board going to be hereafter. Next, please. These are the thematic paintings. You can see the Anganwadi centers. Like in the co-located Anganwadi centers, initially we thought of starting it, but wherever possible, budgets are being released, wherein these thematic paintings are happening. You can see the print-rich environment. In the teaching learning material, we have sent the posters also with respect to the content what we'll be teaching. Next, please. The paintings, actually, thematic paintings. Not that all 35,700 centers are painted this way, but there are a couple of centers which are being changed to these kind of centers now, and they are still in process. The next, please. These are the revisited Anganwadi books, curriculum books which have been developed for the children, and that is named as Priyadarshini. And you can see the design of the book which reflects the culture of our Telangana state. This is one of the paintings called Cheriyal paintings, which is popular in Telangana state. To bring that into the picture, our secretary ma'am has insisted that such a cultural background has to be brought onto the textbooks. This will be having weekly schedules, and thereby, next one please. We have supplied a guidebook also to the Anganwadi centers, to the Anganwadi teachers, wherein they can see how to take ahead of the programs. The transaction of the preschool education will be done with this Purva Pradhamika Vidya Deepika. Next, please. And I would like to say that all these books are supplied to all 35,700 Anganwadi teachers, including the 20 story books. In addition to that, we have 10 more books which were included from some other organization. On the whole, a set of 30 storybooks are sent to the Anganwadi centers. In this regard, I would like to say that we are also supplying the book racks to be kept in the Anganwadi centers to display the books, so that they'll be within the reach of the children to handle it, to use it. And we have suggested the learning corners, as you all know, wherein a reading corner also would be there. So these books will be displayed in that reading corner. And next, please. And on this revisited curriculum, the training was imparted through the master trainers to all the Anganwadi teachers across the state. Next, please. These are the books supplied these are the books which were supplied. I was talking about the 20 story books taken from the room to read and supplied to all 35,000. Next, please. And those storybooks contains various themes, actually: animals, human beings, friendship, colors. Lovely storybooks they are all. And you have to see the quality of the books and the pictures and everything. Children loves watching, flipping through it. Next one, please. See, this is a readathon, where teachers also have kept the posters writing it as readathon, and the community is involved. Children are enjoying that reading things. Next, please. Next. And this is the schedule wherein we have incorporated the room to read program into the Poshan Bhi Padhai Bhi. Yes, please. Next. Promoting the all the pre-reading, writing, and the numeracy things in like drawing, emergent skills, all the skills. There is room for it in the Anganwadi centers, running blackboard, etc. Next, please. There is the literary club website which has been released by our director, ma'am. And way forward, we are looking at so much of collaboration is going to take place with Room to Read, wherein the flashcards, storybooks, etc. further will be developed, and also the training orientation on how to use the storybooks by the Anganwadi teachers would be happening soon, and especially the wordless picture books are also going to be incorporated into the system. And I strongly believe that to conclude my thing, I really strongly believe that no organization can do any work on such a large scale alone. It has to work in collaboration and hand in hand with many other organizations. Room to Read is one such beautiful organization which is really working into the literacy component, especially through the beautiful way of stories. What more can we ask for? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. May I please request, right, we now have Miss Om Prabha, who has joined us from Rajasthan. Is the video available? Okay. Miss Om Prabha hails from Badmer district of Rajasthan and has a distinguished career in Rajasthan Administrative Service. She was selected for the RAS in 2015 and has since served in various key roles, including as Assistant Collector in Jaipur, an SDM, and SDO in several cities across Rajasthan. Before joining the RAS, Ms. Prabha had a strong background in education, having worked as a teacher and headmistress in secondary schools. Her experience in education sector continues to shape her work in her current role as Deputy Commissioner, where she plays a pivotal role in driving educational initiatives across Rajasthan. Over to you, ma'am.
आप सभी को नमस्कार। आपने जो इंट्रोडक्शन दिया इसके अंदर मैं एक बात ऐड करना चाहूंगी कि मैं ग्रेड 3 टीचर भी रही हूँ और साथ ही राजस्थान में सेकेंडरी हेडमास्टर का एग्जाम होता है, वो भी मैंने क्लियर किया था। तो मैं शिक्षा के हर एक स्टेप को मैंने देखा है और आज यहाँ एज ए डिप्टी कमिश्नर तमसा में हूँ। तो हर एक स्थिति में मैं थी, एंड भी थी, एक टीचर भी थी, एक हेडमिस्ट्रेस भी थी और आज एक डीसीपी हूँ। ये चीज एनईपी और निपुण भारत में है ही है। साथ ही हम ये फील करते हैं कई बार कि पढ़ नहीं सकते ढंग से, संख्याओं का उनको ज्ञान नहीं होता है, अच्छों को नहीं होता है। एक रोटी कोई देख सकते हैं, लेकिन उस 1/4 अगर उस रोटी के साथ करने को कहे तो वो उसमें वो फॉर्मूला लागू नहीं कर सकते हैं वो। तो ये एक समझ विकसित करने के लिए एक बहुत अच्छा ये निपुण भारत के अंदर एफएलएन के ऊपर हमारा जो फोकस है ये बहुत आवश्यक है। कई बार देखते हैं छोटे बच्चे ए फॉर एप्पल बोलते हैं, देख लेते हैं, उसको रिलेट नहीं कर पाते हैं कि जो हम ए फॉर एप्पल बोलते हैं वही वाला एप्पल है। ये सारी चीजें हैं। इसको देखते हुए हमारे राजस्थान सरकार का जो शिक्षा निदेशालय है, वहां से जो प्रतिदिन के कालांश होते हैं उनमें जो 7th कालांश है उसको क्या समझना, इसके लिए निर्धारित किया है। जब ये कालांश निर्धारित हो गया तो उसके बाद हमने ये प्लान किया कि कोई ना कोई एक ड्राइव, एक ऐसा कैंपेन होना चाहिए जिससे कि जो गैप है बच्चों के पढ़ने में, समझने में, और जो हमने रीडिंग आवर रखा है ये क्यों रखा है, कैसे पढ़ना है, कैसे इस चीज की, इस मुहिम को हर जो एक वंचित है, जो यहाँ तक पहुंचा नहीं है, उस तक पहुंचाना है। तो सभी के विचार विमर्श और जो आरआई पार्टनर्स हैं उन सबके सहयोग से एक सार्थक चर्चा हुई। सारी चर्चा परिचर्चा के बाद एक कैंपेन का डिजाइन किया गया और वो जो रीडिंग कैंपेन है उसको सभी आयु अनुरूप जो वर्ग है उस पढ़ेंगे, जैसे कि क्लास 1 to 2 है, 3 to 5 है और 6 to 8 है। इसके लिए हमने प्लान किया। अब ये हुआ कि भाई हाँ, रीडिंग कैंपेन हो गई, प्लानिंग हो गई, किस तरीके से कैसे, तो ये हमें होना चाहिए कि क्लास 1 और 2 के बच्चे हैं उनको क्या होना चाहिए कि चित्र देख के पहचाने, कोडिंग डिकोडिंग का कुछ चीजें। 3 to 5 क्या है कि चीजों को समझना चालू करे और साथ ही वो कोई कहानी सुनी या पढ़ी, फिर उसको अपनी भाषा में छोटी उसकी अपनी सब कहानी बना के और बताए। साथ ही इससे बड़ी जो क्लासेस है उसके अंदर क्या है कि बड़ा पैराग्राफ सुना, समझा, फिर उसको छोटे पैराग्राफ में चेंज किया, या अगर कोई स्टोरी है तो बीच बीच के शब्द आपने फिल इन द ब्लैंक्स करना। इस तरीके की चीजें हमने प्लान करने की कोशिश की। तो ये जो हमारा रीडिंग कैंपेन है, हमारा मकसद है कि हर एक बच्चा जो क्लास 1 to 8 में है उसकी आयु अनुरूप उसकी समझ विकसित हो। तो इस कैंपेन में शुरुआत में हमने एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट के रूप में एक जगह से हमने रीडोथॉन, जो हमारे रूम टू रीड के आरआई पार्टनर है, इनके सहयोग से हमने एक रीडोथॉन रखा था। तो सबसे पहले ये है कि रीडोथॉन क्या है। तो ये चीज एक्चुअली होता है क्या है कि बहुत सारे प्रोग्राम्स बन जाते हैं, लेकिन जो थीम है, जो भावना है, उसके अनुरूप कम्युनिकेट नहीं हो पाते हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं गैप रहता है, उससे हम जो भी उसका वांछित लक्ष्य है उसकी पूर्ति हम नहीं कर पाते हैं। तो हुआ ये कि रीडोथॉन एक बार देखा, उसका जो भी पेपर वर्क हुआ उसको सब तक सर्कुलेट किया गया। अब हमारा जो गाइडलाइन थी वो प्रॉपर तरीके से हमने प्लान की कि क्या होगा। तो जो 9 सितंबर से लेके और 2 अक्टूबर तक हमने जो रीडिंग कैंपेन रखा है, इसको हमने कुछ अलग अलग भाग में बांटा है। शुरुआती फर्स्ट जो सप्ताह रखा है, तो रखा है सिर्फ की रीडोथॉन रखेंगे, और साथ ही एक लाइब्रेरी के अंदर कैसे भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करनी है। बहुत किताबें आती है, बहुत किताबें होती है, डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म पे भी है, वैसे भी है, लेकिन पढ़ने की हैबिट नहीं है, किताबें उन्हें मिलती नहीं है। तो ऐसी स्थिति में सबसे पहले सब लोग बैठो, बुक्स लो और पढ़ो, एक रीडोथॉन हो गया। तो उसकी मैं आपको बता दूं, आपको बीच में मैं बताऊंगी पूरे प्रोग्राम के, कि कल हमारे यहाँ पे बहुत अच्छी शुरुआत, एक लॉन्चिंग हुआ, इस कैंपेन की शुरुआत हुई हमारे जो मंत्री महोदय है उनके द्वारा। और कल राजस्थान में जो 65,000 स्कूल है, जिसमें ज्यादा बारिश के कारण एक तो डिस्ट्रिक्ट के कुछ बच्चे इसमें नहीं जुड़ पाए, उसके अलावा करीब 65,000 स्कूल के सारे बच्चे ने एक साथ 7th जो क्लास पीरियड होता है उसमें उन्होंने किताबें पढ़ी है। तो ये मैं आपसे शेयर करना चाहूंगी, और इसको बहुत अच्छा कम्युनिटी के द्वारा भी, विभिन्न जो भी संगठन है उनके द्वारा भी, सरकार के भी इसको बहुत अप्रिशिएट किया गया, और बच्चों में बहुत क्रेज था पढ़ना। जो सब्जेक्ट की हमारी कोर्स की किताबें हैं उसके अलावा हम पढ़ रहे हैं, तो एक बहुत अच्छा एक इनिशिएटिव था। साथ ही जो मैं अब आपको निवेदन करना चाहूंगी कि फर्स्ट जो भी सप्ताह था उसमें रीडोथॉन था, रीडोथॉन के साथ हमारा लाइब्रेरी में बैठना, लाइब्रेरी बुक्स का बच्चों को देना, आवंटन करना। अगला जो सप्ताह है वो हिंदी सप्ताह आ रहा है, जो जब हम बच्चे थे, बच्चे से पढ़ते आ रहे से वो हिंदी सप्ताह पढ़ते हैं पर एक फॉर्मेलिटी के रूप में। लेकिन हमने जो प्रोग्राम दिया है इसमें सप्ताह भी प्रॉपर तरीके से गाइडलाइन में दिया है कि हिंदी सप्ताह में उनको क्या करना है। तो हिंदी से रिलेटेड गद्य है, पद्य है, कहानी सुनना, वार्ता करना। इसमें हमने हमारी गाइडलाइन में ये जो सप्ताह है इसमें जो लोक कलाकार है, जो एम्बेसडर है, जो कथाकार, वार्ताकार जो होते हैं चित्र के द्वारा, तो हिंदी के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में अगर देखें तो उसको पूरा प्रचार प्रसार करना, हिंदी के प्रति उनका, लोगों का आकर्षण हो, पढ़े और वो समझ सके। ये इस तरीके से प्लान हुआ है। इससे अगला जो सप्ताह होगा हमारा, उसमें डिजिटल जो भी लिटरेसी और डिजिटल के तरफ प्रेरित करेंगे, जैसे कि हमारे स्मार्ट क्लासरूम है और भी बहुत से माध्यम है, तो उसमें भी बहुत लिंक होते हैं, स्टोरी के होते हैं, पोइट्री के होते हैं, कुछ और लेख आलेख होते हैं। और आजकल तो पूरी स्टडी ही आप देखिए कि सब डिजिटाइज हो रहा है सारी चीजें। तो ऐसी स्थिति में डिजिटल से कैसे जोड़ा जाए, तो इसमें बहुत अच्छा है, बच्चों को बड़ा अच्छा रिस्पांस भी है जो हमने 1-2 जगह किया है। बहुत उसमें बहुत अच्छे तरीके से वो कर रहे हैं इसको, सारे हमारे टीचर समुदाय, हमारे आरआई पार्टनर से उनका बहुत बढ़िया भागीदारी है इसके साथ। और जो इसका लास्ट सप्ताह हमने रखा है तो वो निपुण मेला के साथ कम्युनिटी जो है उसकी भी भागीदारी रहेगी। उसमें एसएमसी के, एसडीएमसी के मेंबर्स आएंगे, पेरेंट्स आएंगे, जनप्रतिनिधि आएंगे, और उनके द्वारा भी कोई, जैसे दादी नानी कोई कहानी सुनाते थे, तो इस तरीके से जैसे कल हमारे मंत्री महोदय जो है उन्होंने हमारा जो प्रोग्राम रीडोथॉन का था, तो उसमें उन्होंने स्वामी विवेकानंद जी की एक, उनकी जीवनी से रिलेटेड एक कहानी सुनाई, खुद ने किताब में से पढ़ी, उसको बच्चों के सामने पढ़ा, उनको सुनाया, उनको एक मैसेज दिया, इस कहानी में क्या मैसेज था। तो इस तरीके से हमने कुछ प्लान किया है, हमारी कम्युनिटी कैंपेन हुई है। मैं इसमें धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगी हमारे आरआई पार्टनर्स का, सभी आरआई पार्टनर्स ने, स्पेशली रूम टू रीड ने जो मोबाइल लाइब्रेरी भी इन्होंने लॉन्च की है। तो मोबाइल लाइब्रेरी में भी इन्होंने इतनी अच्छी बुक्स रखी है कि हर कोई बड़ा, मतलब हर एक की वो थी, जिज्ञासा थी कि कौन सी बुक्स है, और कोई भी खड़ा होकर और देख रहा है, अच्छा इसमें ये चित्र बने हुए हैं, ये कौन सी स्टोरी है, मुझे पढ़ के सुनाओ, अगर कोई नहीं पढ़ पा रहा है तो ऐसी स्थिति में उनको प्रेरणा मिलती है। कहने को बहुत कुछ है, बहुत कुछ सिर्फ कहा ही है, अभी तो करना बाकी है। करने की इच्छा भी बहुत है कि जो हम सोचते हैं उस लक्ष्य को हम प्राप्त कर सके, कुछ अच्छा काम हो जाए और हमारे देश के बच्चे भविष्य हो पूरे विश्व का। तो रूम टू रीड के साथ ही मैं जो भी सुन रहे हैं उन सभी को थैंक्स करूंगी। बहुत अच्छा ये आपका ये वर्चुअल जो भी है मुझे अच्छा लगा। सुन रही हूँ मैं सभी स्टेट के जो भी नवाचार हैं उनसे हम भी वाकिफ होते रहे, सबकी अच्छाई हम ग्रहण करेंगे और हम अगर कोई प्रयास कर रहे हैं तो हम सबके साथ शेयर करेंगे। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Prakhar Rajasthan, as the campaign is called in Rajasthan, has just got started, and it will be going on across the schools of Rajasthan till 2nd of October. And as ma'am has said, that it will reach out to all 65,000 schools of the state. So ma'am, we are with you in making this campaign a real success. Thank you for your insights. Now may I request Ms. Pramita Adhuni, ma'am. Please, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would first like to thank Room to Read for giving the state this opportunity to present one of its initiatives. And also it's been a very interesting and informative session since morning, and I have a lot to take back to my state. I know the crunch of time, so I'll be very, very brief and just tell you, because all of you know why things are done, I'll just tell how we did it, that's all. So, because when we realized, all of you I'm sure are aware, we have a very robust Nalikali approach in our foundational stage. And but then we, in the later years, we realized we were giving more importance to reading fluency maybe, but reading comprehension and reading for pleasure is also equally important, and we will have to structure our reading program around these aspects too. And with the Nipun Bharat introducing the 100 days reading campaign, which we had in 2022, and later on in the previous year we had it for 3 months, but we realized these programs which were long will not sustain the period, and this year we decided to have a short reading campaign, maybe for 21 days we said. So we decided on a 21 reading program which will have 3 different designs. One will be my school library, and then we will have my community, and then school celebration. So for 3 weeks we had every week we'll have a theme. With this, we started our reading program on September 3rd. We started with the readathon, like many of the states have done. But the uniqueness maybe in our state was we had all the government officials participating in the program. And we had our principal secretary to the CRP, to the teachers and students reading from 11 to 11:30 on that day. It was very interesting at the end of the day when people started posting on the different DDPI's group, the state group, in the offices, people sitting and reading all kinds of books, and most of them were reading, the children literature, because probably that became a little more easy to access because Room to Read provided us with these books in our offices, and all the officials were enjoying reading the 10 and 12 pages. So this was very interesting, and this also created ripples in the system, because like people realized, every government official realized his role in the campaign. So this 21-day program, it was so structured so that every school has somebody visiting them one or the other day in the week, a CRP, diet officials, the DDPI office officials, BO office officials, all of them were visiting schools. And so schools also felt that this program had to be done. And then after the readathon, we had the second day, we had, regenerate the library and reading corners in classrooms. So in this, children got out all the books in the library. So they had the feel of handling the books. And then we said, reading hospitals, we called them. And the tone books were taken to the hospitals and children stitched the books, and, they put wrappers to the books, and they gave new life to those books. And children doing this started reading those books. The books they have repaired, they would want to read it. So this kind of activity happened in schools. And then we had story read aloud sessions, and we had comic read. Then we had a holiday, Ganesh Chaturthi, and on that day also we had a reading activity which parents could do at home. So, and we also, and then when we come to the community, the parents had to take children. Every Gram Panchayat has a library in Karnataka. So parents could take their children to these libraries and they could read books there. Then parents were called to the school for story reading sessions. Parents were encouraged to read with the children. Then we had read for grandmothers and grandfathers. We will have, rather. We still haven't gone to that a week. So children will be reading with reading for grandparents. Then these are the things which they will do with the community. And then we have the celebration week. The last week will be the celebration week where we will, children will dress up as characters in the stories and they will try to enact the stories. So these are the kind, we will have quizzes. We will have reading competitions, reading with expression and things like that. So this will be a kind of, it will end with a kind of celebration in the schools. So this is, and we feel that any program, when teachers are told to do certain things, it becomes very difficult for us to drive those programs, because teacher takes things very casually and said, if not today, I will do it tomorrow. If not tomorrow, day after tomorrow. But when a program is structured, when we give focus on certain things, then we realize actually it is done in classrooms. So structuring becomes very important, and this reading campaign gives a chance for us to give the schools a structured program. And I'm also very happy to say that we are working with Room to Read to develop our own stories, because we realize that we do not have enough Kannada literature in those years, for that age group 1 to 5 classes. So we had a workshop 2 months ago, and Simi worked with our resource team, and out of around 20-25 stories that our teachers have picked up, written, the team, Room to Read team, has selected 15 of them. So we are really happy. At the first stage, teachers were able to do this. And we also have the parental calendar that we are doing with Room to Read, where for the 365 days, we have activities for parents. And we hope, and we've taken this, we are taking this across all schools, all the government schools, for parents from classes 1 to 5 to about 26 lakh parents. And we hope at least 1 lakh parents will be able to engage with the children in the first year. So with all these programs, we hope to bring the small ripples in this foundational stage will become bigger waves in the near future. And I would like to thank Room to Read and all the other NGOs who've been working with us to improve the sector. Thank you.
Thank you to all the speakers for sharing their experiences with the reading campaign. I now request Mr. Rajvanshi to please felicitate our speakers with a small token of our appreciation. requesting our speakers to please step forward for a group photo. As we continue exploring the transformative efforts driving education reform, our next session takes us to some inspiring success stories. We're about to listen to case studies that showcase the power of statewide reform achieved through collaboration, innovation, and a strong commitment to foundational literacy. For this, we would like to invite on stage Dr. Kaushlendra Kumar, Director, Research, Monitoring and Evaluation, Room to Read India, on stage to take the session forward.
Thank you, Vedika. Good afternoon, all. Namaskar. So, as Vedika mentioned, we have very interesting session on ground-up success, where two eminent speakers from Uttarakhand and Madhya Pradesh will be speaking. So, in recent years, we have seen the tremendous impact of statewide reforms in foundational literacy, basically driven by collaboration, innovation, and a deep commitment to improving education outcomes. Today, we are privileged to hear from two key leaders who have been instrumental in this transformation. First, I would like to invite Dr. K.N. Vijalwan sir on the stage. Sir, please join us. Dr. Vijalwan is an esteemed educator and initiator currently serving as the Assistant Director Curriculum SCRT Uttarakhand. With a remarkable track record, he has played a pivotal role in shaping and implementing the FLN initiatives in the state. Dr. Vijalwan holds the position of the key nodal person from SCRT for FLN in Uttarakhand, emphasizing his expertise and dedication to advancing educational outcomes. His contribution extends to academic support, to position paper on FLN, development of state curriculum framework, early childhood education curriculum in the state. With over 34 years of work experience in the education domain, Dr. Vijalwan continues to make profound contribution to the field. So joining him, I would like to invite Dr. Lokesh Khare from Madhya Pradesh. Sir, please join us. So Dr. Lokesh is the subject matter expert in Hindi language, and he is the coordinator of the Foundational Literacy and Numeracy Initiative in Rajya Shiksha Kendra Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. Dr. Khare is leading the planning, management, general administration, and development of different initiatives and policies related to the Hindi language in foundational literacy and numeracy in the state of Madhya Pradesh. As a coordinator of FLN in Rajya Shiksha Kendra Bhopal, he is also leading Mission Ankur implementation in the state. Dr. Lokesh Khare has been working in Rajya Shiksha Kendra from last 18 years. He has also provided new dimension to the children magazine, Gullak as an editor of the magazine, and Mission Ankur is a state initiative of Madhya Pradesh to implement Nipun Bharat in the state. So please join me, just welcoming sir. So I would like to Dr. Vijalwan sir now to present the insights. Sir, hand it over to you. Please. Thank you, sir.
सभी को प्रणाम. थैंक यू. ये मेरा सौभाग्य है कि आप सभी के बीच में कुछ इनिशिएटिव जो हमारे स्टेट ने कोलैबोरेशन में किए हैं विद WC डिपार्टमेंट, एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट, रूम टू रीड एंड सम अदर NGOs, तो उसकी एक थोड़ी सी झलक आप लोगों के बीच में है. आप सभी एक्सपर्ट्स हैं और मुझे लगता है कि FLN और ECC से संबंधित बहुत सारी चीज़ें आप हमसे बेहतर जानते भी हैं और करते भी होंगे. बट इन उत्तराखंड किस तरह से हमने कोलैबोरेटिव वे में काम किया है आफ्टर NEP, उसकी थोड़ी सी एक झलक आपके सामने। थैंक यू। शायद ये फर्स्ट, या थैंक यू। सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज जो आता है जब भी डॉक्यूमेंट या न्यू पॉलिसीज आती हैं, और NEP 2020 में जो सबसे बड़ा FLN का NCF तो बाद में आया, उससे पहले जो गाइडलाइंस आई थी उसमें ये देखा गया हमारे स्टेट में कि अगर कोलैबोरेटिव वे में हम काम नहीं करते हैं तो जो अचीवमेंट के प्रोसेस में भी हम आगे नहीं बढ़ पाएंगे। तो हमारे यहाँ एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट with the apex body of SCRT, then WCD department, and one of our DIETs, which is Center of Excellence in ECCE, Pre-Primary Schooling, तीनों का कोलैबोरेशन से हम लोगों की जर्नी आगे बढ़ी है, उसी पर हम बात करेंगे। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। थैंक यू। और जो हमारी जर्नी में रही है, चूंकि ये नई चीज़ें नहीं हैं, बहुत पहले से ये चीज़ें चली आ रही हैं। अगर आप देखेंगे तो बहुत सारे प्रोजेक्ट्स चले हैं, उनसे कुछ चीज़ें गैप्स को लेकर के डॉक्यूमेंट पॉलिसीज रही हैं, और आप सब लोगों ने इसको रीड किया होगा, अंडरस्टैंड किया होगा कि जो NEP डॉक्यूमेंट आए उसमें जो गैप्स निकले, उन गैप्स पे NEP डॉक्यूमेंट बात करता है। इस पर हम डिटेल में बात नहीं करेंगे। सार्थक डॉक्यूमेंट में डिफरेंट टास्क को जो है विजुलाइज किया गया था, थोड़ा सा सिस्टमाइज किया गया था। साथ में फिर जो हमारा जो निपुण डॉक्यूमेंट आया, क्योंकि ये बहुत सारी चीज़ें एक साथ जो है नेशनल लेवल पॉलिसी में आई हैं, आपने देखा कि बहुत सारे गैप्स इन तीनों डॉक्यूमेंट्स में भी रहे हैं, और लास्ट ईयर तक इन गैप्स को फिलिंग करने के लिए बहुत सारे फिर जो हैं, जो एक तरह से कहें जियोज कहें या डायरेक्शंस कहें, गवर्नमेंट लेवल से गए हैं। तो बहुत सारे स्टेट में एक कंफ्यूजन की स्थिति भी रही है कुछ चीज़ों में, उस पर डिटेल में हम बात करेंगे। तो हम लोगों ने इनको पूरे डॉक्यूमेंट जो भी थे क्या कर रहे थे, और हमारे स्टेट में जो चीज़ें जो हैं पहले से ही बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस चल रही थी, उनमें क्या गैप्स निकल के आ रहे हैं, इन तीनों डॉक्यूमेंट्स को देखने के बाद फिर हम लोगों ने इस पर आगे काम किया। थैंक यू। तो पहले से ही जो हमारी काम चल रहे थे, आप भी जानते हैं कि आंगनबाड़ीज में हमारे स्टेट में बहुत पहले से ही जब हमारा स्टेट बना था, तो आंगनबाड़ी और एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट स्पेशली SCRT एंड डाइट्स मिल करके काम कर रहे थे। तो उसमें हमें ये दिक्कत नहीं आई कि जो भी हमारा एजुकेशन से संबंधित जो ट्रेनिंग है, करिकुलम डेवलपमेंट है, कोई भी ये ट्रेनिंग से संबंधित लिटरेचर है, लर्निंग टीचिंग मटेरियल है, इन सब से मिलकर के हम कोलैबोरेटिव में काम कर रहे थे। तो नई चीज़ हमारे लिए कुछ नहीं थी। तो वहाँ से हमने उन गैप्स को लेकर के आगे जो चीज़ें हमारी हो सकती थी, मुझे लगता है कि सभी स्टेट ने उसी में काम किया होगा। और ये जरूर इसमें रखा गया कि जो हमारे स्टेट लेवल पॉलिसी लेवल पर थे, हमारी स्टीयरिंग कमेटी, और उस कमेटी में उन चीज़ों को हमारे डिफरेंट जो डिपार्टमेंट थे, हायर लेवल से लेकर के ग्रास रूट लेवल तक, उनको एक तरह से उन गैप्स और उनके जो कनेक्शन थे, जैसे सुबह जो है बिंता कॉल मैम कह रही थी, कनेक्शन और डिसकनेक्शन जो तय करता है कि कोई पॉलिसी कितनी स्ट्रांगली ग्रास रूट पर उसको अचीवमेंट देगी, आउटकम देगी। तो उस पर हम लोगों का एक उत्तराखंड में मुझे लगता है कि वन ऑफ द बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस हमारी रहे, जिसके कारण हम ये माने या सभी जो भी नेशनल लेवल से गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया MOE है, जो भी कहते हैं कि उत्तराखंड अच्छा कर रहा है। तो मुझे लगता है कि हमारा सक्सेस उसी में है कि हमने उस गैप्स को आइडेंटिफाई किया और हर लेवल तक उसको डिसेमिनेट किया। तो उसमें हमारे जो डॉक्यूमेंट अब तक थे, उन डॉक्यूमेंट्स में हमने जो की फाइंडिंग्स ली, जो गैप्स लिए, और उन पे हमारा आगे काम हुआ है। तो उसी पर हमारा आगे चला है। और ये डॉक्यूमेंट ऑलरेडी जो है अभी सभी स्टेट्स में NCERT से हैं, MOE से हैं, या जब हम कहते थे MHRD से हैं, तो उन पर देख करके हमारे काम शुरू हुए। अगर आप देखेंगे तो जो फाउंडेशनल स्टेज में जो हमारा SCF की बात है, NCF की बात है, उसमें NEP 2020 ने फर्स्ट 5 साइकिल की बात की। तो चूंकि यहाँ पे सबसे बड़ा गैप ये था जो लिंकेज थे बिटवीन WCD एंड एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट। प्री प्राइमरी स्कूलिंग टोटली जो है आंगनबाड़ी WCD डिपार्टमेंट देखता है, जहाँ पर अर्ली चाइल्ड केयर तक जो है उनकी बहुत सारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज और बहुत सारे काम वहाँ तक होते हैं। एजुकेशन की बात करते हैं तो फॉर्मल, नॉन फॉर्मल, इनफॉर्मल एजुकेशन भले ही वो चलती थी, लेकिन एक सिस्टमेटिक ऑर्गेनाइज वे में लर्निंग एनवायरनमेंट को किस तरह से प्रमोट किया जाए, उस गैप को फिल करते हुए जो है जो NEP का डॉक्यूमेंट आए उस पर काफ़ी काम किया गया। और उसमें फिर जो NCERT डॉक्यूमेंट, निपुण भारत डॉक्यूमेंट था, उनमें चीज़ों को मैप किया गया और जो गैप्स है उनमें क्या चीज़ें हो सकती हैं कि जिसको कि फिर हम जो निपुण भारत मिशन के टारगेट हैं उनको किस तरह से अचीव कर सकते हैं। उस डॉक्यूमेंट को बहुत तरीके से हम लोगों ने डिफरेंट वर्कशॉप, बहुत सारे जो है हमारे जो आंगनबाड़ी वर्कर हैं, टीचर्स हैं, पॉलिसी मेकर्स हैं, डाइट्स हैं, CRT हैं, सुपरवाइजर्स हैं, सबके साथ मिलकर के हमारी डिफरेंट जो है वर्कशॉप और सेमिनार्स और डेवलपमेंट वर्कशॉप हमारी हुई। तो उससे हमारे पास वो जिन चीज़ों में काम करने की आवश्यकता थी वो चीज़ें हमारी जो है एक तरह से जो है लाइट में आई और उन्हीं पे हमारा जो है काम हुआ है। हाँ, अगर आप देखेंगे तो 2019 में NCERT डॉक्यूमेंट्स ने पूरा करिकुलम डिजाइन करके जो है दिया था, जिसमें कि भले ही वो बाल वाटिका या आंगनवाड़ी का स्पेसिफिक नहीं था किसी एज ग्रुप का, तो वहां पर से जो 6 डोमेन थे उन डोमेन्स पर हमारे क्या क्या काम हुए हैं, क्या क्या हमारी करंट बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस हैं, उनको कैसे इनहेंस करें। साथ में फिर उसको जो लिटरेसी न्यूमरेसी का जो नया कॉन्सेप्ट FLN में आया, किस तरह से लिटरेसी डेवलपमेंट, लैंग्वेज डेवलपमेंट को किस तरह से इसके साथ जो है लिंक करते हुए आगे बढ़ेंगे, तो उस पर हमने पूरा काम किया है। साथ में उसमें चूंकि ओरल लैंग्वेज डेवलपमेंट तो हमारा जो है पहले से ही जो है हमारे ट्रेनिंग में या हमारे आंगनबाड़ी वर्कर्स की टीचर हैंडबुक थी उसमें हमारे डेवलप किए थे। एक तरह से उसको जो है 6 और 8 कंपोनेंट्स को कैसे हम जो है इंगेज करेंगे, यानी कि जो हमारा जो पूरा पैटर्न था, पेडागोजी थी हमारी जो आंगनवाड़ी की, जिसको हम काखा गा से जो है डिनोट करते हैं। काफ और जो आप भी जानते होंगे, कहानी है, कविता है, खासे खेल है, खिलौने है, गीत है, गा से इस तरह से गाने। तो उसी पे पूरा हमने जो है ये 6 डोमेन को और अपने जो न्यू लिटरेसी डोमेन उसमें ऐड करना था, तो उसको उसी के साथ हमने धीरे धीरे कनेक्ट करके ऐड किया। देन नेक्स्ट प्लीज। NEP में सबसे पहले जो है जिसकी बात करते हैं कि स्कूल रेडीनेस मॉड्यूल की बात करते हैं। और ये गैप क्यों आया, क्योंकि अगर आप देखेंगे कि बहुत सारे चेंजेस एजुकेशन में आए, सोशल फील्ड में आए, सोशल एक फैमिलीज में आए। क्योंकि अब बच्चा क्या हो गया, एलोन हो गया है, चाहे वो जो है डिसएडवांटेज ग्रुप के बच्चे हैं, तो वहाँ पेरेंट्स अपने केवल 2 टाइम की रोजी रोटी के लिए कर रहे हैं। उन बच्चों को कोई जो है उस तरह के जो उनके डोमेन स्किल्स थे डेवलप करने में कोई अभी हेल्प नहीं करते हैं, वो बिल्कुल एलोन है। एलिट ग्रुप में जाएंगे वो भी एलोन है, क्योंकि सभी अपने अपने कामों में बिजी हैं। नोबडी टेक केयर ऑफ हर और हिज चाइल्ड। वहां से जो है ये रेडीनेस की बात जरूर, अदरवाइज क्या है, ज्वाइंट फैमिली में पहले बच्चे स्कूल के लिए बिल्कुल तैयार रहते थे, वहां दिक्कत नहीं आती थी। आज की कंडीशन में ये दिक्कत आ गई है और ये बहुत ही आवश्यक नीड है। अगर आप देखेंगे, क्योंकि स्कूल में बच्चे चले गए लेकिन उनके जो है क्या है अभी तक तैयारी नहीं है, तो वो तैयारी जो अब हम इसको सिस्टमेटिक और फॉर्मल एजुकेशन से करना चाहते हैं, प्री स्कूलिंग से, तो उन चीजों पे ROE मॉड्यूल, वी आर द फर्स्ट स्टेट जिन्होंने स्कूल रेडनेस मॉड्यूल तैयार किया और अपने लोकल स्पेसिफिक और लोकल कंटेस्ट में इसको तैयार करके हमारा जो है 2021 से ही जो है सभी स्कूल्स में, प्राइमरी स्कूल्स में एक कंपलसरी कर दिया गया था। तो उससे हमारे जो है ROE मॉड्यूल इसको नाम दिया था। इसी का लॉन्चिंग जो है फिर हमारे मिनिस्टर और जो भी पॉलिसी मेकर्स हैं सबने किया। नेक्स्ट, उसके बाद इसी को अलाइन करते हुए बाल वाटिका जो टीचर हैंडबुक है आंगनबाड़ी वर्कर की, उसको डेवलप किया। तो उनको भी इस तरह से कि किस तरह हमको जो है न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में जो 6 डोमेन है, 3 गोल्स हैं जो हमारे SDG गोल्स हैं, चाहे हेल्थ एंड वेलबींग है, इफेक्टिव कम्युनिकेशन स्किल है, इन्वॉल्व लर्निंग स्किल है उसको कैसे इसमें रखेंगे, तो वो सारी चीजें इनकॉर्पोरेट इसमें की गई हैं। बच्चों को क्या किया जाए, तो बच्चों के लिए बाल वाटिका जो 5 से 6 साल के बच्चे थे उनके लिए उसी तरह की जो है कुछ क्रिएटिव वर्कबुक डेवलप की हैं, जिनको कि नाम दिया गया स्वास्थ्य फॉर हेल्थ एंड वेलबींग, देन संवाद फॉर इफेक्टिव कम्युनिकेशन एंड देन इन्वॉल्व लर्निंग सृजन। तो उसी तरह की एक्टिविटीज किस तरह से की जा सकती हैं, तो जो हमारी कोलोकेटेड आंगनबाड़ीज हैं उनमें इनको रखा गया और हमारे आंगनबाड़ी वर्कर से लेकर टीचर्स और जो भी पॉलिसी मेकर है उन्हीं के द्वारा ही डेवलप किया गया है। साथ में हमने कहा सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस हमारा जो है ईसीसी का एक डाइट को बनाया गया है, जो कि पूरे स्टेट की जो चीज़ें डेवलप होती हैं उन्हीं डाइट्स के द्वारा होती हैं। पूरे स्टेट को कवर करते हुए वर्कशॉप डेवलप करते हैं। डाइट देहरादून है, उनके रिप्रेजेंटेटिव डॉक्टर रावत जी हमारे बीच आए हैं, वो भी बैठे हैं। देन उसके बाद FLN, चूंकि निपुण भारत मिशन अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा जो है गेम चेंजर के रूप में जो है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया MOE देखता है, उसमें हमने इन सभी चीज़ों को इनकॉर्पोरेट करते हुए कोई न्यू चीज़ नहीं बल्कि यहीं से किस डोमेन को आगे कैसे ले जाना है, टीचर हैंडबुक बनाई है। उसी तरह से हमारे 8 कंपोनेंट लैंग्वेज के, 6 कंपोनेंट मैथ्स के, तो FLN को पूरा जो है हमने एक कंपोजिट और इंक्लूसिव वे में दिया गया है। टाइम के लिए बार बार पर्ची आ रही है, बस जल्दी से इसको बात। उसके बाद आगे हमने जो है 7 डेज आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर्स की ट्रेनिंग, बिल्कुल उन्हीं को सिस्टमाइज और ऑर्गेनाइज वे में क्या क्या चीजें हो सकती हैं और आंगनबाड़ी वर्कर की कैपेसिटी को देखते हुए सिंपल और लोकल स्पेसिफिक रूप से उनको रखी गई हैं। एक्टिविटीज है, कहानी है, खेल है, गीत है, जैसे सुबह यहाँ पर जिस तरह की चीजें हैं और वो भी हमारी जो है एक पार्ट बनी है। साथ में उसी तरह से जो है फिर हमारा FLN जो भी लर्निंग टीचिंग मटेरियल वो आए हैं। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। ये सारी चीजें आप लोग भी कर रहे हैं, सभी स्टेट में हो रही हैं। एक सबसे अच्छा एक रहा है कि बच्चों के लिए पिक्चर बुक और लर्निंग एनवायरनमेंट एक तरह से जो है पिंट रिच कैसे हो, तो वर्ड्स लेस बुक्स जो है बनी है और ये हमारे टीचर्स और इलस्ट्रेशन हमारे टीचर के द्वारा किया गया। जैसे तिकोनी का जन्मदिन है, बच्चों के रिलेटेड चीजें हैं, इसमें कोई वर्ड्स नहीं है, शब्द नहीं है, अक्षर नहीं है, बच्चे अपने हिसाब से अपनी कहानी जो है डेवलप करते हैं और ये प्रिंट होकर के सभी आंगनबाड़ी वर्कर्स में इवन इन क्लास 1 और 2 जो हमारा स्कूल्स है उनके लिए भी इसको जो है प्रोवाइड किया जा रहा है। इसके बाद ये हमारा जो है NCF के ही जो है बिहाफ पर जो है इतने पोजीशन पेपर के साथ पूरे स्टेट में इसको जो है एक कैंपेन के रूप में लिया गया क्या चीजें होनी चाहिए। और वी आर द फर्स्ट स्टेज जिन्होंने अपना SCF फाउंडेशनल स्टेज का जो है डेवलप करके इसको लॉन्च भी कर दिया और इसके आधार पर हमारी जो है निपुण वर्कबुक, निपुण हैंडबुक सारी डेवलप हो गई है। इस साल से हमारा जो है SCF बेस हमारा पूरा करिकुलम, पूरा जो हमारा स्कूली जो हमारी पाठ्यचर्या है पूरी उस पर जो है इम्प्लीमेंट हो रही है। तो वो सारी चीजें हमने इम्प्लीमेंट कर दी हैं। ये हमारा SCF का लॉन्च प्रोग्राम है जो कि हमारे DG मंत्री सर हमारे हैं, सभी लोग इसमें काम कर रहे हैं। नेक्स्ट। ये इसी तरह से असेसमेंट की बात आई थी, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि बहुत फॉर्मल असेसमेंट हम कहते हैं उसमें उन्हीं तरह की चीज़ों को इसमें इनकॉर्पोरेट किया गया है कि बच्चे अपने जो है हैबिट डेवलपमेंट में किस तरह से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, उनकी स्किल किस तरह से प्रमोट हो रही है, उन्हीं चीज़ों को इसमें देखा गया है। साथ में हमारा SMC ट्रेनिंग मॉड्यूल भी लाइन अप किया गया है, उसमें हमारे सारी वो चीज़ें जो कि एक लर्निंग होम एज ए लर्निंग स्पेस के लिए डेवलप होती थी, तो वो हमारा जो है साइड बाय साइड SMC ट्रेनिंग मॉड्यूल के साथ चल रहा है। ऐसे ही आधारशिला और जो हमारा अब ये निपसिट के द्वारा बनाया गया इसको भी लाइन अप किया गया है और सारी चीजें हमारी जो है सेपरेट वे में कंपार्टमेंट में कोई चीजें नहीं है। जितने भी NGOs हमारे काम कर रहे हैं एक पेज पर और एक हमारा जो है SPMU है उसमें डिसाइड हो जाता है कि हमारी पेडागोजी अप्रोच, क्लासरूम अप्रोच, हमारी ट्रेनिंग अप्रोच और हमारी मटेरियल अप्रोच क्या होगी। सेपरेट अप्रोच कोई भी ना तो NGO देते हैं और ना कोई जो है डिपार्टमेंट देते हैं। उससे हमारे को जो है आसानी रही है कि टीचर्स हैं, आंगनबाड़ी वर्कर्स हैं, सभी जगह ये कंफ्यूजन की स्थिति नहीं आती है कि ये कह रहे हैं अब हम क्या करें, जो सुबह अभी पैनलिस्ट में बात हो रही थी। तो हमने शुरू से इसको जो है इसीलिए हमारा कोलैबोरेटिव वे जो है ज़्यादा अच्छा लग रहा है। और हमने अपना जैसे NCERT का जादुई पिटारा है, ऐसे ही उत्तराखंड ने अपना स्टेट स्पेसिफिक जादुई पिटारा डेवलप कर दिया है। इसके हमारे सारे जितने भी उसमें करिकुलम, कॉस्ट्यूम, डिजाइन सब चीज़ें हैं। गंगा मैम हमारे साथ यहाँ पर हैं, हम लोग उसके कोऑर्डिनेटर हैं, तो सारी चीज़ें कर दी और सभी आंगनवाड़ी केंद्र और स्कूल्स में इसको देंगे। और ये हमारे 3 to 8 ग्रुप के लिए जो करिकुलम है, जैसे टॉय बेस्ड पेडागोजी कहते हैं, स्टेट स्पेस, लोकल स्पेसिफिक, जैसे अभी सुबह एक स्टोरी पे बात हो रही थी, ऐसे हमारे स्टोरी कार्ड बिल्कुल लोकल बने और उसी को डिजिटलाइज हुए करके, और कुछ तो एक तरह से इसी रूप में जो है हम उसको ट्रेनिंग पैकेज के रूप में भी जो है आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर टीचर्स को दे रहे हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच। मुझे लगता है कि बहुत सारी चीजें सभी स्टेट्स कर रहे हैं, बस ये है कि कोलैबोरेटिव हुए बहुत ही बेस्ट हुए है, और मुझे लगता है डिफरेंट वे और कंपार्टमेंट में हम काम करेंगे तो क्योंकि स्टेक होल्डर हमारा सिंगल बच्चा है, चाहे वहाँ 8 लोग काम करें, 8 एनजीओ काम करें, 8 डिपार्टमेंट काम करें, सिंगल स्टेक होल्डर बच्चे, उसके बेनिफिट के लिए हम कर रहे हैं। तो हमारे स्टेट का सबसे अच्छा ये है कि सभी एक पेज पे और एक विजन से और एक अप्रोच से जो है हम बच्चे के बीच में आ जाए। थैंक यू वेरी मच। थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा ही हो गया, टाइम ज़्यादा लगा। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, Dr. Vijalwan, for sharing the insights from the state of Uttarakhand and highlighting the experience of collaboration. There is clear takeaway from the presentation that interdepartmental collaboration makes an impact. So that is a message from the presentation. Thanks again. Now I invite Dr. Khare for sharing the insights from the state of Madhya Pradesh. Yeah.
नमस्कार साथियों, हम लोग क्लोजिंग सेरेमनी का टाइम के समय है, तो निश्चित रूप से सभी को जल्दी है, मैं समझ पा रहा हूँ। मैं कोशिश करूंगा कि पर्चियां ना मिले मुझे और अपनी बात समय में मैं पूरी कर लूं। मैं कुछ बेहतर ढूंढ रहा हूँ, घर में हूँ, घर ढूंढ रहा हूँ। मैं निश्चित रूप से हम सब यहाँ एकत्रित हैं और उसकी पीड़ा के कारण शायद एकत्रित हैं। अगर सब कुछ ठीक होता तो शायद हम सब की आवश्यकता यहाँ नहीं थी, हम सब कुछ और कामों में अपनी एनर्जी लगा रहे होते, लेकिन सब कुछ ठीक नहीं है। इसी चिंता के कारण आज हम लोग यहाँ हैं। बहुत सारे काम सभी स्टेट कर रहे हैं, कुछ काम मध्य प्रदेश ने भी किया है, और मध्य प्रदेश ने बहुत सारे काम ऐसे हैं जो रूम टू रीड के साथ मिलकर के किए हैं। रूम टू रीड की जर्नी मध्य प्रदेश में बहुत लंबी जर्नी है। हम लोग मुझे याद है जब 2005 में मैं ज्वाइन किया था राज्य शिक्षा केंद्र को, उस दौरान भी 2 जिलों में बैतूल और टीकमगढ़, वहाँ रूम टू रीड काम कर रहा था। तो एक लंबी जर्नी हम लोगों ने रूम टू रीड के साथ व्यतीत की है, और उनके अपने अनुभव हैं, उनके अपने कौशल हैं, और उसका लाभ हम लोग लेते हैं। तो मैं जल्दी से स्टेट ने क्या क्या किया है वो एक बार गो थ्रू करता हूँ। प्लीज नेक्स्ट। ये मध्य प्रदेश का एक सिनेरियो है। टोटल 83,000 प्राथमिक विद्यालय हैं, लगभग 45.5 लाख बच्चे हैं, 2 लाख शिक्षक हैं, 55 जिले हैं, 322 विकास खंड हैं, 89 ट्राइबल ब्लॉक्स हैं, और मध्य प्रदेश में लगभग 26 भाषाएं इस समय हैं। नेक्स्ट। ये ईसीसी में हम लोगों ने जो काम किया है, ईसीसी जैसा सभी लोग जानते हैं कि डब्ल्यूसीडी के साथ मिलकर के काम करते हैं, लेकिन हमारे यहाँ कोलैबोरेशन इस तरीके से है कि वो भी जो काम करते हैं वो एकेडमिक कोई काम होता है तो उसका वेटिंग राज्य शिक्षा केंद्र को देते हैं, तो हम लोग मिल करके बाकी वो आंगनबाड़ी केंद्र अपना संचालित करते हैं, लेकिन जब भी एकेडमिक्स कुछ होता है तो उसमें हम लोगों की मदद जरूर ली जाती है। तो एक ये सहज और उसके वो बनाए हुए थे कुछ, एक हम लोगों ने कंटेंट जो बनाया हुआ है, समग्र प्रगति पत्रक जो डब्ल्यूसीडी के साथ मिलकर तैयार किया है, उसके पिक्चर्स हैं। नेक्स्ट, जल्दी कर देंगे। ये एक डाइट में हम लोगों ने हर डाइट में एक ईसीसी रूम डेवलप किया हुआ है, उसकी एक पिक्चर है। ये हम लोगों ने कुछ जो एनईपी कह रही थी उसके अकॉर्डिंग हम लोगों ने कुछ काम किए हैं, वो आगे आएंगे तो उस पर बातचीत हो जाएगी। ये सहज अभ्यास पुस्तिका के साथ हम लोगों ने जो अलग अलग कक्षाओं में 1, 2, 3 3 सहज वर्कबुक ईसीसी के लिए डेवलप की हुई है, वो है। ये कुछ वर्कबुक ऐसी हैं जो हम लोगों ने थीम बेस्ड वर्कबुक भी तैयार की हुई है। ये कुछ मिशन अंकुर की है। अगर आप देखेंगे तो ये 3 तरीके से हम लोगों ने इसको डेवलप किया हुआ है। एक टेक्स्ट बुक जैसा सभी जानते हैं कक्षाओं में है, उसके लिए हम लोगों ने क्लास 1 to 4 की वर्कबुक डेवलप कर ली है, स्कूलों में पहुंच गई है। शिक्षक संदर्शिका क्लास 1, 2 के लिए एक और 3, 4 के लिए एक, वो भी टीचर को वहां पहुंच गई है। और हमारे यहाँ क्लास 1 से 4 की फेस टू फेस ट्रेनिंग भी हो गई है। कुछ हम लोगों ने अतिरिक्त सामग्री भी बनाई है, उस पर भी आगे बातचीत होगी। ये अंकुर अभ्यास पुस्तिकाओं की कुछ टीचर्स गाइड हैं, उसके पिक्चर्स हैं। नेक्स्ट, ये अभ्यास पुस्तिकाओं के पिक्चर गाइड हैं, पिक्चर्स हैं, वो आपके सामने हैं। ये पुनः चूंकि विषय बार बनाई हुई है हमने, 3 और 4 में 4 विषय हो जाते हैं, तो उनके साथ हम लोगों ने काम किया हुआ है। ये कुछ लक्ष्य जो एनसीईआरटी ने हमें प्रोवाइड कराए थे, उसको हमने अपने स्टेट की लगभग 10 क्षेत्रीय भाषाओं में, गौड़ी, सहरिया, भीली, कोरकू, इन भाषाओं में हमने उसको अनुवाद करा के स्कूलों तक भेजा हुआ है। ये उसके कुछ पोस्टर हैं। एक FLN मेला हम लोग करते हैं, जो अभी पिछले साल 2 बार किया था, इस बार उसको 3 सेशन में 3 बार करने का विचार है। हमारे यहाँ जो व्यवस्था है FLN में, वो 1 to 4 में जो अभ्यास पुस्तिकाएं हैं, उसमें 10वें सप्ताह, 20वें सप्ताह और 30वें सप्ताह में एक आवधिक आकलन वीक है। तो उस आवधिक आकलन वीक के साथ हम लोग FLN मेले का आयोजन करते हैं। इस मेले के लिए हम एक अलग से रिपोर्ट कार्ड भी बनाते हैं, और वो रिपोर्ट कार्ड हर बच्चे को पहुंचता है। और पूरे स्टेट में लगभग 17 लाख बच्चे एक ही दिन में, वो FLN मेला उसी दिन आयोजित होता है, और उसमें पेरेंट्स और समुदाय का बहुत बढ़िया एंगेजमेंट होता है। उसको हम लोग वो भी करते हैं। एक ये स्टेट का इनिशिएटिव है, ये आप देख करके समझ पा रहे होंगे कि ये एक सांप सीढ़ी है। इस सांप सीढ़ी में आपको कुछ अजीब लग रहा है क्या? लग रहा है क्या? अजीब लग रहा है? वहीं पे सांप है। तो ये जो अजीब है, बस यही हमारा इनोवेशन भी है। बाकी सब आपने खेला हुआ है। तो ये जो अजीब है, ये क्यों है, वो मैं थोड़ी सी बात करना चाहूंगा। ये हमने अभी तक खेल और जब भी हम खेल की और एजुकेशन की बात करते हैं, तो शायद खेल अलग छूट जाता है और एजुकेशन अलग छूट जाता है। तो खेल और एजुकेशन को जोड़ने के लिए हमने ऐसे हम लोगों ने 10 खेल तैयार किए हैं। उसको हम लोगों ने थोड़ा सा विजुलाइज इस दृष्टि से किया कि खेल को एजुकेशन के साथ कैसे जोड़े। यहाँ जहां जहां आप सांप और सीढ़ी देख रहे हैं, वहां जब बच्चा पहुंचता है तो टीम का दूसरा बच्चा उससे कुछ क्वेश्चन पूछता है। अब आगे की प्रक्रिया आपको समझ आ गई होगी कि क्वेश्चन का आंसर सही तो सीढ़ी, क्वेश्चन का आंसर गलत तो सांप। तो इस तरीके से कुछ गड़बड़ियां करके ठीक ठाक किया है एजुकेशन में। तो ऐसे कुछ और खेल हम लोगों ने, एक क्रिकेट का खेल आप लोग देख रहे हैं। इस क्रिकेट के खेल में वही जो भी टर्मिनोलॉजी क्रिकेट में यूज होती है, वो सारी टर्मिनोलॉजी इसमें हम लोगों ने यूज की हुई है। 2 रन है, 4 रन है, 5 रन है, 6 रन है, वो सारी की सारी टर्मिनोलॉजी, इंजर्ड होता है खिलाड़ी, वो हम लोगों ने किया हुआ है। ये कुछ एक लर्निंग किट हम लोगों ने बनाई हुई है। जैसा अभी उत्तराखंड ने कहा कि वो जो हम लोगों ने किट बनाई है, उसमें 19 तरीके के आइटम है। उस 19 तरीके के आइटम में हम लोगों ने कुछ यहाँ डिस्प्ले किए हुए हैं, जिसमें मौखिक भाषा विकास से लेकर के और कहानी की किताब तक उसका हिस्सा है। उसमें कुछ बाईलैंग्वेज रीडिंग कार्ड भी है। एक ये जो सभी स्टेट ने रूम टू रीड के साथ मिलकर काम किया है, वो है। एक ये हम लोगों ने थोड़ा सा 10-11 भाषाओं में हमने अपने रूम टू रीड की बुक्स को अनुवाद कराया हुआ है। और हमारे यहाँ मध्य प्रदेश को अगर आप देखेंगे तो 4 रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस भी हैं जो बड़े क्षेत्र में बोली जाती हैं। उसके बाद ट्राइबल लैंग्वेजेस हैं। तो उस रीजनल लैंग्वेजेज को, ये जो 3 भाषाएं आप इसमें देख रहे हैं, एक हिंदी स्टेट लैंग्वेज है, फिर 4 रीजनल लैंग्वेजेज हैं, तो उन चारों रीजनल लैंग्वेजेज में हमने उसको अनुवाद कराया है, और अभी 10 ट्राइबल लैंग्वेजेज में इसको अनुवाद करा के ये प्रिंटिंग की प्रक्रिया में आ गई है, अगले 2 महीने में पहुंच जाएगी। ये एक मध्य प्रदेश की पूरी जर्नी है। हम लोगों ने 2021-22 जनवरी से शुरू किया था काम, उसको आप पढ़ सकते हैं, चूंकि लास्ट 1 मिनट की पर्ची मेरे पास आ गई है, तो अब थैंक यू।
Thank you so much. Requesting Dr. Kumar to felicitate the esteemed speakers as a mark of our deep gratitude and appreciation. Requesting you all to step forward for a group photograph as well. Thank you. Requesting you all to please take a seat in the audience. Moving on, the second panel discussion of the day is titled Snapshot of Early Grades, a Practitioner's Gaze. For this panel discussion, we are joined by Dr. Bhagilakshmi Balaji, Director, Program Operations, Room to Read India.
Namaste, everyone. How much time do we have? Yeah? 40 minutes? Okay, 40 minutes. So because the time has been shortened, I'm getting a little innovative here. We are aware that one of the panelists has to leave. A flight is at 7 o'clock. So we would be, ma'am, I would ask you to join me here. And the question that I have for you, I'll just pose it here and then you can come over and address it. Post that, I'll call the panel members. So I would like to invite Miss Lata Menon, child development expert. Ma'am has worked in the field of child development and education for over 40 years in teaching, research, and management of education programs. She has been with UNICEF for 25 years, supporting their education and child development programs in Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, and Chhattisgarh, while also leading the organization's educational programs in China and Ethiopia. After retiring as Chief of Education in UNICEF's Ethiopia office, she has been working with the government of Karnataka on early childhood development and primary education. Ma'am, over to you. But the question that I have for you, I had 2 rounds, but I'm sure I won't be able to take them. So one of the question, I'm again taking, my own favorite question for you out of the 2, and that is, ma'am, there has been an ongoing debate around the appropriate age for introducing phonics, especially in the context of Indian languages. In your view, is the proposition that phonics before age 6 is unsuitable for Indian languages valid? How might this issue impact social equity, particularly for underprivileged communities?
Okay. Right. I know this is a... Yeah, okay. This is a topic that is also fairly close to my heart. And what I've wanted to discuss as far as this is concerned is that for a lot of years now, we have been developing curriculum, both for the early child development program in the state, as well as I've been very actively involved with the English curriculum. As Pramita has already said, we have the Nalikali program, which is a very fun-filled, activity-based curriculum for early learning. Now, much has happened after the new NEP and the whole concept that children should be able to achieve foundational literacy. And as Rekha said, by grade 3, which doesn't tell you as to whether it's at the beginning or at the end, or at least at that point, nobody was very sure. And so there is a little bit of a panic within the department as to how they were going to be able to get children to be able to read a fairly difficult script-based language like Kannada. Kannada and Telugu scripts are fairly difficult to master, and so there has been some amount of concern on that. Otherwise, the general way that was addressed is that we would have start with the script in the first grade, and then we would move on to grade 3, and by the end of grade 3, early grade 4, we expected children to be reading. Now, this is what we also expected, and when we started the LKG and UKG program, I started out by explaining to the group that we would not introduce literacy, and it's only emergent literacy, and we would not introduce letters in grade 1. And I was quite surprised at the amount of pushback that I received at that point. And we had a group of people who brought the ICSE curriculum for grade 1. They brought the CBSE curriculum for grade 1. They brought the CBSE textbook. And the question they asked me is, these are children from rich families, so they can learn? Our children do not come from such families. So for them, we start only from grade 1. If you are in an ICSE school, you should be reading by the time you're in grade 1. If you are in a government school in Karnataka, you only start the alphabets and expect them to read only by the time they are in grade 3. And though I explained to them that, okay, these are children who are coming from deprived backgrounds, we need to have a larger period of time to be able to get them to pick up these emergent literacy skills and to get them ready for reading before we start on the letters. But this has been something that has, sort of kept me thinking, and that was one of the questions that I also posed to Room to read. That is our reasoning wrong? Are we now saying that instead of saying that we have an early childhood curriculum that would make up for the deprivation at home and have a far more enriched program in the preschool years, rather than do that, we are kicking the can down the road and saying, okay, these children require more support, so let us use the entire preschool period to support them. And then they will start reading from grade 1, whereas children who come from more privileged backgrounds have already started reading from grade 1. And this has been a question that we have been discussing within the department, and we've been discussing amongst ourselves, both for English as well as for Kannada. That yes, Kannada is a difficult language, but is there a point or is there a limit? I won't say limit, but is there a point at number of letters that we can sort of say the children can learn by the time they have completed up UKG? Nobody has much expectations of the ICDS, which I think is unfair, but at least, where the education department has control, would it be possible for us to do this? Now, I have been discussing with a number of people, and there is a general feeling that even for children who are coming from deprived backgrounds, if you have a good enriched program, it is possible for us to introduce letters It is the only thing is you're not going to be able to introduce the entire Varnamala. 52 letters and the Swarachinhas, etc. are not going to be possible. And so my question really, what I had expected and hoped that, we would be able to have a discussion, is that with our understanding, just how many letters do you think is reasonably possible for us to actually introduce children to at between the ages of 5 and 6? Now, I have spoken to a number of people who have been working with these children in NGO settings and slightly more privileged, affordable schools. And though many of them actually do work a lot more in English rather than Kannada, the number that has sort of been floated around is anywhere between 7 and 15. But this is something that, I don't have time now at this point. It's very unfortunate. I do have to leave. But I think this is something that all of us need to really look at. Are we really saying that if you are privileged, you get to learn the letters earlier? If you are not, come from deprived backgrounds, we use the entire preschool program to make up for that. We kick the can down the road and start only there. But come the NAS in grade 3, regardless of whether you are in a private school or whether you are in a government school, you are all measured at the same level. And then we say the government schools are not performing. And as a result of that, there is tremendous unhappiness and heartburn among the teachers, because they feel they're already working at a disadvantage. And on top of that, in spite of their best efforts, they're really getting the raw end of the deal. We are not saying to have a program that, makes children unhappy. Nalikali is not a program that makes children unhappy. If you've got a good enriched program, is it possible for us to at least start the program in the early years? That's the question that I really wanted to leave the group with.
And exactly, ma'am, and I don't think so. We have the answer, but if anybody has any thought, you can share and then...
Yeah, I would definitely like to hear a few of the comments.
Rather, the question is quite poignant, and I'm sure we are all thinking on, what could be the answer for this, because this is something which is definitely a question to ponder on.
Is there anybody else responding? Can I try? So, my thought on this would be that I wouldn't strictly try and ascertain a number of aksharas that need to be taught at that particular age. I know it's not going to be all I know is that it's not going to be the entire 52. That's number one. I think more importantly, it is like how much of actual support, like with the metalinguistic support that is needed, how much of that can actually be given to children of that age group, and especially from a disprivileged background, so that any akshara knowledge or any orthographic knowledge that's going to come later is hinged well on the cognitive landscape. So that's going to be my second point. कि metalinguistic awareness के जो जितने सारे points हैं, whether we have enough orality, whether we have phonological awareness, whether we have enough storytelling and all of that, we will put everything like that needs to be put in place to be able to say before that how many aksharas need to be taught. And apart from that, aksharas also need to be taught in various ways. For example, depending on the script, like hamare South Asian scripts, in spite of all of them are alpha syllabaries, they come with a certain amount of variety of visual complexity. So with the amount of visual complexity that the script is dealing with, then you will have to see, like, for example, if it's going to be a CV or a CCV combination, what is the kind, or if there is a visual complexity involved at the moment there is a matra, Then how do you deal with that? What is the simplest form? What is the most simple phonemic form that needs to be placed?
Yeah.
Needs to be thought through. So these are decisions that will be very, very language and script based. And I think number 4 is going to be, in case the child will be facing a home language, school language difference.
Yeah.
Then, the practice time for children to reach automaticity for any number of aksharas is going to grow, and we'll have to give that time. So once all of this is decided, once we know the premise of the language and the script that we are dealing with, then, you can decide whether it's 7, whether it's 8, whether it's 15, or, it can be decided that way. Whether you do the swaras first, then you do the vyanjanas first, vyanjanas later, or you start putting a vyanjana and a swara combination, then just for playfully breaking it down, what level of akshara knowledge are you going to present also becomes very, very important. So that would be my response.
Yes, a lot of what you have talked about in terms of what we should prepare the children for are the arguments I've also sort of put forward to the group, that yes, we would need to prepare them. But then I think that has been their point, that yes, we should prepare them, but we can't use that as an excuse for not starting the letters. So I think, but your point, and what is also more important is what do we introduce and how do we go about introducing it is equally important. And that is certainly something that I think, as a group we would be looking at.
Yeah. It is possible to introduce aksharas. So let's not say that aksharas just cannot be introduced. But with the right, what are you placing them on, that needs to be put in place. And how much would you do without a cognitive load is also going to be very important. So that way. I also don't have a number to that. Yeah. And I would actually go to the script, its visual complexity, is phonemic complexity, and then decide how much to do.
Yeah, and I think that's something that I feel that we will only know through trial and error.
Yeah. So yeah, food for thought. I'm sure some of us are going to try and see what best works. Yeah. So thank you, ma'am, for being here, and thanks a lot.
I'm really very sorry to have to leave this in the middle, but it's just one of those things. Thank you very much. It's been an extremely informative and wonderful session. Thank you.
Requesting Dr. Balaji to present a token of appreciation to Ms. Lata Menon.
So now I begin the panel discussion, and it is titled Snapshots of Early Grades, a Practitioner's Gaze. I am honored to be joined by an esteemed panel of experts who bring years of experience in shaping early learning programs across different contexts in India. Joining me today, Mrs. Bandana Garbyal. Ms. Bandana Hyanki Garbyal is a seasoned educationist and administrator in Uttarakhand with over 25 years of experience. She has held various leadership roles, including senior lecturer at DIET, district and chief education officer, additional director Kumon, and director of primary education. Currently, as Director of Academic Research and Training, she guides SCERT and CMAT in achieving the state's education vision. Known for her empathetic leadership, Ms. Garbyal remains dedicated to exploring innovative trends and driving positive change in Uttarakhand's education system. Welcome, ma'am. And the second panelist with me is Dr. Ritika Dabas, Senior Lecturer, Division of Curriculum and Pedagogy, SCERT, Delhi. Dr. Ritika Dabas is currently serving as a senior lecturer at SCRT Delhi, where she oversees parental involvement through school management committees and is the nodal person for the foundational and preparatory stages in the state. Under her guidance, various content for these stages has been developed. She has coordinated the Delhi government's parent outreach program and has been actively involved in capacity building for SMCs. Her work also focuses on enhancing parental involvement during the foundational years. Additionally, she is a member of various committees as SCRT and has conducted research on SMCs, compiling best practices in Delhi. Welcome again. Ms. Samyukta Subramaniam, Program Lead ECCE, Pratham Education Foundation. Ms. Samyukta Subramaniam leads early childhood education and early grades programs across different Indian states at Pratham Education Foundation. Her focus has been on India's early years education landscape and improving outcomes at scale in partnership with governments and the community. Recently, as an Echidna Global Scholar 2019 at the Brookings Institution, Washington, D.C., her paper focused on India's policy on early childhood education, lessons for a gender transformative early childhood in India. Welcome. Well, you know, we were earlier planning for 2 rounds and there were 2 rounds of question, but I may just ask you only one question and then leaving time for the audience also to, you know, ask you a few. So early learning forms the foundation of a child's academic journey. But scaling these initiatives across diverse regions presents unique challenges, and we are all aware of it. Evidence from multiple states has also indicated that overcoming these challenges require interdepartmental coordination, building teacher capacity, parental engagement, developing context-specific strategies. Even in the morning sessions, we had discussed around these aspects. And since you all have first-hand experience in scaling early learning initiatives, so I would like to kind of explore your insights on these topics. And the question that I would like to ask Bandana ma'am. Uttarakhand has made significant efforts in early learning. आपके सारे डिपार्टमेंट की कोऑर्डिनेशन अभी बिजलवान सर ने भी यहाँ आकर बताया और बिना उसके काम करना भी मुश्किल है, ये भी हम जानते हैं क्योंकि आप इस रोल में और इतना डाइवर्स आपके रोल्स रहे हैं और एक्सपीरियंस रहा है उत्तराखंड में, तो मेरा जो प्रश्न है वो ये है कि आपके लिए मोस्ट सिग्निफिकेंट चैलेंजेस जो रहे हैं स्केल करने में अर्ली लर्निंग प्रोग्राम्स को, वो क्या हैं और आपने उन्हें कैसे एड्रेस किया? आपके चैलेंजेस को ज़रा हमें बताइएगा, क्योंकि चैलेंजेस हम सुबह से सुन रहे हैं, बहुत हैं, मल्टीपल हैं, बट आपने एड्रेस कैसे किया उत्तराखंड में टू स्केल अर्ली लर्निंग?
थैंक यू सो मच। सबसे पहले तो रूम टू रीड को थैंक यू, जिन्होंने ये अपॉर्चुनिटी दी मुझे। हम लोग को पूरे उत्तराखंड से हम लोग WC डिपार्टमेंट भी आया हुआ है और स्कूल एजुकेशन भी आया हुआ है, थैंक यू। ये बहुत अच्छी बात है कि हमारा जो कोऑर्डिनेशन कोलैबोरेशन है वो बहुत अच्छा है। दैट्स वाई अभी हम ऐसा बाल बाटिका को हम शुरू कर पाए हैं। अभी केएन विजलवान जी ने जर्नी आपको बता दी है, कैसे हमारी जर्नी ECC शुरुआत से, जबकि हमारा NEP 2020 अभी शुरू भी नहीं हुआ था, उससे पहले मैं देखती हूँ जब लोग हम लोगों ने जब उत्तराखंड में ज्वाइन किया था, तब भी मैं एज सीनियर लेक्चरर डाइट थी, तभी से ये ट्रेनिंग्स हम लोग देते थे डाइट के माध्यम से, तो तभी से हमारा कोलैबोरेशन बहुत अच्छा है। तो अभी हम लोगों को इसलिए अभी हमें दिक्कत नहीं हुई है। FLN में भी बहुत अच्छा काम स्टेट गवर्नमेंट कर रहा है। इसमें चैलेंजेस मुझे लगता है कि जो मॉनिटरिंग पार्ट है हमारा, वो है, क्योंकि डिपार्टमेंट्स हमारे 2 डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं, एक तो डब्ल्यूसी ही डिपार्टमेंट है और स्कूल एजुकेशन है। और जो बाल वाटिकाज़ हम लोगों ने लगभग आंगनबाड़ी हमारी लगभग 20,000 आंगनबाड़ीज़ हैं और लगभग 6,000 आंगनबाड़ी जो कोलोकेटेड है हमारे स्कूल्स में, उनको बाल वाटिका में हम लोगों ने एस्टैब्लिश किया हुआ है। फेज़ 1 में हमने 4-5-4 हम लोगों ने एस्टैब्लिश किया था, अब लगभग हमारी 6,000 हो गए हैं। तो हमारी पूरी कोशिश है उसको करने की और सफल भी हुए हैं। आपने बताया कि हमने मटेरियल डेवलपमेंट किया है, उस एक्टिविटी बुक्स बनाई हैं, गाइडलाइंस टीचर गाइडलाइंस बनाई है, उसके अकॉर्डिंग हमारा चल भी रहा है। बट फिर भी थोड़ा-सा मॉनिटरिंग जो पार्ट है, हमको कोऑर्डिनेशन के साथ जो सपोर्ट करना है बाल वाटिकाज़ को या आंगनबाड़ीज़ को, वो चीज़ थोड़ी-सी मुझे लगता है। और हमारे स्टेट में एक चीज़ और है, स्टेट में क्या सेंट्रल में ही है, जो पॉलिटिकल कह सकते हैं मंत्रालय स्तर पर जो बनना है, वो शायद अभी नहीं बन पाया है। सिमिलरली हमारे स्टेट में भी एक ऊपर लेवल पे वो चीज़ नहीं बन पाई है, बट डायरेक्टरेट लेवल पे हम लोगों का बहुत अच्छा कोऑर्डिनेशन है। और अभी-अभी हमारी ईसी की बैठक हुई थी, जो हमारा समग्र शिक्षा की, तो उसमें एक हमारा एजेंडा ही यही था कि किस तरीके से कोऑर्डिनेशन बनाए। हमारा जो डब्ल्यूसीडी डिपार्टमेंट है और स्कूल एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट का, तो उसके लिए हम लोगों ने एक एजेंडा में यही है और हम लोग एक प्लान कर रहे हैं, एक मीटिंग मंत्रालय स्तर पर। अगर मंत्रालय स्तर पर नहीं होता तो सेक्रेटरी लेवल पे हम लोग ट्रेनिंग मीटिंग हम लोग करने जा रहे हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि जो प्रॉब्लम्स हम फेस कर रहे हैं, वो शायद प्रॉब्लम इतनी नहीं आएगी जितनी आती है। और इस समय हमारे डायरेक्टर जनरल स्कूल एजुकेशन जो हैं, अभी झरना कामठान मैडम आ गई हैं, जिन्होंने पहले डब्ल्यूसीडी डिपार्टमेंट देखा है और वो प्रॉब्लम्स को जानती हैं वहाँ की और हमारी। तो वो लगता है कि वो हमारे लिए एक प्लस पॉइंट है कि वहाँ पर जो भी गैप्स हैं हम दोनों के बीच में, वो शायद आगे हम लोग उसको अच्छा देखते हैं। और जो नर्सिंग ट्रेनिंग की बात एनटीटी की बात आई, तो हमारे स्टेट में एनटीटी नहीं है फिलहाल गवर्नमेंट में। तो वो चीज़ भी हमारा लैक कर रहा है। अगर हम लोग आंगनबाड़ी में जो वर्कर्स होते हैं, आपको पता है कौन है, हाई स्कूल और इंटरमीडिएट हैं। और एनईपी 2020 कहता है कि जो हाई स्कूल जिन्होंने किया है या हाई स्कूल तक है, उनको 1 साल का ट्रेनिंग देना है और जो जिन्होंने इंटर किया उनको 6 मंथ का ट्रेनिंग देना है। तो वो अभी मेरे ख्याल से सुनीति जी को पता होगा, वो एनसीईआरटी में अभी वो चल रहा है, तो वो हो जाएगा और एनसीडीए हमको मान्यता देगी, तो हम लोग वो ट्रेनिंग हम लोग उन आंगनबाड़ी वर्कर्स को ट्रेनिंग कराएंगे। तो मुझे लगता है कि वो गैप जो वहाँ पर हम अर्ली जो हम पढ़ाना चाहते हैं, बच्चों को सिखाना चाहते हैं, तो वो लोग हम उनको सिखा पाएंगे और निश्चित रूप से नीचे से बच्चे जो अच्छे होके आएंगे, तो स्कूल एजुकेशन की जो क्वालिटी हो, मुझे लगता है वो बढ़ भी जाएगी। और शुरू में भी और इस वर्ष भी हमारे स्कूल एजुकेशन में एससीईआरटी और डाइट्स के माध्यम से हमारे टीचर एजुकेटर्स ने हमारे वो ट्रेनिंग्स जो होती हैं, वो सारी ट्रेनिंग्स हमारे आंगनबाड़ी वर्कर्स को 7 डेज़ की ट्रेनिंग भी दे दी है। तो इसलिए सपोर्ट है, कोऑर्डिनेशन बहुत अच्छा है। हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट भी बहुत अच्छा सपोर्ट कर रहा है हमको। जैसा कि हमारे आपने बताया है कि एन विजयकुमार जी ने हमारी 3 पुस्तकें, जो स्वास्थ्य सृजन संवाद जी, जो उसमें शुरू में जो हमारा होता है स्वास्थ्य वेलबींग, हेल्थ वेलबींग, वो चीज़ें जो आती हैं, तो उसके लिए बहुत सपोर्ट हमको हेल्थ एजुकेशन वो भी कर रहा है। तो मुझे लगता है कि हम सभी का कोऑर्डिनेशन, कोलैबोरेशन बहुत अच्छा जा रहा है। और तो मैं समझती हूँ कि आने वाले दिनों में हम लोग बहुत अच्छा करेंगे। और एससीईआरटी और डाइट एक एकेडमिक सपोर्ट देता है उनको, और उसमें डब्ल्यूसीडी डिपार्टमेंट का बहुत अच्छा सपोर्ट भी है, वो भी जाते हैं। थोड़ा-सा संयुक्त रूप से जो अनुश्रवण होना चाहिए, वो मॉनिटरिंग होना चाहिए, वो मुझे लगता है वहाँ पर थोड़ी दिक्कत है। उनके टीएलएम्स थोड़े अलग होते हैं और हमारे स्कूल एजुकेशन का जो एससीईआरटी ने बनाया, थोड़े से डिफरेंट हो जाते हैं। तो वहाँ पर चीज़ देखने की, हम लोगों ने जो जादुई पिटारा बनाया था स्टेट में, उसमें से आप लोगों ने बहुत सारी चीज़ों को लिया है। तो हम चाहते हैं कि वो सारी चीज़ें लें और हम लोग उसको करें। तो मुझे लग रहा है कि हमारा अच्छा जाएगा। थैंक यू। जी, थैंक यू मैम। सुन के बहुत अच्छा लगा और ये भी जान के कि हमको चैलेंज अभी हम पिन पॉइंट भी कर पा रहे हैं कई चीज़ों में, जिस तरह से कोऑर्डिनेशन चल रही है। और आई थिंक SCRT और डाइट बीइंग एकेडमिक गाइडिंग लाइट्स, वो कहीं ना कहीं शायद WCD डिपार्टमेंट इज एक्नॉलेजिंग इट। मटेरियल TLM का जैसे आपने जिक्र किया, दे आर अडॉप्टिंग, और उसकी कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग तो आप करवाएंगे ही, बट मॉनिटरिंग जो आपने पिन पॉइंट किया है वो डेफिनेटली एक मुद्दा है। मुझे लगता है जैसे अभी लता मैम बोल कर गई हैं एक एस्पेक्ट कि किस तरह अक्षरास को कब शुरू करें या कब एक्चुअली क्या साउंड डिस्क्रिमिनेशन, विजुअल डिस्क्रिमिनेशन, उसके बाद का नेक्स्ट स्टेप सिंबल रिकग्निशन, सिंबल साउंड, क्या वो सब हम उस वक्त कराएं या ग्रेड 1 में कराएं। वैसे ही अगर बाल वाटिका में बच्चे हैं तो मॉनिटरिंग कौन करेगा और किस तरह से होगी, तो ये भी एक थोड़ा सा जैसे हमारी बाल वाटिकाएं कोलोकेटेड हैं, तो हमारे वहाँ पे जो भी टीचर्स कार्यरत होते हैं तो वो उनको सपोर्ट करते हैं। तो उन किताबों को जो हम लोगों ने एक्टिविटी बुक्स दी उसको कैसे करना है, वहाँ पे सहायिका है, कार्यकर्ता को बताते हैं तो कैसे उनको पढ़ाना है। और एक चीज़ और मैं कहूँगी कि हमारे जो टीचर्स हैं जिनको पता है कि कक्षा 1 में उन बच्चों को आना ही आना है, तो जो जागरूक हैं और उनको पता है उन पे हमें मेहनत करनी है, तो वो पहले से ही मेहनत करती हैं। ये चीज़ मैंने अपने मॉनिटरिंग के दौरान जब हम लोग फील्ड में जाते हैं वो चीज़ हमने देखी है, तो वो एक अच्छी चीज़ है। तो इसलिए एक्सेप्टेंस भी हमारी बन रही है उससे, तो मुझे लगता है कि हम लोग और ये दोबारा एक डिबेट में चला जाता है। ये वो जो रिडक्शनिस्ट अप्रोच जिसे हम बोलते हैं, कहीं ग्रेड 1 के टीचर को ये ना लगे कि बच्चा मुझे रेडी मिल जाए मेरी कक्षा में, तो मैं जाके बाल वाटिका में जितना सिखा पाऊँ मैं कोशिश करता हूँ कि उतना सिखा दूँ। तो मुझे लग रहा है ये आज का सारा दिन ये सेमिनार के हम बहुत ज़्यादा क्वेश्चंस और को लेकर जा रहे हैं। इसके सॉल्यूशंस के लिए शायद और अलग अलग स्मॉल ग्रुप, डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ सेटिंग्स, जहाँ पे थोड़ी और इस पे करना पड़ेगा, मंथन करना पड़ेगा टू गेट आंसर्स टू दीज, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं कई तरह के सवाल उठ रहे हैं। बट थैंक यू सो मच। रितिका मैम, I have the question for you. Since you have and you are spearheading several parental outreach programs in Delhi, how have these initiatives integrated parental engagement in early learning? And what strategies have proven most effective in empowering parents to support their children's foundational learning at home? So parental engagement and what have you?
See, yes, we are working on parental engagement along with other initiatives which we have taken for early learning in our state. And with respect to early learning, we have done a lot of interventions, as I have been hearing from other states also, that they have also developed so much of material and conducted trainings and also conducted researches. So similarly, Delhi has also done, and along with it, this parental engagement program that has helped us a lot. Like we have along the material which we have developed that has scope for parental engagement also, and the teachers, they are being we are having interactions with the teachers on how they can involve the parents. Means whenever the parents are visiting the schools, what all questions they have and how you are answering them. So some sessions we are including on the kind of communications you can hold. And we have developed a module on mega PTM also, that how to conduct effective mega PTMs. So in that also we have discussed certain strategies, that whenever the parents are coming, they have n number of questions, and how you can discuss and what all needs to be shared with the parents. We have developed the posters on parental engagement, which we have distributed to all our states, to all our schools, including our directorate and MCD schools. And also we have capacitated SMCs on this. So for SMCs, we involve the CRCCs as master trainers, and these CRCCs further, they conduct trainings for SMC members, wherein they conduct sessions on parental involvement. And these SMC members, they go to the community, they talk to the parents in the community, and they discuss on the kind of activities they can do at their home, means making the home as a learning space. And these kind of activities are being conducted in the state for parental engagement.
How effective have they been? Like any experience that you have, because you know the cascading model that you have adopted. How effective do you think it is? It like at what stage you would say?
In fact, involving parents, it's a bit challenging. We see what the effectiveness which we can see is that the kind of bond which the school and SMCs have, that's quite great, and that's it, that is very visible. And the struggle is that these SMCs reaching to the parents. There we are still working. We have undertaken a number of initiatives for that, but here we are facing little challenges, and we are still working on it. We have planning strategies for this particular year, some online videos are being shared on parental awareness, on awareness regarding likes and the parents, how they can spend quality time with children, how they can know about the likes and dislike of their children. So these kind of activities we are still doing. So means a channel has been created wherein we are involving SMCs and means the school and SMCs, they have a good bond. Now SMCs reaching out to the communities, that is the still we are working on it.
Sure, sure. And any one success that you would like to share?
Success, yes. When we means the activities which are being done at home, means in last year we developed a poster, and that poster was basically on the time which the parents, that what time they spend, how much time they are spending with their children, and what all activities they are doing. It was distributed to all the SMC members, and they further distributed to all the parent members, and they were supposed to take it to their homes and paste it in their school, in their homes, and just note it down. So from there, SMCs, our SMCs and our CRCCs, they gave us a number of incidents. They told us that how parents are getting involved, and this was we also felt that yes, we can reach out to parents. Such small initiatives can be undertaken.
Right. No, thank you so much. I'm sure, you know, with all the strategies that you are doing, and there would be all these best practices, which can again get shared amongst other states as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. Yes, Samyukta. So, of course, you know, you have been leading early childhood programs at Pratham across various states and for so many years now, right? So what are those key learnings from a practitioner's perspective on scaling early learning, particularly when it comes to building teacher or Anganwadi worker and caregiver capacity to address children's learning needs? And I would also like to add here, I was just having discussion with, you know, some of the members who are attending here, their experience from the Anganwadi. In one or two states where they mention, Anganwadi, we know their qualification of, you know, earlier it used to be just 5th grade, 8th grade, and then now I think most of them have become 10th grade pass out. But the fact remains, and what the experience has been, that when we are creating some material for them and giving it to them, that okay, aap ye cheez kariye, but they themselves are not able to read or comprehend it. So now it poses another challenge, that अगर वो खुद ही नहीं पढ़ पा रहे और उनसे अगर हम expect करेंगे कुछ पढ़ाना लिखाना, तो how are we going to go about it? So your experience, I'm sure, is spread across so many states. So I would like you to, you know, bring those insights.
Sure. Okay. Summarizing this in a really short time will be tough, but I know I'm between my answer and the closing ceremony, so I'll try to keep it quick. Okay. So I think there are multiple challenges and there have been multiple learnings across different states. At Pratham, we work both with the pre-primary sections within schools as well as the Anganwadis. And somewhere, I think in the middle are the co-located Anganwadis, which are actually in school and so on. And I think one of the biggest learnings for us has been that we often, many of us, we get papers today which we aren't able to get through. If you get a video today, you'll see the video in 1 second, right? Similarly, if you listen, it's useful, but if you practice, it's even more useful. And so one of the things that we've learned is that when we train, what needs to follow is actually practicing what the training is on. तो अगर प्रशिक्षण है, अगर 5 डोमेन पर है और मैंने आपको ज्ञान दे दिया कि व्हाट इज इट अबाउट, उसको अब मैं जाकर क्लास में करूं, है ना? जब एक टीचर मुझे बताता है कि कहानी कैसे होनी चाहिए छोटे बच्चों के लिए, तो वो अक्सर बहुत एजुकेटेड, और यहाँ पे मैं ये पॉइंट बताना चाह रही हूँ कि ओवर एजुकेशन इज ऑल्सो समटाइम्स अ चैलेंज व्हेन इट कम्स टू लिटिल चिल्ड्रन. मुझे याद है कि वी डिड अ ट्रेनिंग विद दिस पर्सन टोल्ड अस अ ब्यूटीफुल स्टोरी व्हिच रैन फॉर अबाउट 4 पेजेस. एंड देन वी सेड आप इसको क्लास में करके देखिएगा, है ना? क्लास में तो 2 लाइन के बाद बच्चे रो रहे थे, कोई कहीं और भाग रहा था, बच्चों को हम पकड़ ही नहीं पाए, छोटे बच्चों को. So the thing is that experience of actually learning with children goes far beyond the capacities that we all have. So what we call building leaders of practice, I think is a big part of and should be a big part of any training. आज के दिन अगर हम देखें तो स्कूल में आज तक काफी स्कूलों में ग्रेड 1 से हम शुरू करते थे. आज हम कह रहे हैं कि प्री प्राइमरी होगा, और प्री प्राइमरी के भी 3 एज ग्रुप होंगे. और प्री प्राइमरी के जैसे आपने कहा हर एज ग्रुप के लिए अलग टीचर तो है नहीं, तो वो टीचर कैसे संभालने वाली है छोटे बच्चों को, वो भी 3 एज ग्रुप्स के. हो सकता है कि जो मैंने प्रशिक्षण में बताया वो एक्चुअली फेल हो जाए क्लास में, because how do I handle so many materials, so many age appropriate tasks, so many LOs that have to be covered. So I think that's a big challenge. So one big learning, if we are training, then let us all practice it in class, whether or not I have the degree or whether or not I can read, etc. And I think the other big learning which I feel आंगनवाड़ी workers इसको समझती हैं बहुत अच्छे से community में, is that मैं अकेली नहीं हूँ. Parents हैं community में who have to support what I do. So we've often heard this line, it takes a village to raise a child. So there's a teacher who's trying in class, and then there are so many more hours outside class where the child is with the parent. So वो ये जो अभी आपने बात कही about parents and working with parents, it's essential because the children are with the parents. And what are children learning while they are with the parents? Bringing about awareness around what children need to know at this age group. प्रथम में हम ये स्कूल रेडीनेस मेलास करते हैं. FLN मेला जैसे हमने MP में किया हुआ है, हरियाणा में किया है, बहुत सारे स्टेट्स में हम स्कूल रेडीनेस मेलास करते हैं. वहां पर हम पेरेंट्स को बुलाते हैं so that they can take part in all the activities for the different domains that children should be learning खेल में. So play-based activities which can be opened out for parents to actually see and experience and say, अरे ये तो मैं भी कर सकती हूँ. So I think that confidence that मैं ये कर सकती हूँ and the understanding that I need to do it with young children in order to learn how to work with them are 2 big learnings that we've had.
Samita, just on this one, what is that one thing जो आपको लग रहा है बहुत quickly can be done and is going to really help in this continuum that we are talking about?
Quickly पूरा साल है और फिर 3 to 8 years है, तो quickly I don't know, but I do know that children learn very quickly. तो मतलब हमें टाइम लगता है बट बच्चे ऐसे ग्रास्प कर लेते हैं. So I think one or two things that we should quickly do is spread the word. It's not my region, it is not my silo, it is all of us together who can do things for children, and these are simple things that can be done. So I think the quick part is opening out these mysterious words and domains and learning outcomes and all of that for everyone, so that we can all partake. I'll go back to our old saying, it takes a village to raise a child. अगर सब लोग एक साथ काम करेंगे उस बच्चे के लिए, तो फिर वो बच्चा आगे बढ़ेगा. So if we could try to overcome working in silos and we could open out a lot of the jargon that we use, I think that would be very helpful. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think you have just summarized it, and I had written that line, but you have anyway spoken it, which is about if there's, one thing that we can all do is that if we can consider all the touch points in a child's ecosystem, from government policy and teacher training to community and parental engagement, I think then our job is done. So with that, I want to thank you to all the incredible panelists here and also Lata Menon ma'am for sharing their experience and expertise with us today. And I hope this conversation today, we continue and get new ideas and do that change in the system and be part of that change as well. So to continue to work together to ensure that every child in India gets the strong early start they deserve. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
4:40? Yeah, but there are question and answers. If we can just take one or two. No question answers? One or two, agar koi hai. Otherwise, I think everybody is done for the day. Kuch jana bhi hai. Yes, we can close.
We would like to invite Dr. Balaji to present the token of appreciation to our panelist. We would also request you all to join us for a group photograph.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well done.
As we near the conclusion of today's event, it's time to reflect on the discussions, share key takeaways, and look forward to the journey ahead. Please join us in welcoming Mr. Rishi Raj Vanshi to offer closing remarks, felicitate our sign interpreters, Mr. Atul Kumar, Ms. Preeti Sapra, and Ms. Manisha Sharma, and bring our event to a meaningful conclusion.
Okay. May I request the team, all of you, please. The other two members also, please. Yeah. Okay, so we are at the end of India Gets Reading 2024, and which also means that we will be starting thinking about India Gets Reading 2025. So on on that note, I would like to take an opportunity to thank everyone here, especially Vanita ma'am, USAID team, government officials from all the states of Uttarakhand, Delhi, Rajasthan, Telangana, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand, Karnataka, for their stupendous role in making India Gets Reading a very successful campaign, and also doing such a great work on the FLN reform across the states. I would also like to thank all the speakers and panelists for their insights. We will be preparing a final report, which should be in your email box by September 30th, and that's a promise. And last but not the least, we'll be thank you everyone in Room to Read for making this event a grand success. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Rajvanshi, for beautifully capturing the day's discussion. With that, we come to the end of Make Room for Early Learning National Seminar, organized jointly by USAID and Room to Read India. We look forward to seeing you next year for India Gets Reading 2025. Thank you and have a pleasant evening.
Tea and snacks have been served outside.